In 9110 AD, mankind achieved a major technological innovation that opened the mechanical age. In the mechanical age, this world is very different from the Earth we are familiar with. It is a world transformed entirely by technology. Various sci-fi low-altitude spacecraft are flying in the sky, and various high-end mechanical vehicles are driving everywhere on the city roads. My name is Lin Qingche, and in this life, I really traveled to this so-called world of the mechanical age. It was around 10:30 in the evening. I was wearing a neat school uniform and slowly followed the crowd out of the school gate. Because my mom is actually a supersonic fighter and my dad is actually a fighter commander. But they were all killed in a battle, so there was no one to pick me up from school, and I had to go home alone. But you heard it right. Humans can be machines, and machines can be humans. I'm also puzzled by the fact that they can actually give birth to offspring. But in this world, women are all mechanical technological beings. The mechanical core in their brains can turn women into cars, sports cars, racing cars, tanks, airplanes, submarines, mechas, and even spaceships. Men are energy technology bodies. The energy core in their brains allows men to absorb huge energy crystals, store energy, and release energy. Men mainly provide power to women, who are also the source of power for mechanical technological bodies. Therefore, men can sign a contract with women and gain the power of bond. After signing the contract, women can absorb energy from men's bodies, while men can drive women who have turned into mechanical bodies. The two complement each other. After signing the contract, the female is called a Valkyrie and the male is called a commander. To me, beautiful girls, sports cars, and mechas are all men's romance. I will race and fight with my Valkyrie against the mechanical beasts. In today's class, I actually awakened a superpower system, the strongest driving god. The system prompts, ding, the host's intention is detected. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the strongest car god system. Then, the system prompted again, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the novice gift package, which has been automatically opened. After I opened the gift package, the system prompted, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the detection skill, the strongest driving skill, motor vehicle category. When I heard the system notification sound, I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The name of this system sounds very impressive, the strongest car god. This means that I will become the world's top driver in the future. In this world, not being able to drive is a huge shame. All the men at the top, without exception, are invincible driving gods. And it's not just limited to ordinary car skills. In the future, I can even drive tanks, airplanes, and even spaceships. As long as it can move, I can control it. Although I have traveled to this new world and my parents have passed away, and I can only rely on myself in the future, but with the system in hand, I feel extremely confident and not panicked at all. Just as I was immersed in the joy of this system, I suddenly felt someone patting me on the back. I turned around and saw a familiar face, Li Feifei. She is not tall, about 1.5 meters, and carries a small school bag decorated with luminous lights, which makes her look very cute. As soon as she saw me looking back, she immediately stood on tiptoe and nimbly flashed in front of me with a playful smile. I caught you. I looked at her helplessly. Li Feifei, stop making trouble. TSK. Seeing this, you might think that Li Feifei is my childhood sweetheart. You are totally wrong. We are just classmates, and she is at most a little tsundere who calls herself Princess Feifei. She had approached me before and proposed to sign a contract with me, saying that I was handsome and honest, and she didn't mind that I had no talent for driving. She also vowed that she would ask a professional commander teacher to guide me. If a girl takes the initiative to come to you and ask for a contract, that sounds like a good thing, right? But when I asked her for the core information, she hesitated and refused to explain clearly, only saying that she would tell me after signing the contract. What a joke. This is just like getting married. Who wouldn't find out the other person's situation before signing a contract? You have to know that contracts in this world are no joke. Once signed, both parties are closely bound together like a married couple, and if the contract is breached, there will be severe punishment. What's more, she already knew that the original owner Lin Qingche had no talent for driving, but she still insisted on looking for me. There must be something fishy here. My intuition told me that something was wrong, so I rejected her decisively. Sure enough, after school today, she came to block me again. I saw her quickly step forward, stop me, and then said stubbornly, Lin Qingche, have you thought about it? Do you want to sign the contract? If you miss me, you will have no chance. A lot of boys in the school are lining up to sign a contract with me. Her noise instantly attracted many of her classmates who were leaving school. Looking at her pretty face, everyone started to cheer. Promise her. I sneered in my heart. If I hadn't just awakened the system today, I might have really fallen into her trap. I silently chanted detection technique and instantly saw through all her details. Name, Li Feifei. Age, 17. Mechanical core, level 1. Energy required for mechanical core, electric energy. Mechanical original body bus. Maximum speed, 23 kilometers per hour. Maximum torque, 340. Maximum engine speed, 550. Contracted energy bodies, 23 people. 9 people broke the contract. 14 people died. Current contract status, contractable. I gasped. This girl is actually a bus primogenitor? Moreover, the person she contracted with would either break the contract or die. This was simply a trap within a trap. This was not a contract at all. It was just looking for someone to take advantage of her and die. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that I didn't rush to agree to her. The me now is no longer the Lin Qingche who knew nothing. I thought to myself, let me sign a contract? Li Feifei, you'd better save your energy. I'm scared. I quickly waved my hands to make my attitude clear. At this moment, Li Feifei suddenly walked closer, bent down, and asked in her sweet voice, Student Lin, what's wrong? Have you thought about it? Do you want to sign a contract with me? Be my commander, and I will treat you well. Her coquettish look seemed particularly artificial. Pretend, keep pretending. Just when I was about to say no, 3 options suddenly appeared in front of me. Option 1. Agree to sign a contract with Li Feifei. Completion reward. 1 year driving rights for a first-level mechanical body, an electric bus. Option 2. Spread your hands and say, I still want to drive a private car. The bus is not suitable for me. Completion reward. A bottle of glass water. Option 3. Cross your arms, look at Li Feifei calmly, and ask directly, are you a bus? Completion reward. Random first-level mechanical core, turbine engine. I frowned and looked at the options in front of me. Option 1? Are you kidding me? I won't take this deal. It must be a trap. Option 2 is not bad. After all, windshield washer fluid is a must for mechanical bodies. But in the final analysis, it is just a consumable for cleaning. How much is it worth? On the other hand, option 3, random core turbine engine. This reward is obviously more attractive to me. My thoughts turned, and I made a decisive decision. I crossed my arms, raised my chin slightly, stared at her with a cold and somewhat sarcastic look, raised a faint smile at the corner of my mouth, and said slowly, Li Feifei, are you the bus? As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze. What? Li Feifei's eyes widened instantly, and she looked at me in disbelief, her face suddenly becoming extremely ugly. Obviously, she didn't expect me to expose her so bluntly. You, how can you curse at me like that? I'm not like that. Li Feifei pointed at me angrily, her face flushed. Pa! I coldly reached out and knocked away the finger she was pointing at me, then leaned forward slightly, getting closer to her, my eyes becoming sharper. I hate it most when people point their fingers at me, I said coldly. Then I continued to ask, oh, really? Are you sure you are not a bus? The smile on my lips deepened, and my eyes revealed a cold and all-seeing look. The expression on Li Feifei's face gradually changed from anger to shock. Then, her pupils suddenly shrank. She obviously realized that I had seen through her. How could he know? Her heartbeat gradually quickened, and she was about to say something when I interrupted her. I continued to approach her and whispered, not only that, I also know that your mechanical core has a lifespan of less than a year. I said, frequent dangerous driving and constant breaking of contracts have brought your core to the brink of scrapping. As soon as these words came out, Li Feifei was completely panicked, and her previous disguise was torn to pieces at this moment. Her face went from shock to pale, her legs went weak, and she seemed at a loss. Princess Feifei, I didn't expect you to be so fancy in private. I smiled slightly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly, Shoo, don't tell this secret to anyone else. I took a half step back, put on a relaxed attitude, and said in a teasing tone, Are you going to ask me why I know this? I explained, it's simple, because my mother is the core of a top-level Valkyrie machine, a supersonic fighter. My dad is a king-level energy body commander. He gave me some special training before. I guess this excellent talent may be inherited from my dad. These words were like thunder, exploding in Li Feifei's heart. Her expression instantly became extremely complicated, Not only because I exposed her secret, but also because I revealed her astonishing family background. I smiled at her and said the last sentence. Student Li Feifei, you don't want everyone to know your secret, right? What I mean is don't bother me in the future, understand? I turned and left, leaving Li Feifei with a stunned look on her face and the classmates who were watching her in shock. There was still a mixture of shock, shame, and anger on her face. She watched me walk away without saying a word. The system prompt sounded at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice and obtaining a first-level mechanical core turbine engine. Ding! In view of the host's extraordinary performance, the system will add an additional reward, a bottle of glass water. Just as I was immersed in the system's rewards, I didn't notice that in the shadows not far away, a tall figure was staring at me coldly, as if he knew everything between Li Feifei and me. But I ignored that figure because I saw the introduction of McLaren 3-liter twin-turbocharged engine appearing in front of me. I stared at those lines of words. This thing sounded like an incredible treasure. This engine is produced by Neon Power and is specially designed for the Valkyrie with top-level mechanical core. It outputs maximum power at 7,500 RPM and releases maximum torque between 3,000 and 7,000 RPM. Direct injection, aluminum alloy cylinder head, and cylinder block. Although these technical terms are unfamiliar, you can tell, just by listening to them, that this is definitely a product with explosive performance. I narrowed my eyes and thought to myself, this is a top-level core component. It's not something that can be used by just any machine. Only top-level Valkyries can control it, and cores below level are simply not capable of it. This kind of accessory is not a simple modification part. It represents the combat potential, speed limit, and even life and death of the entire mechanical body. My thoughts gradually became clearer. After the system awakened today, in just a few minutes, I had a deeper understanding of the workings of this world. It turns out that the world's top technological power is all in the hands of 4 major car manufacturers, and this McLaren engine comes from Neon Power, one of the 4 major car manufacturers. Neon Power, focusing on power and speed, is closely related to almost everyone's daily life in this land. Whether it is daily travel or mechanical body transformation, Neon Power's technology covers almost every field. This car factory has thus become the one closest to the people among the 4 major car factories. However, what about other car manufacturers? My system only briefly mentioned them, and it is obvious that these powers are far beyond my current ability to touch. In addition, Renault Heavy Industries is a hub connecting cities, dominating resource transportation and information flow. Fein Industrial Depot, the backbone of national defense, focusing on weapons and combat power, responsible for the confrontation between humans and mechanical aliens. The most mysterious one is Qingche Technology. When I think of Qingche Technology, my heart starts beating faster. The system revealed very little information about Qingche Technology. It showed flesh and blood are weak, souls are false, and machines ascend. There were only a few words, but they shocked me deeply. These 8 words, like a bolt of lightning, cut through my thoughts. I couldn't help but murmur softly. Qingche Technology? Mechanical Ascension? The system didn't tell me more information. But obviously, this car factory holds the deepest secrets about the core of human machinery, and perhaps it is the origin of the core technology of the entire world. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. Although these car manufacturers are still too far away from me at present, I can feel that one day in the future I will have intersections with them. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. I am an ordinary person, but I suddenly obtained the system. Although this cheating life mode is exciting, my most urgent problem at the moment is still realistic: finding a contracted Valkyrie. I couldn't help but feel a little headache. This is a super engine. How can I just find an ordinary Valkyrie to match it? The one who can control this engine must be a top-notch Valkyrie, and women who possess a top-notch core are either rich or noble, and are simply not something that an ordinary person like me can get in touch with. Although I have the system now, and will definitely become stronger in the future, what should I do about the current situation? I sighed. As I thought about this in my mind, I held my forehead with my hand and unknowingly walked to the gate of the community. Sell it? This thought flashed through my mind, and I stopped. This is a level 1 engine rewarded by the system. Once it is sold, it may not be so easy to get this level of reward again. And who should I sell it to? Who would dare to buy it? Besides, would the system allow me to give it up like this? Do I really have to work hard to find a contract partner? I said to myself with a wry smile. This matter seemed to be more complicated than I thought. As I am about to enter my senior year of high school, I also realize that a crucial thing lies ahead. In a few months, I will be an adult, which means I have to choose a suitable woman as soon as possible to sign a contract and grow together. After all, you can only take a driver's license test, that is, obtain the qualification to drive, after you become an adult. As a male commander, my rank can be raised, and the mechanical corps rank of the contracted female, Valkyrie, will also be raised accordingly. However, the premise of all this is that a contract must be reached, which is the key for both parties to jointly enhance their strength. I feel a bit overwhelmed when I think about this. Although I am not yet an adult, this kind of thing always weighs on my mind and cannot be shaken off. Forget it, let's not think about things that happened so long ago. I shook my head and let go of my troubled thoughts. Today's classes have made me a little tired. Now I just want to go home, take a good shower, and then fall into a good sleep. My parents left after I was born without leaving any news. It has always been Aunt Zhang and her family who have taken care of me. Although they are very kind to me, especially Aunt Zhang, who treats me like her own son, I know that everything in the future depends on myself. When I walked to the door of my house, I found that the lights in Aunt Zhang's house on the third floor were still on. But I also feel strange. Shouldn't Uncle Lee have gone to bed at this time? Although I was confused, I didn't ask any more questions and went upstairs quietly as usual. After all, I didn't get out of school until after 10 o'clock in the evening in recent years, and I was used to being cautious for fear of disturbing the neighbors. I knocked on the door gently, and it opened in a few seconds. Aunt Zhang's gentle face appeared in front of me. She smiled and said, "You came back so late. Are you hungry? Annie prepared a midnight snack for you. Eat it while it's hot." I smiled, but before I could say anything, Aunt Zhang took the school bag from my back and pushed me to sit at the dining table. I glanced at the table curiously. In addition to the midnight snack, there was also a bottle of wine with a special aroma. "What is this?" I couldn't help but ask. Aunt Zhang smiled and explained, "This is the Neon brand gasoline that your Uncle Lee brought back from outside. It's specially made and tastes great." As she spoke, she took out a cup from the kitchen and said, "Don't worry, this is not wine, it's a drink. You can drink it as you like." I felt a little embarrassed when I heard this. People in this world need energy to drive themselves. Gasoline, diesel, and electricity are the three most basic energy sources, which are also the food of this world. The bottle of neon gasoline in front of me is actually no different from the beverage in my previous life. I picked up a piece of beautifully fried mechanical chicken, put it in my mouth, and then took a sip of neon gasoline, and immediately felt satisfied. The midnight snack was indeed delicious, but before I could digest it, Uncle Lee, who was sitting on the sofa smoking, suddenly came over. Uncle Lee, Li Weigua, is a typical square-faced man. He looked at me and sat opposite me with a serious face. "Qingche, your school's contract conference will begin in a month, right?" he asked. "Contract conference?" I was stunned for a moment. Then I remembered. The contract conference is a grand event held by the school every year for students who are about to become adults, with the purpose of helping them find a contract partner. On that day, all the boys will show off their driving skills, using their cool driving skills and skillful operations to attract girls and strive to reach a contract. Yes, it's only 1 month. I nodded and couldn't help but start to worry. I wondered if the driving skills I had just been rewarded with were good enough, and whether I could attract the right girls at the conference. These questions have been bothering me. Uncle Lee looked at me and suddenly seemed to have made a decision and motioned for me to go out with him. Now, I was stunned. "I still want to go out so late?" He nodded, his tone firm and unyielding. "You must go now. This matter is very important to you. Come with me." Although I was confused, I saw that Uncle Lee had already put on his neat coat and was obviously well prepared. Since it was about me, I didn't hesitate, quickly changed my shoes, and followed him out the door. It was already very late at night. We did not leave the community, but turned to a building next door. Uncle Lee took out the key and opened the door of an unfamiliar unit. I was a little surprised. Uncle Lee also has a house here? Although I was curious, I didn't ask any more questions and followed him into the apartment building. As soon as he entered the door, Uncle Lee suddenly said, "By the way, after school tonight, a girl asked you to sign a contract? Did you agree to her?" His words instantly made me nervous. I wondered how he knew that. Before I could respond, Uncle Lee continued, "I was planning to pick you up from school, but I saw a little girl stopping you on the way. I didn't dare to go up to you for fear of disturbing you." "Oh, that." I breathed a sigh of relief, then shook my head. "She's just a classmate. She signed contracts with a lot of people, and she's been having a lot of fun behind the scenes. I don't like her very much, so I rejected her." "Rejected?" Uncle Lee nodded, his expression visibly relaxed. Well, not bad. A low-quality mechanical core is indeed not worthy of you. I was a little confused and was about to ask him what he meant when the elevator door suddenly opened. Uncle Lee walked into the elevator, and the serious expression on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a strange smile. He turned his head, looked at me mysteriously, and suddenly asked, Lin Qingche, do you want a wife? When these words came out, I was completely stunned. What? When Uncle Lee said this, I was stunned. How could Uncle Lee, who is usually so serious, suddenly do such an outrageous thing? Instantly, countless guesses and questions popped up in my mind, and I almost wanted to ask him directly, are you kidding? However, Uncle Lee did not explain anything to me. He just smiled and pressed the elevator button. I opened my mouth to ask something, but when I saw his look, I finally chose to shut up. It seems like Uncle Lee is going to make a big move. I started to feel a little excited and nervous. What on earth was going on that made him so secretive? I wondered silently as the elevator slowly ascended. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 10th floor. Uncle Lee strode out, and I hurried to follow him. After walking through several doorways, he skillfully unlocked one of the doors with his fingerprint, then pushed it open and walked in. However, the moment I walked in, I was completely stunned by the scene before my eyes. What is this place? I originally thought it would be an ordinary living room, but the scene in front of me was completely beyond my imagination. The living room is gone, replaced by a study room full of sci-fi atmosphere. In the middle of the laboratory stands a huge azure, cylindrical base with a totem card on it. Although I couldn't see the details clearly, the dazzling red halo and the prismatic glass crystals suspended on the base instantly caught my attention. This red light is so strong. As soon as I entered the door, I was bathed in this red light, and my whole body suddenly felt warm, as if I was surrounded by some magical energy. The screens of the equipment around were flashing all kinds of data, and there were several people in plain clothes talking nearby. They were obviously the researchers working here. Just as I was still in shock, a short-haired girl rushed over and threw herself into Uncle Lee's arms, smiling and saying, Dad, you finally brought Lin Qingche here, didn't you? Dad? Li Suzu. I realized that the girl in front of me was Aunt Zhang's daughter, Li Susu. I've always heard that she was attending college in another city and rarely saw her in person, but now it seems that she is also involved in some things here. Uncle Lee patted her head and said with a smile, Susu, you've worked hard. Yes, the contract conference is coming soon, and Qingche hasn't signed a contract yet, so we have to speed up the process. If he had already signed the contract, it would have been troublesome. But fortunately, he refused. After saying that, Uncle Lee glanced at me meaningfully, as if with some relief in his eyes. Reject? It turns out he was referring to Li Feifei. I felt a little ashamed when I thought about how I had just rejected Li Feifei's contract request. I didn't expect that even Uncle Lee thought it was a good rejection. But why don't he and Susu want me to sign the contract? Li Susu stood up from Uncle Lee's arms, turned to look at me, with a sly smile in her eyes. Stinky brother, you'll have to be secretly happy later. This is really a bargain for you. Huh? A bargain for me? What does that mean? I was filled with questions, and I still had no idea what was going on. To be honest, although Li Susu and I are considered family, we are not familiar with each other. I only know that she goes to school in another city and doesn't go home very often. Now, she suddenly said this, and for a moment I really didn't understand what she wanted to express. Qingche, come with me. Uncle Lee coughed and took me to the platform in the middle of the room. The closer I got, the more curious I became. What exactly were these red halos and prismatic crystals? What special functions did they have? As I got closer, I could finally see the carving on the base clearly. It was a golden dragon with a lifelike head. Behind it was a scorching sun, and the outermost layer was engraved with runes shaped like the 5 elements and 8 diagrams. What shocked me the most were the 2 words at the bottom, Shenzhou. Shenzhou? Is it Shenzhou technology? I instantly thought of one of the 4 major car manufacturers that the system had mentioned Shenzhou technology. These 2 words were definitely not written casually. Sure enough, Li Susu walked up to me and asked me with a smile, Qingche, do you know what this means? I was a little surprised, but I blurted out subconsciously, Shenzhou technology? Li Susu smiled and nodded. Yes, it is Shenzhou technology. With a hint of excitement in her eyes, she continued to introduce to me. The device in front of you is Shenzhou Technology's most advanced core treatment device, the Prism Matrix. Treatment device? I looked up at the prismatic crystal. Although it looked very high-tech, I could never imagine that it was a treatment device. However, upon closer inspection, I suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a vague figure inside the crystal. At this time, Uncle Lee came to my side with a gratified look on his face. He listened to the staff's report and confirmed that the people inside had fully recovered. It was obvious that the treatment work over the past 2 years had achieved great success. He pulled me to the prism matrix and motioned Li Susu to continue explaining to me. Li Susu's face was full of excitement, and her voice was full of excitement. Qingche, did you know? This device is treating the daughter of the Chu royal family in Xinzhou City, Chu Yue. What? My mind went blank for a moment. It turned out that there was a girl inside, and she was a daughter of the royal family. No wonder Uncle Lee said before that he didn't want me to sign a contract casually. It turns out there is such a big shot hiding behind him. Lin Qingche, Li Susu's voice came again. In fact, we are not native to this night city, and neither are you. We come from the capital of this world, Xinzhou City. 2 years ago, your father asked me and my father to take on an extremely important task, which was to save the daughter of the Chu royal family, Chu Yue, at all costs. For this mission, they came to this relatively peaceful city to provide her with the best treatment environment. And I was brought here because of this, away from the complicated environment of Xinzhou City. Her words shocked me. It turned out that my life over the years was arranged by my parents in order to keep me away from complicated disputes and dangers. I began to understand that everything I saw was not just a coincidence, but part of a long-planned plan. Through Li Susu's narration, I finally gradually understood everything. It turned out that the Chu royal family was one of the royal families of Xinzhou City, but due to various reasons, it was attacked by hostile forces and was almost wiped out. My father, Lin Qingche, was once a guest of honor of the Chu royal family and had close ties with the Chu family. When the Chu family was facing disaster, my parents always stayed by their side trying to protect them. However, the final outcome was not what people wanted. The Chu royal family was ultimately defeated by a powerful enemy, and the family was almost destroyed. My father and mother could only flee Xinzhou City with the 2 surviving princesses, Chu Yuling and Chu Yue. Especially Chu Yue. She was seriously injured in the disaster, and her mechanical core was almost scrapped. My father handed her over to Uncle Lee's team for treatment, and the treatment lasted for 2.5 years. Over the years, the main task of Uncle Lee's family has been to ensure Chu Yue's recovery. Li Susu looked at me deeply and continued. Just a month ago, Chu Yue's treatment entered the final stage. Your parents contacted my father. They said that Chu Yue inherited the talent of the royal family and was born to be a top-level core existence, making her an unparalleled contract object. Moreover, only I, Lin Qingche, can sign a contract with her and find her parents' whereabouts. My heart was filled with waves. It turned out that my parents had not abandoned me all these years, but they had secrets and responsibilities that they could not share with me. In order to protect Chu Yue and Chu Yuling, they had to stay away from Xinzhou City and even leave me. I raised my head and looked at the huge prism matrix. Through the red light, I could vaguely see a curled-up figure inside. Is that the so-called royal daughter? Chu Yue? Li Susu smiled and teased me. Chu Yue is a great beauty. Your parents are so nice to you that they even arranged a future contract partner for you. There was a hint of mischief in her eyes and a hint of teasing in her words. I smiled bitterly, but my heart was filled with mixed feelings. Future contract partner? Although everything seems to be going smoothly, but is this really the contract I want? I thought silently, and my inner struggle emerged before my eyes. The arrangements made by my parents, the glory of the royal family, the talent of a top-level core. These are undoubtedly huge temptations. But am I really willing to accept all of this? I raised my head and looked firmly at the night view outside the window, and suddenly felt a clarity and decisiveness I had never felt before. I don't know. I said this calmly, then turned around and looked at everyone present. I know that once the contract is signed, this person will become the other half of my life. Breaking the contract will be a huge pain for both parties. Although many people sign a contract, most of them stay together for life. A contract means a lifetime of responsibility. My voice gradually became firmer. Chu Yue may be a natural strong person with top talent, but if her choice is just for revenge and she uses me as a tool, I don't think this is a contract worth pursuing. At this point, I felt that the doubts and pressure in my chest were released, and my eyes became more determined. If she is willing to respect each other and grow together with me, I am certainly willing to sign the contract. But if she only values my background and talent and uses me as a tool to achieve revenge, such a contract is meaningless to me. After I finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the room. Everyone was shocked, especially Li Susu. She looked at me in amazement, as if she couldn't believe I would say such a thing. Uncle Li had a pleased look on his face, with some admiration in his eyes. He walked up to me, patted my shoulder, and laughed. As expected of Lin Qingche's son, you have character and your own ideas. It was because of this drive that your father was able to pursue your mother. A man should have his own persistence. I scratched my head a little embarrassedly, and Uncle Li continued, Don't worry, we respect your choice. If you are not satisfied with Chu Yue, we can send her back to her sister. The most important thing about the contract is your own happiness. You have the right to choose your own life. After hearing this, the pressure in my heart finally eased. I smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you, Uncle Li. Uncle Li's smile deepened, and he waved his hand, commanding everyone. Well, now that we have decided, wake up Chu Yue first. Take a good look at her before making a choice. Following his order, the researchers in the room began to work, and the low hum of instruments filled the air. After a moment, the bass began to vibrate slightly, and a more intense red light was injected into the prism matrix. Li Susu and I looked up and stared at the suspended crystals. As energy continued to be injected, the light of the crystal became brighter and brighter, and the red halo filled the entire room. Half a minute later, the light of the prism matrix reached its peak. A scarlet beam shot out from the crystal, and a scorching breath hit his face. I couldn't help but stagger. Fortunately, Li Susu supported me in time. The power of the A-level core is too strong. After 2 years of careful repair, her qualifications are probably far better than before. Li Susu sighed. Moreover, her core attribute is fire, and her personality must be strong. It may not be easy to conquer her. Li Susu said. She glanced at me jokingly and continued. Many young talents in Shenzhou City haven't done this. You have to be mentally prepared, brother Lin Qingche. Chu Yue, what does she look like? As the light gradually faded, Chu Yue's figure finally appeared. I stood silently by, staring at the prism matrix in front of me. The temperature around me was rising, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone's expressions became solemn. After all, this was the result of more than 2 years of hard work by Uncle Li's team. Seeing that Chu Yue was about to wake up, no one dared to relax. 2 minutes later, with the infusion of energy, the scarlet glow gradually faded. The warmth in the room also began to disappear, and everything returned to silence. The red energy liquid that originally filled the prism matrix turned into a colorless and transparent liquid, while Chu Yue inside was still curled up, with no signs of waking up. What's going on? I couldn't help wondering, and Li Susu and the researchers on the team beside me obviously hadn't expected this either, and they all looked shocked. A thin staff member rushed forward first, checked the equipment data, and said anxiously, This is impossible. I have calculated all the energy values. Miss Chu should wake up after absorbing all this energy. Li Susu's eyes were instantly moist. She turned to look at her father and shouted anxiously, Dad, think of a solution quickly. Didn't you say everything is ready? Uncle Li's face darkened, and he obviously hadn't expected this to happen. Chu Yue's core had already been restarted, so why was there no sign of awakening? And she had absorbed all the red energy liquid, so why didn't her condition seem to have changed at all? My heart also began to tighten. Although I had acted very resolute before, this was a matter of life and death after all. Everyone was fighting for Chu Yue's life, and I couldn't remain indifferent. Believe in your father. He will definitely find a way. I whispered to Li Susu. Although I was also nervous, I still tried to stay calm. Li Susu nodded, wiped her tears, and hope rekindled in her eyes. At this time, Aunt Zhang rushed over. She hugged Li Susu gently and comforted her softly. Don't worry, Chu Yue is not dead yet. At least her vital signs are stable now. After an emergency examination, Uncle Li, Aunt Zhang, and the scientific research team confirmed Chu Yue's vitals. Although her life is not in danger for the time being, it is clear that her condition is much more complicated than imagined. Uncle Li explained with a serious expression. Chu Yue's core was severely damaged. If it weren't for the blessing of the Lord of the Plains, she would have been unfortunate. The disaster almost destroyed all of her core components. It's a miracle that she survived. The Lord of the Plains? Blessings? It sounded like some kind of supernatural power, but I knew now was not the time to ask. The important thing is that although Chu Yue's core was successfully restarted, her physical condition is still worrying. Her body was almost completely destroyed at the time, Uncle Lee continued. Her current appearance is just a form of the core. In fact, her physical body is still in the state of destruction 2 years ago. The engine is completely damaged, and all parts cannot function. After hearing this, I finally understood why Chu Yue didn't wake up. Although her core was activated, her engine, her heart, was still not functioning. Although the core had energy, there was no engine to provide kinetic energy, so she could not wake up. Li Susu stepped forward and grabbed my hand anxiously. Qingche, the current situation is not optimistic. Her core has just been restarted and is very fragile. If she is not awakened quickly, her core will fall into a deep sleep again and her energy will be gradually consumed. By then, it will be too late to save her. Her eyes were full of pleading, and Uncle Lee and Aunt Zhang also looked at me expectantly. Uncle Lee whispered, "None of us can make a contract with Chu Yue. Only you, Lin Qingche, can save her." He went on to explain. Chu Yue's core is a supercore. Ordinary men cannot make a contract with her. Even a conductor with excellent talent cannot withstand her energy. Uncle Lee continued, "But you are different. You are Lin Xuanyuan's son and have inherited the excellent talents of the two kings. You are fully qualified to make a contract with Chu Yue and wake her up." Having said that, I finally understood the seriousness of the matter. Uncle Lee's eyes were firm. He put his hand on my shoulder, and his tone was a little pleading. "I know you are very cautious about your future contract partners, but now, only you can save her." He also said, "I can assure you that after saving her, you don't have to be tied together forever. If you feel it is not suitable in the future, we can consider breaking the contract. Although the cost is high, we will do our best to make up for it." Uncle Lee's words even had a tone that was almost a request. At this time, all the scientific researchers and Aunt Zhang bowed deeply to me and begged me to help. This scene made me stunned for a moment. I, an ordinary junior, was actually asked by so many elders to do this. Looking at these people, my heart was filled with complex emotions. This was not just my choice, but also involved the last bloodline of the Chu family, Uncle Lee's promise, and my parents' last wishes. I took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence, I finally spoke. "Uncle Lee, Aunt Zhang, please don't be like this. I will do my best." Seeing me nod, Uncle Lee and Aunt Zhang showed joy on their faces. The situation was urgent, so they didn't say anything more, but quickly took me to the prism matrix. Now there is only one last step left. Uncle Lee took a deep breath and issued an order to the research team behind him. "Start energy injection and begin the contract process." As his orders were given, the prism matrix once again emitted a dazzling light, and streams of rich energy quickly rushed towards Chu Yue's core. I stood in front of her, feeling the powerful energy fluctuations, and couldn't help but feel nervous. Standing in front of the prism matrix, I finally understood my situation thoroughly. This feeling is very complicated, with both helplessness and touching. After all, Chu Yue, as a core Valkyrie, matches my talent, and from a rational point of view, she is indeed the most suitable contract object. But this also makes me feel a little powerless, as if the trajectory of my destiny has already been written by others, and all I can do is obey. Am I really willing to accept such an arrangement? I took a deep breath and looked at Chu Yue in the prism matrix. She hadn't woken up yet, lying there like a gem waiting to be polished. Her fate seemed to have been tied to mine for a long time. Li Susu walked up to me, patted my shoulder gently, and interrupted my thoughts. "Lin Qingche, are you ready? You're going to meet Chu Yue soon." I nodded, my eyes firm. Now is not the time to hesitate. Chu Yue's life is in my hands. No matter what, I can't let her die here. Uncle Lee's voice broke the silence. "Lin Qingche, you have to remember that only when the commander reaches the platinum level can the Valkyrie's core be sublimated into a mecha form. The difference in strength between the mecha form and the car form is a world of difference. Now, let's see how we use the power of the contract." As his voice fell, a dazzling orange light shone on his forehead and Aunt Zhang's at the same time. Li Susu hurriedly pulled me back to make room. Uncle Lee and Aunt Zhang stood hugging each other. The orange light turned into countless threads interweaving between them, as if some kind of mysterious link was formed between them. Along with this strange scene, an electronic mechanical voice sounded. "Shenzhou Terminal has approved. The application for the contract chip of both parties has been successfully linked." Immediately afterwards, Uncle Lee's body began to become illusory and transparent, gradually turning into a body of energy and injecting into Aunt Zhang's forehead. Aunt Zhang's body also began to change, becoming transparent and full of energy, and her figure was quickly enveloped by a layer of orange light. I watched her body gradually change, and the mechanical sound kept echoing in my ears. In the orange light, Aunt Zhang's form changed rapidly. Her body began to deform, gradually assembling from a human figure into a car. I watched the whole process in amazement. The half-meter-long ambulance gradually took shape. Its body was white with orange mechanical lines. The car body flipped over, and the mechanical parts intertwined again, and her form once again changed into a mechanized female image with flexible hands and feet, and a pair of beautiful mechanical wings behind her. This is simply a visual shock. I finally saw the mecha form of the Valkyrie with my own eyes, and the power of the contract between Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang was revealed before me. This power deeply shocked me and made me more expectant about the future. Wow, so cool. I couldn't help but exclaim, my heart pounding. But where is Uncle Li? Li Susu explained with a smile. My father has transformed into a spiritual body and entered my mother's core, becoming her driver. Now they are in a combined state, with Dad taking the lead and providing the energy. After listening to her explanation, I finally understood. It turns out that the core form transformation of the Valkyrie is not as bloody and cruel as I imagined, but through a contractual link, the male enters the female's cockpit as a spiritual body and fights together. This combination may seem fantastic, but it is full of the charm of technology and power. Li Susu continued, what you are seeing now is the second form of the Valkyrie core, the mecha form. This is the sublimated form. Only when you become a platinum commander can your Valkyrie core be sublimated to reach this level. Her words made me realize that this was only the beginning of power and that higher levels awaited me. Lin Qingche, I'm going to open the prism matrix. Aunt Zhang's voice came from the mecha. You must be ready to receive Chu Youwei's body. Next, you will sign a contract and we will guide you. I nodded, clenched my fists, and felt my palms begin to sweat slightly. This was not only a moment to save her, but also a huge turning point in my life. I took a deep breath and stepped towards the prismatic matrix. The red light emitted from the prism matrix gradually became softer, and as the sound of the mechanical device rang out, Chu Youwei's body slowly emerged. She still remained curled up, her petite body seemingly still asleep. I caught her steadily. Chu Youwei's body was surprisingly light, and although her face was a little pale, she exuded a beauty that could not be ignored. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, like a quiet dream. She is my contract object. At this moment, my heart is filled with mixed emotions. I used to be full of resistance to this fate, but now, holding this dying girl, I have only one thought in my mind. I want to save her. Are you ready? Aunt Zhang's voice sounded again. I took a deep breath, looked up and said firmly, I'm ready. Li Susu smiled and nodded, her eyes full of encouragement. I knew that this was not only the moment to save Chu Youwei, but also the beginning of my destiny with her. Chapter 9 Gifts. At that moment, the entire laboratory seemed to move. The originally soft azure lights around were changing rapidly, from the previous soft azure blue to a dazzling scarlet red, just like the same color of the dragon on the totem representing Shenzhou. Boom! Suddenly, the base under the prism matrix trembled slowly, and then began to twist itself automatically, like a Rubik's Cube, of a fist with scarlet lines on it. The angel mecha that Aunt Zhang and Uncle Li merged into waved its hand, and the box at the base transformed into flew into his hands. Lin Qingche was stunned watching from the side. Well, after all, it comes from Shenzhou technology, so there should be no problem with the technology, right? Just see. Now not only the base moved, but the prism matrix originally suspended on it also slowly changed, and the clear water in the prism matrix in front was slowly drained away. The curled-up figure of the girl in the center was trembling slightly. Without the support of the base below, the entire huge prism matrix began to slowly descend and finally landed on the ground, level with everyone. Then the entire prism matrix slowly turned into an extremely clear stream of water and gradually began to dissipate. These are all wastewater transformed after being absorbed by the original pure energy. The prism matrix itself is actually a huge energy crystal. However, as the prism matrix slowly disappeared, Lin Qingche was surprised to find that Chu Youwei's originally curled-up body, which looked like a complete human, was slowly dissipating. Right? Just dissipate. To be precise, the part above the neck did not move, but the part below the neck began to slowly dissipate along the prism matrix like water. Lin Qingche's pupils shrank suddenly. At this time, Li Susu next to her was looking at the scene in front of her. She felt extremely distressed when she saw Chu Youwei's body gradually disappearing. Her voice trembled as she spoke. My father said before that her whole body was destroyed 2 years ago. When your father, Lin Qingche, handed her over to my father, only her head was left with her core. Suddenly, Li Susu turned around and looked at Lin Qingche. Haven't you always been curious about what the blessing of the so-called Lord of the Plains is? Lin Qingche was startled and turned to look at Li Susu beside him. Although I knew the situation was urgent and I was confused about this question at the time, I was still thinking about saving people, so I decided to ask later when I have time. But now that Li Susu showed signs of wanting to explain, they are professional in treating Chu Yuwei. Lin Qingche also nodded slightly. Sister Susu, I'd like to hear the details. Soon, everyone was waiting while the prismatic matrix began to slowly dissipate. Li Susu's story began. Lin Qingche finally realized that the so-called Lord of the Plains is the only mythical god in this world. It is said that people who were still living on Earth in the 21st century, 10,000 years ago, encountered an invasion by mechanical aliens from other civilizations. It was the Lord of the Plains who airdropped the weak flesh and blood of the people and implanted core machines into them for ascension. Under the leadership of the Lord of the Plains, all humans gain powerful strength through the cores and awaken as commanders and valkyries, which allows them to fight against the mechanical aliens. The blessing is the birth gift given by the Lord of the Plains to women all over the world. It is called auto insurance. Puff. When Lin Qingche heard Li Susu mention the word car insurance, he almost fainted. That's right. This blessing is called car insurance. It's the kind of car insurance that everyone understands. However, the effect of car insurance has been sublimated, and it is a gift from this Lord of the Plains to all new women. Li Susu narrated that when a woman suffers a fatal injury, it will trigger the car insurance and activate the self-protection device at the core of her brain, which means she will be invincible. During this period, even if a person is killed and the core is dug out, as long as the car insurance is still there, the person cannot be completely killed. During the invincible time, the core cannot be destroyed or internally damaged or eroded by any means. Later, if the core is given enough energy within the invincible time of car insurance, the core can be restarted, and then the male commander who had previously contracted the woman will transform it again and organize the reconstruction of the car body. The car body has been reassembled, all the internal devices have been reshaped, and the core has been restarted successfully. Then the woman will be successfully resurrected, and her previous memories will also be released because they were sealed in the core. However, a woman can only have one chance in her life, and the duration of invincibility varies with the core level. Lowest level core may be invincible for only a dozen minutes. Because Chu Yuwei is a level core, she can be invincible for a long time, more than 10 hours. As for the invincibility time of the core level, car insurance, no one in the world knows about this, because this is already the world's ceiling level of combat power. Of course, core reboots are extremely expensive. Auto insurance is the tenderness of the Lord of the Plains to all the girls in this world, but not all girls are as lucky as Chu Yuwei, who has the entire Shenzhou Science and Technology Research Team for 2 years and has an advanced prism matrix and a huge energy supply core to restart. Even if an ordinary girl has the invincible time of car insurance, it will be in vain if she does not have enough energy and the correct way to restart the core. The time of death was just delayed. This world is so cruel. Lin Qingche couldn't help but ask if girls have such a miraculous life-saving blessing. What about boys? Faced with this question, Li Susu just shook her head slowly. Her meaning was very clear. She meant that she didn't know, maybe there was no such thing, or maybe it had not been dug out. Then she looked at the prism matrix in front of her, which was almost turning into a pool of water, and Chu Youwei's body, which had completely dissipated. Faced with this situation, there was no need for Li Susu to explain any further, as Lin Qingche knew it himself. This is also the reason why they have not repaired Chu Youwei's body in the past 2 years. Because in order to reshape the Valkyrie's body, only the male conductor she has contracted with has the authority and is qualified to carry out the operation. Everything about her is only open to the boys she approves of wholeheartedly. This is the law of this world, and also the bond between the commander and the Valkyrie. In other words, men as commanders are not just about providing energy to women, but also about being women as exclusive nurses, repairmen, remodelers, commanders, and leaders. As for the contract combination of Aunt Zhang and Uncle Li, what appears is an ambulance representing treatment. But the treatment only treated the injuries and physical strength of others during battle, and did not exceed the conductor authority of her contract to have the power to assemble and transform the female body. That's why Lin Qingche is needed. Only when Lin Qingche and Chu Yue sign a contract, and Lin Qingche obtains the authority to reshape Chu Yue's body, can Chu Yue be truly resurrected successfully. In the blink of an eye, as the energy of the entire prism matrix was exhausted, it all turned into a pool of water that slowly flowed on the ground, leaving no trace. Had been hiding in the middle finally appeared completely in front of Lin Qingche. She had long straight black hair, and her eyes were tightly closed. Even in a coma, she still maintained her original expression. Pale face, tightly bitten lips. Lin Qingche just stared at her blankly, looking at the emptiness below her neck. Looking at the scarlet crack and the gaping wound where her neck was cut directly. The situation before her was unbearable to watch. Lin Qingche had no idea what kind of horrific experience she had endured 2 years ago. Now she and her sister are the only ones left in the entire Chu royal family. The desolation of a huge royal family falls on her weak shoulders. Suddenly, the angel mecha that had been waiting nearby moved. Chapter 10, Chu Yue transforms into a sports car. Boom! Only a roar similar to that of an engine was heard coming from the body of the mecha, and then the angel mecha slowly raised its hand, and the orange-yellow wings behind it slowly bloomed. In an instant, an extremely soft light slowly descended on Chu Yue's face. The angel mecha was also heard, and it was Uncle Li's voice. Lin Qingche, do you know that Chu Yue's consciousness had actually awakened a year ago when the core restart progress reached 50? It's just that she appeared to be in a coma in the prism matrix, but in fact, she was always awake. We also have your sister Susu in our team. We have been talking to her whenever we have nothing to do over the past year. We can't bear to let her continue to suffer psychological torture. In other words, she has been listening to everything we have said since you came in. What we want to tell you is that Chu Yue is a good girl. Although she has a somewhat irritable personality and is careless, and has some princess syndrome, she is very gentle to her true relatives and friends. Although it is almost impossible to let her let go of the hatred of exterminating the clan. But over the past year, we have talked a lot with her. Your Aunt Zhang, your sister Susu, and I all believe that she is a sensible girl. Uncle Li's last sentence was specifically addressed to Chu Yue. Lin Qingche was shocked after hearing this. It turned out that his consciousness had already awakened a year ago. I can only soak in a pile of energy liquid alone. Who can endure the loneliness of not being able to do anything? Hearing this, Lin Qingche also clearly saw the girl in front of him. She closed her eyes, listened to Uncle Li's words, and slowly shed a tear. She was awake all the time. As soon as he spoke, the angel mecha moved again. The light in his hand slowly poured into Chu Yue's forehead again. As he spoke, he then turned around and shouted to Lin Qingche. Lin Qingche, Chu Yue is awake now, so you can go and greet her without any worries. Your contracted Valkyrie, welcome to your power. Boom! Lin Qingche looked at the person in front of him who was crying, and couldn't help but slowly extended his hand to him. Slowly move closer until you touch her forehead, her core. Moment. Lin Qingche's forehead also shone brightly, and the surrounding scene disappeared at the speed of light, and a dreamlike picture quickly enveloped him. Lin Qingche felt as if he had entered an extremely warm dream. There were flames burning everywhere, and the scorching heat was corroding my skin. But this heat was extremely warm, and Lin Qingche felt the warmth enveloping him. It was like entering the arms of a young girl. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling scarlet light appeared before my eyes. Lin Qingche raised his head and stared. Boom! With a deafening roar of the engine, the scarlet color became increasingly larger in Lin Qingche's sight. Finally arrived in front of me. Lin Qingche finally saw it clearly. It was a convertible sports car. The car body is extremely cool and gorgeous, with dark black as the main color. The dark black body of the car, combined with the flame flow when it is ejected, appears extremely weird and evil. A golden crown extends from the front of the car to the driver's seat, making it look extremely noble. What impressed Lin Qingche even more was the car body. The huge black wings on both sides extended and spread out, and the ends of the wings were also inlaid with golden patterns, consistent with the crown just now. As the car's engine roars, the huge wings flap upwards, and the overall effect is extremely majestic and elegant. This dreamlike car was born from the flames and stopped directly towards Lin Qingche. a man and a car just stood in the sea of fire. Then the car door opened quietly, like a noble swan, revealing the luxurious driving seat inside. Lin Qingche looked at the scene in front of him. The meaning of this was self-evident. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He strode forward, entered the car directly, and slowly sat in the driver's seat. Bump! As Lin Qingche entered, the door closed automatically. An extremely cold and gentle voice sounded in Lin Qingche's mind. Perhaps this voice has been lonely for too long, and the tone is extremely excited. Welcome to my world! My commander, Lin Qingche, the Super Valkyrie Chu Yue, is willing to be your strength. From now on, we will be partners fighting side by side. Please give me your guidance. The form that is now presented to you is my original form, and its name is Night Dai Heaven. Chapter 11 First Visit to the Louvre. He felt the girl's strong desire and her total and unreserved desire to give herself to him. Lin Qingche naturally responded enthusiastically. He took a deep breath and tightly grasped the steering wheel of the Night Dyed Heaven car, transformed by Chu Yue, with both hands. Boom! Moment! Feeling the scorching temperature in my palm, the center of the steering wheel, where the standard car logo should be, glowed brightly, and an incomparably crystal clear and beautiful triangular crystal slowly emerged from it. Lin Qingche was stunned when he saw the crystal and was slightly surprised. Is this the Louvre? That's right. Because of the appearance of this crystal, it looks like the Louvre in Paris, France in the previous life, except that it is a smaller version. This should be the core of Chu Yue, right? At the same time, with the appearance of this crystal, the system that had been deposited in my mind finally bubbled up at this moment. Ding! System detection. Does the host agree to sign a contract with Chu Yue? Nim Tui. Age: 17. Mechanical core. Level. Energy required for mechanical core. All types. Mechanical pre-march, supercar racing. Note: the original form of the mechanical core is the original form of the mechanical core. The human form is only the secondary form, and the machine is the main form. The human form is maintained on a daily basis, mainly to save energy consumption. Maximum speed: 478 hours. Maximum torque: 840. Maximum engine speed: 7,900. Contract energy body: 0. Current contract status: contractable. Note: the only car insurance of the core of this mechanical body has been used. The current core has been restarted, but the body itself is completely destroyed. Hearing the long-lost prompt sound from the system, Lin Qingche felt a little amused. When I was in the lab before, the system didn't bubble up for a long time, and one of the selected options was not triggered. I almost forgot that I have a system, but it is true that the emergence of the system would have affected my choice and judgment at the time, so the system chose to remain silent like a good boy. Lin Qingche gave the system a thumbs up for this point. Now Lin Qingche is looking at Chu Yue's gorgeous data panel with great admiration. All the data completely crushes Li Feifei, who is at the level of a bus. Is this the power of a level core? Lin Qingche did not hesitate too much and replied directly. I agree. Moment. The Louvre crystal in front of him stretched out countless threads of light from it and spread towards him, and the same was true on Lin Qingche's forehead, responding. The thread-like threads extending from between the two cores began to intertwine and entangle with each other. The whole scene was just like when Uncle Li and Anzhong had just used the power of the contract. As the two cores intertwined more and more deeply, Lin Qingche suddenly felt that his heart had an inseparable connection with another gentle existence. This feeling is like two people's hearts, both beating at the same frequency, blending and overlapping to become one. This feeling is extremely solid, standing like a mountain, indestructible. Lin Qingche felt that, except for himself, no one in this world was qualified to set foot in another heart. The gears of fate began to turn, the cores fit together, and the contract was made. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the contract with Chu Yue and successfully advancing to the Black Iron Level 1 Commander. As the contract was signed, Lin Qingche suddenly felt the emptiness on the other side. That's right, emptiness. I have now successfully signed a contract with Chu Yue. As mentioned earlier, men as commanders are women's exclusive nurses, transformers, and doctors. Now that his contract was complete, he could clearly feel that Chu Yue's physical condition was very poor. As we all know, a car is composed of 4 parts: engine, chassis, body, and electrical equipment. The engine is the heart. The chassis is skeleton. The body is the skin. And the electrical equipment is the nervous system. Through Uncle Li's verbal description of Chu Youwei's physical condition, Lin Qingche could already imagine her misery. Now that his contract was completed, he became her sole commander. Now it's like I have gained access to her body. Her entire body, all of her body circuits, equipment, components, and all the details were all extremely clearly visible in his eyes. The current state of Chu Youwei's original body is that except for the engine and an empty shell, the three rear parts, chassis, body, and electrical equipment are all missing. Lin Qingche felt all of this silently, and then slowly clenched his fists. My task is very arduous, but it's not a big problem. Soon, the driver's seat where I was originally sitting disappeared, and in the blink of an eye I was back on flat ground. The car in front of him disappeared, replaced by a tall figure. She has a proud and beautiful figure and a pair of bright eyes. But there was a scarlet and fierce light coming out from the corners of both eyes, which is the so-called red eyes. She had a high black ponytail with her black hair flying at the temples. Her slender neck was wrapped in dark black armor with red energy lines. The red patterns on the armor are scattered and intertwined in a regular pattern, which makes it look extremely domineering with the dark black armor. Chu Youwei just stood quietly in front of Lin Qingche, feeling the close connection between her and her. Even the calm Lin Qingche's breathing became rapid at this moment. Several words to describe her suddenly popped up in my mind. Beautiful, handsome, cool. Without any warning, the scarlet light in the corners of Chu Youwei's eyes quickly dissipated and was replaced by a group of pupils as bright as stars, incomparably bright and clear. Chu Youwei looked at Lin Qingche's figure in front of her with an extremely complicated expression. She knew everything that had just happened. She understood that what she was carrying was revenge, and the flame of revenge was burning in her heart all the time. But Lin Qingche's words completely made her wake up. Chu Youwei, whose eyes had regained clarity, finally threw herself into Lin Qingche's arms like a little girl. Her previous heroic look and red eyes as if she was going crazy disappeared into thin air. Chu Youwei's voice was soft at this moment. Lin Qingche, my contracted commander, I will do my best to fall in love with you in the days to come. I hope you don't dislike me. Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Feeling the warmth and softness of her embrace, Lin Qingche was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Then he smiled calmly and put his arm around her shoulders. I didn't expect that the first time I saw the Louvre, it would be like this, and my Mona Lisa had already appeared. Miss Chu, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Chapter 12, taking a driving test, right? Bang! The surrounding scene instantly shattered like a mirror. The contract was completed. The scene returns to this small research room again. Li Weigua, Aunt Zhang, Li Susu, and the other researchers from Team 94 all looked at Lin Qingche's palm with excitement. There, lying quietly, was a shining triangular core. This speaks for itself. The efforts of the past 2 years have finally paid off. They succeeded. The excited Li Susu began to whistle and shouted loudly. Everyone, let us wish the newlyweds a happy wedding and a long and happy marriage. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the entire laboratory burst into warm applause. Bathed in this sea of warm applause, Lin Qingche tightly grasped the core in his hand, feeling the warmth emanating from Chu Youwei's core. The next day came. Let me first talk about the follow-up to yesterday. As for the follow-up, 2 years ago, Uncle Li and his family came to Night City with one and only one mission, which was to save Chu Youwei. Now that their mission is complete, there is no point in staying in Night City any longer. Uncle Li's family, like his parents, are from Xinzhou City. Now that the mission has been completed, they also have other tasks and missions. Uncle Li left a large sum of money to Lin Qingche and also gave the previous house directly to Lin Qingche. From now on, Lin Qingche will be the owner of this house. Then he just left without saying anything. Lin Qingche himself knew that he wanted to say something, nothing more than some words of encouragement. What is the meaning of working hard to become stronger? What is the meaning of your own stage is not the small Night City, but the Xinzhou City? These are all words filled with toxic chicken soup. There's nothing wrong with that. According to the script, Uncle Li should have said something, but he didn't. Lin Qingche felt a little uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Let's get back to the present. It is now 10 o'clock the next evening. Lin Qingche stood up and walked around in the empty house, looking up at the place where he had lived for 2 years. Uncle Li and his family left very early, and they did not take anything in the house with them. They left everything to Lin Qingche. Uncle Li had made it clear before, And after I signed the contract and gained control of Chu Yue's body, I understood it even more clearly. The first thing he had to do was to install a new engine for Chu Yue, provide kinetic energy to prompt Chu Yue to wake up in the true sense, then gradually find other parts of the body structure and assemble them one by one into a complete car. Then Chu Yue is completely complete. However, it is impossible to restore the original night-dyed kingdom to its peak state at this stage, because she was a princess before and was born with top-notch parts all over her body. Let me put it this way, just one of her headlights, and even the wheels are more expensive than the house. Although this analogy is a bit exaggerated, it is the fact that the starting point of a level 4 Valkyrie is so high. Although Uncle Li gave him a large sum of money, Lin Qingche was not sure whether it was enough to restore Chu Yue's body. But the bigger problem is that in this world, all car parts are not mass-produced but bought directly with money. And all commanders need to start from scratch. What you can buy with money are only the raw materials used to make cars, such as steel plates, carbon fiber, aluminum, reinforced plastics, etc. Of course, these are the lowest level ones. Just like energy, there are more advanced raw materials later. After all, only the contracted commander has the authority over women, and the commander knows best what specifications, models, types, specific details, etc. of the part she needs. Your contracted Valkyrie cannot adapt to things that are replaced from others or produced by others. So, in order to restore Chu Yue to full health, Lin Qingche had to make all the parts needed for a sports car by himself, including the subsequent assembly. Start with a piece of steel and build it into a real car. Yes, that's right. The first priority facing Lin Qingche now is that if he wants to have a car to drive, he must first build it himself. Fortunately, the McLaren 3-liter twin-turbocharged engine rewarded by the system is a system product, so it is a perfect match. Lin Qingche can directly use it to install it on Chu Yue. But what bothered Lin Qingche was that this was, after all, a super engine. It was only half as good as the engine that Chu Yue had installed when Yi Ran Tianguo was at its peak. Both are top-notch engines. I am now only a commander of the Black Iron Level 1, and the energy supplied to the engine is limited. I can only exert about 1/1000th of the power of the engine. This is also something Lin Qingche needs to consider. If this engine is installed, then he will be able to drive Chu Yue in the future. Operate her engine to start running, then you have to do it for your own body. And whether her body can withstand the powerful force of the engine, she has to be extremely careful and cautious, and must control the force to 1/1000th. After all, Chu Yue is no longer the Yidon heaven made of top-quality materials. If the engine runs at an ultra-high frequency, she and I, who are both novices now, will not be able to support it. Lin Qingche could already imagine that if he and Chu Yue did not control their strength well in the future, the powerful super engine would instantly drain all of his energy as a first-level Black Iron Master. Although this is not enough to fill the gaps in the engine, but he would die directly from energy exhaustion, and Chu Yue would explode directly. He sighed slowly. This risk is indeed quite high. Lin Qingche slowly raised his hand and looked at the palm of his hand. There is a black and red Louvre-style triangle tattoo. This is Chu Yue's core. Since the contract was signed, because Chu Yue's physical body was destroyed, it has been temporarily protectively existing in her own body. Reaching out his other hand and slowly stroking the triangular tattoo, Lin Qingche murmured, "Miss Chu, we will meet again soon." As if it heard Lin Qingche's words, the triangular tattoo glowed slightly red in response. Lin Qingche was a little surprised when he saw this, and then he felt sorry for this girl. Chu Yue has always been awake, always. When I signed the contract last night, I entered her core world. After 2 years of loneliness, she was finally able to talk to people. I can still recall the enthusiasm from Chu Yue last night. Jingle. At this time, Lin Qingche's cell phone rang. Lin Qingche's face lit up with joy. He had been waiting for a long time, and it finally came. Click to answer quickly. Hello, Mr. Lin. Your application for the Commander Driver's License test that you booked at the Night City Neon Car Works branch today has been approved. You can come and take the test now. Do you think it's convenient for you to take the test now? Chapter 13 Ziting. That's right. Just take a driving test. Let's not talk about women for now. Although men and women in this world will officially advance to become a commander after signing a contract. But if you want to drive, just like in your previous life, you still have to get a driver's license first. Of course, the driving test in this world is definitely very different from that in the previous life. As mentioned earlier, men serve as commanders and also as exclusive nurses, transformers, doctors, etc. for contracted women. But no one can be born a remodeler or a doctor directly. This requires learning. Learning these things is considered the most important part of getting a driver's license in this world. And Lin Qingche needed to learn these skills as quickly as possible and then quickly build all the parts for a basic sports car to reshape Chuyue's body. Today, Lin Qingche went to the car factory to make an appointment during the day. The factory officials said that they would give a reply in the evening, and they really gave a reply in the evening. Without further ado, Lin Qingche set off immediately after hanging up the phone. I locked the door, went downstairs, out of the community gate, and hailed a taxi. Didi. It was a hover taxi, without wheels, floating in the air like a small spaceship. However, the body of the car looks quite old, and the wrinkles on the body are like wrinkles on an old man's face. The four corners of the suspension are all rusty. The wrinkles are arranged irregularly on the front of the car, symbolizing old age. But the car is a hover car after all, and it is still very sci-fi, just like in a movie. Lin Qingche carefully looked at the shabby floating taxi in front of him. According to the setting of this world, all the cars are transformed into girls. My blind guess is that this original body must be an elderly lady. Cough, cough. The hovercraft slowly landed on the ground, and the door opened to Lin Qingche, who took a step and sat in the passenger seat. Sure enough, when I looked at it, the commander in the driving seat was a middle-aged man with an old face and graying temples. But his eyes were bright, and he looked energetic. Probably in his 40s. The uncle's driving seat is very cool, just like the somatosensory cabin in a science fiction movie. His cheeks are wrapped in a layer of azure armor, and the huge lines on both sides of his shoulders connect the two sides of the roof like huge data cables. The steering wheel he held was different from the traditional steering wheel. It was a spherical structure. Lin Qingche didn't quite understand what he was looking at. He thought this should be a steering wheel for taxis. Seeing Lin Qingche looking at him, the uncle smiled and asked, "How about it, little brother? Have you seen enough? Where are you going?" Xin Yuebin didn't think that the young man in front of him, who came out of the high-end residential area behind him, had never seen a floating bus. Lin Qingche nodded slowly and told the location of the Neon Power factory. "Uncle, please hurry up. I can pay more. My driver's license test is about to start." After thinking about it, Lin Qingche added another sentence. "Take a driving test?" Xin Yuebin looked at Lin Qingche in front of him in surprise, and then a surprised female voice sounded. "Young man, you look young, so you're probably still in high school, right? The prerequisite for getting a driver's license is that you have already contracted a woman, but it seems that the school's contract meeting will be held in a month. It's even less likely that it's the high school senior who signed the contract before, because once the contract is signed, the boy will leave to take the driver's license test." This sound was made by Shun Yuebin's contracted Valkyrie, which is also the hovercraft itself. She didn't say anything else. Either they signed the contract in advance, or they signed the contract with women in the last year's contract meeting. Then it's been a year till now. I didn't even pass the driving license test. So if I go to take the driving test tonight, there are only these two possibilities. Cough, cough. Xin Yuebin coughed twice lightly, and the female voice stopped abruptly. After all, Lin Qingche said that they should get to the destination as quickly as possible, so the couple moved very quickly. Step on the accelerator, follow the commander's instructions, give power, and accelerate. Whoosh! The hovercraft sped straight ahead. At this time, the car started moving, and Xin Yuebin started chatting casually with Lin Qingche. Lin Qingche had nothing to hide. When he was a taxi driver in his previous life, in order to avoid boredom, the drivers would also chat with him. Lin Qingche said calmly, "Yes, although the contract conference will start in a month, I signed the contract in advance, just last night." Xin Yuebin nodded slowly. "Young man, are you also studying in experimental high school?" "Yes, I'm a sophomore in this year's high school. I'll be 18 soon and enter the third year of high school." "What's the matter, uncle? Do you have children who are in the same school as me?" Lin Qingche was curious. It looked like the uncle's children were no more than teenagers, and his tone seemed to be testing him in this regard. "Oh, what a pity." At this time, Lu Mei's voice came again, and she said with a smile, "It would be great if you didn't have a contract. You're a good-looking and handsome boy. My daughter is also a sophomore in high school. She will also participate in this contract conference. To be honest, young man, I fell in love with you the moment you entered my car. If you hadn't signed a contract in advance, I would have wanted to introduce my daughter to you." Although it was a joke, Xin Yuebin felt a little embarrassed when he heard his wife say this. "Ahem, enough, you bitch. I've already signed a contract, so stop talking. Our daughter is from the countryside, so she doesn't have the conditions." When these words were spoken, Lin Qingche frowned. Although he understood, this was referring to the high-end residential area where Uncle Li bought the house, right? But when he said that the countryside was not good, Lin Qingche and his aunt became unhappy instantly. What happened to the rural areas? Lin Qingche said that he was also from the countryside in his previous life, and his whole family was from the countryside. Isn't it still a happy and fulfilling life? Although I traveled through. Are people in rural areas inferior to those in urban areas? My aunt also has a bad temper. As soon as she saw the old guy saying bad things about her daughter, she started to scold him. How can you, a grown man, say anything about your own daughter? What's wrong with being from the countryside? My daughter is so beautiful. I can tell you that she won't have any trouble finding a good male commander. If you keep saying that about my daughter, I will terminate the contract with you. Divorce. Boom. Following the aunt's loud laugh, Lin Qingche instantly felt that the entire car he was sitting in began to shake violently. What? So scary? Xin Yuebin was finally frightened at this moment. He clenched the steering wheel tightly and tried to calm down. His voice began to tremble. Okay. I was wrong. The young man is still in the car. Please don't go crazy. He apologized decisively. Following a cry of humph, the violent shaking of the car body came quickly and stabilized quickly. After regaining stability, Xin Yuebin in the driving seat was now sweating profusely. He carefully turned his head to look at Lin Qingche, who had an expressionless face beside him, and then he sighed slowly. He felt a little ashamed at the moment. His crazy woman had gone crazy again, making people laugh at her. The person sitting in this car is a young man. If something happens, harmful, who makes the price of recruiting people here so high? He and his wife's pair of floating taxis exist to serve these high-end communities. Looking at the quarreling couple in front of him, Lin Qingche shook his head slowly. It seemed that this family had quite a story. But I was just a passerby, and I just chatted politely for a few words, and I didn't care about him anymore. That's all. Along the way, the uncle was afraid that the crazy woman would go crazy again. So he concentrated on driving and didn't say much. The aunt began to talk incessantly about her daughter, trying to ask Lin Qingche if he had any good brothers or something like that. She had a good idea. Anyone who plays with a young master must also be a young master. Young man, do you know that my daughter was very weak when she was born and almost died, so I thought of naming her Shun Zitting at the time, hoping that she can grow up smoothly and become a big girl in the future, which means graceful and elegant. But his father thinks these names are too common, and he insists on learning how to call people in the city Jiai, Xinran, or Ziming. What's city-dwelling name? I just think rural kids are more popular. Her health has always been very poor. Later, the village committee secretary from the group came to her house and suggested that since Tingting's health was too poor, why not call her Shin Zitting in the future, which means Ting and Thunder? Lu Mei paused, then continued jokingly. Isn't it a bit absurd to name a girl Thunder? But we think this is very good, because at that time the village committee secretary said that my daughter's core is top level. She has great talent, and she will not only grow up smoothly in the future, but she may also become a powerful Valkyrie. Which class are you in? My daughter Shin Zitting is in class 4 of senior 2. I don't know if you have seen her in school. Do you have any impression of her? She has short hair and is about 1.7 meters tall. She is a very cute girl, quiet, but a little cold. If you have brothers, you can get to know each other. At the end of her speech, Aunt Lu Mei's voice gradually choked up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said so much to a stranger like you, but Tingting's father really hopes that she can find a boy in the city to sign a contract with in the future. This is what he has always hoped for. Chapter 14, How About I Call You Kaching? Lin Qingche understood what his aunt said very well. He was born in the countryside and witnessed the prosperity of the city by chance. From that moment on, many people began to yearn for a prosperous city, and the yearning grew rapidly like a bud. This has also led to more and more children from rural areas having the ambition to study hard, stand out, and make a name for themselves in big cities. Lin Qingche turned his head to look at the uncle who was driving seriously in the driver's seat next to him. Looking at his graying temples and haggard face, I see that he, like all fathers of this age, is working hard for a better life. Of course, the same must be true for the hovercraft he was riding in, that is, the woman he had contracted. No matter what, he is his daughter's father. When he said that his daughter would find a contract with a city boy, he also hoped that his daughter could live a better life in the future. However, no matter how much I say, I am just a passenger. They were all strangers, so in the end Lin Qingche politely and symbolically agreed and said he would pay attention. Finally, after arriving at the destination, Lin Qingche paid the fare and got off the car. This was just a small episode on the road, and Lin Qingche didn't pay too much attention to it. Lin Qingche looked at the tattoo on the palm of his hand and smiled faintly. Then he suddenly thought of something, and his smile stopped instantly. Damn, I forgot to ask these two adults, how do people give birth to children in this world? Lin Qingche slapped his forehead and instantly remembered the thing that had been bothering him for a long time. Lin Qingche has always been curious about this question. Dilemma is the other party in human form or in car form? Cough, cough. I have asked Uncle Lee and Aunt John before, but they answered all other questions. But when it comes to this, they both smiled mysteriously at the same time and said that they would know when they grow up and have real abilities and responsibilities. Well, Lin Qingche had no choice but to go to Baidu, but there was very little information about this topic. It's like it was blocked by the authorities and deliberately hidden. Since he couldn't get an answer for the time being, Lin Qingche slowly shook his head and his thoughts drifted back. Just look forward with burning eyes. This is the central area of Night City, Neon Road. The place where you park is Neon Plaza, the transfer hub located on Neon Road. Author's note: the neon mentioned in this book does not refer to the neon of the island country, but the neon that symbolizes the cyberpunk style and various colorful neon lights. Don't get it wrong, and the neon car factory also means this. Just see. Compared to the scenery Lin Qingche saw on the street after school, the lights here were more dazzling and brilliant. Although it is already evening, there is still a surge of people. The colorful neon lights, mixed with the distorted headlights of vehicles, are dazzling. Lin Qingche followed his memory and walked towards the square. After crossing the huge square, he saw the neon power plant branch in Night City. There are a lot of people in the square, most of whom come here to rest and play at night. Time was running out, so Lin Qingche just glanced at it and didn't pay any attention to it. Lin Qingche was very fast, but the neon square was still very large, so it took him 5 minutes of jogging to reach the final destination. Neon Power Car Factory arrived. Looking in front of him, the scene before him shocked Lin Qingche's mind. Just see. A tall building like steel thorns stood before our eyes. From its high floors reaching into the sky, a few rays of light were faintly visible in the clouds. The building is dotted with stars, shining brightly, as if competing with the bright moon in the sky. A huge billboard screen is embedded in the center of the high-rise building, on which the slogans of the 4 major car manufacturers are played in a loop all the time. Whoosh! Just as Lin Qingche was about to step into the garage, a speeding figure quickly zoomed into his sight. It was an extremely petite figure, flapping its wings with a buzzing sound. Lin Qingche was stunned when he saw its appearance clearly. Mechanical aliens? That's right. As Lin Qingche entered the territory of the Neon Power Car Factory, this dragonfly-like mechanical alien covered in exoskeleton armor flew towards him with a purpose. It has a beautiful appearance, and its slender figure is still adorned with standard neon lights, shining brightly, and its 2 big eyes, full of wisdom, are sparkling. Commander, welcome to the Neon Power Plant. It flew in front of Lin Qingche's eyes, and a mechanical sound came from the dragonfly's mouthparts. Lin Qingche was relieved immediately. This should be similar to the drone navigation in the movies, right? But when I came here this morning, this guy didn't show up. Maybe it's because I didn't do any identity verification. I went there during the day today, and now I'm back at night. Now that I have stored the information, I will naturally have this exclusive navigation service. Soon, the electronic voice from the mechanical dragonfly began to tell some precautions. Hello, Commander Lin Qingche. I am the exclusive guide of the Neon Depot. Please give me a name. In the future, I will be responsible for your driver's license test process in the Neon Car Factory, as well as the subsequent operation of various material forging, exchange, trading, currency, and other systems in the car factory and various service needs. Below, I will introduce to you the precautions of this Neon Car Factory. Inside the car factory, the commander needs to show his driver's license every time he enters the car factory. To obtain a more advanced driver's license, an official appointment must be made in advance. In the depot, except for specific training and competition places, female Valkyries must maintain human form in all other places. It is forbidden to transform into car form, mecha form, and the final end form. In the depot, it is forbidden to pry or flirt with other Valkyries and commanders who have already signed contracts. Violators can be reported to the security department. Inside the depot, the mechanical dragonfly guide in front of him talked a lot. Lin Qingche listened while following his memory and walked through the magnificent hall to find the examination venue. Lin Qingche murmured. Shall we give it a name? When talking about dragonflies, we have to talk about the word Qing. Finally, Lin Qingche suddenly remembered an old friend and the figure of scraping. You are a dragonfly, right? How about a Qing? The character next to the word insect doesn't sound very good. Why don't we be more sunny and call you a Qing? Lin Qingche smiled and said, well, I'll name you Ah Qing. How about that? The mechanical dragonfly was still explaining a bunch of precautions, but when it heard the name, its two big, intelligent eyes tilted in surprise, and then colorful light surged in its eyes. It was like entering into endless thoughts, as if processing a huge and obscure piece of information, and then it stopped speaking. It just stayed in the air like this, with only its wings buzzing to keep it flying. All kinds of colors were intertwined in its head, and it was unable to say anything, as if its computer had crashed. Lin Qingche was dumbfounded. Wasn't everything fine just now? You let yourself choose the name. Is there anything wrong with the name Ah Qing? Why did it freeze? However, as Lin Qingche was looking at him in shock, the originally colorful colors in the big eyes of the mechanical dragonfly surged again, and then slowly turned into a gray color. Information processing failed. No access to Lin's core information. Runtime error. Zerg core is reorganizing its language. Runtime error. Then, with a bang sound, the mechanical dragonfly emitted a final hoarse electronic sound. My mother gave birth to me. Finally, after the mechanical dragonfly made its last sound, it exploded in the air, and debris of burning flames flew all over the sky. Mechanical dragonfly? It exploded just like that. Everyone in the hall was instantly attracted to the scene. Lin Qingche's mouth twitched as he saw several patrolling mechanical dogs in the distance running towards him quickly. There were also various flying bird mechanical aliens flying towards him. Of course, there are also police officers in uniform. Booz, booz, booz. The sirens and alarms sounded. For a moment, I became the target of public criticism. Lin Qingche. What the hell? What's going on? Chapter 15, Renault Heavy Industries. Lin Qingche was eventually taken to an interrogation room by the police on the charge of intentionally destroying the mechanical dragonfly that guided him, awaiting an official investigation. At this moment, he looked indifferently at the silver-white electronic handcuffs on his hands and the iron cage in front of him. Lin Qingche's attitude was surprisingly calm. Although he was very angry about being treated like this for no reason, he did not show it immediately. On the contrary, he reached out his hand and stroked it slowly, soothing the burning sensation coming from his palm, feeling the anger coming from Chu Yue. Whispered gently, "You also saw that I didn't do anything. It was also its request to name it. It exploded on its own. It has nothing to do with me. After all, that's the fact. It had its own problems, and it really was the one that exploded. Isn't all this your car factory's problem?" Lin Qingche couldn't believe it. For such a large car factory, there wasn't even any surveillance in the lobby. I am innocent, and I don't need to say more. As Lin Qingche's hands caressed her, the burning sensation in her palms slowly dissipated, and her emotions also stabilized. Time passes quickly. About 5 minutes have passed from the time the explosion occurred to the time I was handcuffed and taken into the interrogation room. Hearing the sound of hurried footsteps, Lin Qingche raised the corner of his mouth and stood up and walked to the door of the interrogation room, waiting to be released. There were a lot of footsteps. Lin Qingche moved his ears, and it sounded like a group of people. As expected, the leader was a burly figure with a dignified look and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Wearing a neat black suit, his shoulders are very broad, and the muscles on his shoulders make his black suit look extremely stylish. He just walked in the corridor, his huge figure like a mountain, giving people a sense of oppression. However, what is more eye-catching is the green logo on the chest of his clothes. Renault Heavy Industries. Behind him was a large group of people, all dressed in formal attire. The only difference is the logo on their chests. Some are from Renault Heavy Industries, and some are from Neon Power. Similarly, the male commanders with green logo on their chests who belong to the Renault factory are generally much more muscular than those of the Neon factory. Maybe it's just a special need of the car manufacturer. Lin Qingche looked at their figures and narrowed his eyes. Of the 4 major car manufacturers, I've already met 3 of them. Is the only one left Phone Wind Industries? Seeing the more senior officer coming, the few people who were guarding Lin Qingche in the interrogation room quickly uncuffed Lin Qingche. Then they all saluted respectfully towards the leader. "Hello, General Chow." "I'm sorry, General Chow." A few of them wanted to say something, but the burly officer waved them away. They understood. then slowly and respectfully stepped aside. Lin Qingche was stunned in the interrogation room. What was going on? But Lin Qingche is certainly not a fool. He is in someone else's territory, and he still has to take a driver's license test here. Sui Ran also bowed his head and respectfully called out, "Hello, General Chao." Chao Kefin looked at Lin Qingche and didn't seem to be too shy about the current location. He nodded and smiled gently as he went straight into the interrogation room. Seeing the person in front of them actually entering the interrogation room, where only criminals would go, the faces of the people following him changed drastically. "General Chao, this is the interrogation room." However, Chao Kefin waved his hands to show that he didn't care. The people behind him suddenly felt their scalps tingling, and they couldn't help but become curious about the young man in front of them. Who is he? The young man in front of me. Just saying his name can make the so-called Neon Power car factory the proudest work in the past 100 years. The core of the mechanical dragonfly, known as the Neon Star, exploded on the spot. They have just checked, and it is not due to the mechanical dragonfly's own malfunction, because every newly registered commander is equipped with a brand new mechanical dragonfly from the factory. They have all undergone rigorous scrutiny in every aspect, and they can guarantee that there are absolutely no problems. There is definitely something fishy going on here. All the answers should come from the young man in front of me. This prompted Commander Chao to personally come out to receive the guests and conduct the investigation. The scene returns to Lin Qingche, who is also quite confused at the moment. Fortunately, the handcuffs were removed, and the person in front of him seemed to be an important person, and he was cheerful with him. From this situation, it seems that I am innocent, and the problem lies with their car factory. At present, the two sides began to confront. Lin Qingche thought it was a problem with the car manufacturer, while the car manufacturer believed that there would definitely be no loopholes in their strict review. It's Lin Qingche's problem. At this time, Chao Kefin looked at Lin Qingche's tense expression and smiled gently. "Little friend Lin, don't be nervous. You can call me Commander Chao. We have no ill intentions. We just have a few questions to ask you." Lin Qingche was stunned. "What's the problem? Isn't it that your dragonflies are not very good? It went viral just by picking a name. Who can I blame?" Although he was puzzled, Lin Qingche pretended to be respectful and asked, "Sir Chao, please ask. I was actually complaining inside. Please ask quickly, I still have to take the exam." At this moment, Chao Kefin's originally smiling face changed instantly, and his eyes looked deeply into Lin Qingche's eyes. He was a little curious. "Little friend Lin, do you know what the mechanical dragonfly means to Neon Car Factory?" Lin Qingche shook his head slowly, indicating that he didn't know. When he saw Lin Qingche shaking his head, Chao Kefin's big face suddenly broke into a smile again. This smile is so bright, like the joy from the heart. Commander Chao had a bright smile. "Lin Qingche, what the hell? Why are you laughing so hard for no reason?" The next moment, he excitedly recounted the story of the mechanical dragonfly under Lin Qingche's puzzled gaze, telling his own legendary story. "Why?" Just like that, Lin Qingche, who was confused the whole time, listened to Commander Chao, whose demeanor suddenly changed, telling a story for a long time. After a long time, he finished his story. Although he was confused throughout the whole process, Lin Qingche finally summarized it after listening. First of all, the war between the mechanical aliens and humans has been going on for tens of thousands of years, so a lot of history is simply skipped over. Get straight to the point. Commander Chao Kefin and his contracted Valkyrie 20 years ago, the Heavy Apocalypse tank, and his Renault Heavy Industries armed team, tank groups, heavy fortresses, aircraft carriers, airships, and other fleets. Their Renault army launched an attack with overwhelming force and like an indestructible city wall. They pushed through a mechanical dragonfly's nest with artillery fire and captured the king of the mechanical dragonfly clan. The real mechanical dragonflies back then were much more powerful than the gadgets we have today. Each one was huge, as big as an airplane. They are also very strong, all at the diamond stage. That mechanical dragonfly nest is the largest dragonfly nest in the world, housing about 100,000 diamond-level mechanical dragonflies. However, such a powerful dragonfly was still defeated by Renault's army. Renault Heavy Industries is so powerful. After the great victory, Commander Chao returned to the car factory and conducted a long research with the scientific research team of Shenzhou Technology. And together they deciphered the core program of the mechanical dragonfly king, thereby gaining control of the entire mechanical alien race. It was authorized to the Neon Power car factory, and the Neon Car Factory lived up to expectations and transformed it into a benefit for all commanders. Pokemon Encyclopedia. That's right. The function of this mechanical dragonfly is the same as that of the Pokemon Encyclopedia. Lin Qingche now knows that this mechanical dragonfly is the first gift given by the four major car manufacturers to all new commanders, and it has many functions besides those mentioned before. Its core is implanted with a database of tens of millions of mechanical alien species around the world, as well as a global satellite navigation system, and many more assistance systems. Lin Qingche can also take it out of the factory by himself, just like his own personal property. Commander Chao Kefin was directly promoted to general thanks to this battle. The feat of gaining full control of the mechanical dragonfly for the benefit of the human commander has made Chao Kefin's name directly engraved on the milestone of history. Let future generations remember and look up to it forever. Although Lin Qingche was impatient and anxious to take the exam at the moment, the person in front of him was a heavyweight after all, and he admired him from the bottom of his heart. Chao Kefin could have maintained his general's demeanor all along, but the actions of the young man in front of him today forced him to lose his composure for the first time in all these years. Well, Lin Qingche finally understood. The fat General Chao in front of him looked stern on the surface, with an oppressive aura like a mountain, and was extremely majestic. In fact, he has a funny heart. How does the saying go? One in a million interesting souls. The topic returned to the original topic. Chao Kefin was sure that the core of the mechanical dragonfly was extremely powerful, and its various data and information processing capabilities were world-class. And it is a diamond-level mechanical beast core. How is it possible that something so fragile would explode just by giving it a name? He also believes more in the technology of neon power, car factory, and their rigor in manufacturing. Although they are all modified in batches, there is absolutely no possibility of making mistakes. So, the problem still lies with this young man. Taking a deep breath, Chao Kefin looked at Lin Qingche deeply and said that he would take him to a place to test the mechanical dragonfly. This concerns the glory that has lasted for more than 20 years, so much so that he came directly in person. Chao Kefin took the lead and walked in front, and Lin Qingche spread his hands and followed helplessly. Seeing this, several other officers nearby immediately stepped forward and said to Lin Qingche, "Don't worry, Lin Xiaoyu. I know you are here to take the driver's license test. Don't worry, General Chao has already informed you that your test will be postponed indefinitely. You can take the test whenever you want in the future. And now that you have helped us test the problems with the mechanical dragonfly, we will double your compensation for all your losses." Chapter 16. Your wife can definitely give birth to a tank. Compensation? It would be best if you have one. I don't have much time to accompany you. Take an exam. The driving test can be postponed indefinitely. It doesn't matter. But Chu Yue is still waiting for her to be resurrected. Her life cannot be extended indefinitely. Lin Qingche shook his head slowly, clenched his palms, and replied respectfully again, "Please." General Chao Kefin led Lin Qingche all the way to the center of the neon power factory in a domineering manner. Along the way, everyone showed awe on their faces and saluted and gave way to these burly figures. A group of people came to the elevator door in a mighty manner, ready to take the elevator. At this moment, the elevator is still on the 18th floor. Lin Qingche and the others are now on the first floor, so they have to wait for a while for the elevator to come down. In fact, it is impossible that such a large neon bus factory has only one elevator like the one in front of you. The elevator in front of you requires a long waiting time, so just change to another one. But Chao Kefin, the leader, had no such intention. He just stood there quietly. Naturally, no one spoke. Lin Qingche didn't say much either. Time passed quickly, and the elevator was descending rapidly. The building started to descend very quickly. Soon the elevator descended to the first floor, the metal elevator door opened, and the voices of a man and a woman talking were heard. The first person to speak was an obvious female voice, with a clear and sweet voice, like a silver bell. "How's the progress between you guys?" The male voice quickly replied, "Very good." I replied to her good night, and she will reply good night as well. "Now I have sweet dreams every night." Proud. Female. Lin Qingche was stunned by what he heard. The male voice sounded quite happy. Even proud? At this time, the metal door of the elevator opened in front of Lin Qingche and the others, and the faces of the two people who were talking also came into everyone's sight. As the elevator reached the first floor and opened its door, Chao Xiaoyao was about to go out when she saw the majestic face at the elevator door. Seeing his gloomy face, Chao Xiaoyao was embarrassed. "Dad, why are you here?" Chao Kefin looked at his daughter, then snorted coldly, and then turned his eyes to the man who had just spoken next to him in a very kind and friendly manner. Yu Chen, when you are used to getting along with Xiao Yao, don't despise her stubborn temper. If she makes trouble with you unreasonably, just spank her. Uncle Chow will take care of it for you. At the end of his speech, Chao Kefin glared at Xiao Xiaoyao, which made the latter blush. She said angrily, "Dad, there are so many people here. Stop talking nonsense." Chao Kefin's face darkened, and he turned to look at the people behind him. When everyone saw this, they turned their heads away, pretending to look at the scenery. This attitude seems to say, "I was just looking at the scenery. I didn't know or see anything." Then a tall commander of Renault Heavy Industries picked up the communication equipment and pretended to make a phone call. "What? My wife is about to give birth." Then he hung up the communication device abruptly, looked at Chao Kefin anxiously, and asked urgently, "General, you see my wife is about to give birth. I have to ask for leave without permission. What do you think?" Chao Kefin's expression also turned serious, and he patted his shoulder earnestly. "As a soldier, the only things you must not let down are your superior's orders, your wife, children, and parents." Speaking of this, Chao Kefin gave his blessing with a smile on his face. "Go ahead, as your superior. I wish your wife will give birth to a big tank for you." His wife. He left with his superior's enthusiastic instructions and his wife's blessing that she would definitely give birth to a tank. Although he was just looking for an excuse to slip away, General Chao's words really touched his heart. The Valkyrie he contracted, and she is also his wife who will give birth to a big fat tank for him in the future. With the first person taking the lead, everyone has been with General Chao through thick and thin for so many years. They naturally know what to do now. "General, my contracted Valkyrie and I fought so hard last night that she is still leaking oil. I have to go back and fix her oil pipe." "General, I suddenly remembered that the Valkyrie contracted by my little nephew is about to give birth. Can you also give your blessing and say that you hope that she will give birth to a Letty?" "General, my wife is about to give birth. Do you think she can give birth to an aircraft carrier?" "General." Faced with this, Chao Kefin gave all the instructions in a dignified manner and said goodbye. "Go, all of you go." In the blink of an eye, the group of people who were following them disappeared in an instant. Lin Qingche witnessed everything that happened, and at this moment he was deeply shocked. Although he didn't understand, he was confused at the moment. Shower. Zhu Yuchen and Chao Xiaoyao in the elevator looked at the scene in front of them, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Both of them looked at each other, and then smiled at each other helplessly. Well, now the two of them are directly in trouble, and no one can escape. Snort. After everything returned to calm, Chao Kefin, who was now alone, took Lin Qingche into the elevator. Chao Xiaoyao and Zhu Yuchen originally came down from above, but although they wanted to leave at this moment, Chao Kefin was there. One look scared them all back inside. All right, just like that, for people squeezed into an elevator together. When Lin Qingche looked at the two men and women who were about his age, the two of them also began to look at Lin Qingche. The one in front of me, who was called Little Demon by General Chao, Little Demon called General Chao Dad. Then there is no need to think too much. Her name should be Chao Xiaoyao. Chao Xiaoyao is about 1.5 meters tall, with a delicate and cute face and two lively ponytails. A pair of big glasses and a delicate face made her look like a porcelain doll. Her skin is white and as tender as if it were fresh from water. Very cute. Chao Xiaoyao is a very cute little loli who seems to be a little fierce. The young man next to him was about the same height as Lin Qingche, about 1.8 meters. He is very handsome. Although not as handsome as Lin Qingche, he still stands out in the crowd. What highlights his temperament more is his clothing, a cream-colored sportswear, which looks very gorgeous. She has an exquisite middle-parted hair with mousse on it that is very eye-catching. The elegant way he spoke and gestured made him look like a nobleman. Of course, when it comes to true royal temperament and royal nobility, they naturally cannot compare to Chu Youwei's. She is truly proud. But Lin Qingche just couldn't imagine how he, a young master, who was called Yu Chun by General Chao, could have just said such a dog-licking quote. This made Lin Qingche even more curious about the girl he licked. Is it a more excellent existence? In conclusion, Lin Qingche roughly guessed what Commander Chao had just said to the two of them. The two of them seemed to be a contracted combination of a commander and a Valkyrie. Chapter 17 Lin Qingche, you are so bad astringent. Chapter 17 Lin Qingche, you are so bad bitter, but it seems not. The boy seemed to be licking someone else. Chao Xiaoyao's eyes when she looked at the boy. There must be someone else in her heart. So what is the relationship between the two of them? What was General Chao's attitude towards them just now? What did he say? Spanking? TSK. At this moment, Lin Qingche instantly thought of some melodramatic plots that only appeared in novels. While Lin Qingche was looking at them, they were also looking at Lin Qingche. He was wearing a black top, was 180 centimeters tall, and had extremely fair skin. With a high nose bridge and angular face, he is an extremely sunny and energetic young man. It seems that only a group called Tomato Readers can rival such handsome guys. Chao Xiaoyao lowered her head, her beautiful eyes shining with intelligence. She secretly glanced at Lin Qingche's profile, and her face turned slightly red. Well, this is normal. After all, no one doesn't like to appreciate handsome guys. As for Zhu Yuchen next to him, although he is also very handsome, he and I are good brothers for life. Sizzle. The core tattoo of the Louvre, which had been dormant, was warm and comfortable before. Everything was fine before, but after Chao Xiaoyao stole a glance at Lin Qingche, she blushed. Lin Qingche was stunned. He clearly felt the temperature in his palm rising rapidly. It's getting hotter. Huh. Feeling the burning sensation in his palm, Lin Qingche's mouth twitched, and he felt helpless for a moment. This silly girl Chu has realized the sense of crisis, right? You want to quickly restore your body and assert your sovereignty, right? But there is no way. I was brought here by General Chao for no apparent reason. It seems that the mechanical dragonfly incident cannot be resolved, and I have no way to take the driver's license test. Without a driver's license, he would not be qualified to purchase raw materials from the car factory to build a body for Chu Yue. Squeak. As the temperature got higher and higher, Lin Qingche also felt a little hot. Okay. Is she angry? Do you really dare to burn me? This won't do. Lin Qingche smiled evilly. Then he raised his left hand secretly. Just 2 fingers gently scratched the tattoo. As Lin Qingche moved, the burning sensation suddenly froze. Instantly, the tattoo seemed to be electrocuted. It began to tremble, and a faint light flickered. Lin Qingche had a smirk on his face and his hands behind his back. Let the temperature of your palms jump rapidly, sometimes hot, sometimes cold. I was wrong, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again, woo-woo. Chu Yue's crying and begging voice echoed in his mind, and Lin Qingche stopped the little movements in his hands. Okay, don't be angry. Lin Qingche responded to Chu Yue with a smile. I am your commander, and we have already completed the contract. Are you still afraid that I will run away? In fact, as early as last night when Chu Yue's core became a tattoo on the palm of her hand, she could supply her own core by sharing her own energy, temporarily gain the ability to wake up. This is a special ability that only emerges after a contract is signed between the commander and the Valkyrie. After all, it has long been stated that the role of men is to provide energy to women. The commanders and Valkyries of the new contract also have to go through a process of getting to know each other and matching their energies. This time can range from 1 day to 3 days, or even a week. Now it's almost a full day. Last night was the Prism Matrix episode, and now it's the second night. Now Lin Qingche and Chu Yue finally fit in perfectly with each other, and the energy injection was successful. Chu Yue had been lonely for too long, and she naturally understood that their Lin family was the benefactor of her Chu family. I also want to recover my physical body soon so that I can have a real meeting with Lin Qingche. However, when Chao Xiaoyao looked at Lin Qingche like that, Chu Yue felt uncomfortable subconsciously. Well, I'm sorry. Lin, did I burn your hand? Her voice was soft and gentle. The tone was very cautious. Her voice was very pleasant to the ear, and Lin Qingche's tense nerves, which had been tense in the neon car factory, slowly relaxed after hearing it. Are you feeling any discomfort? How long can you last without the engine and your body? I don't know, but I feel that my current state, which will be transformed into a tattoo on your palm, should last for a long time. A week is no problem. Lin Qingche took a deep breath. I understand. I will help you recover faster. Wait for me. Chu Yue's voice trembled a little. Lin, I'm a little afraid that you will dislike me in the future. I have a bad temper. Just now. Lin Qingche did not respond to her last sentence. Instead, use your left hand to slowly move closer to your right hand again. When Chu Yue felt it, her consciousness froze. No way. You hold such a grudge, yet you still come? However, but this time, the hands were interlocked. Chu Yue. The metal elevator soared all the way up. The high-tech elevator was very fast, and it soon reached the top floor of the neon car factory building, the 88th floor. After exiting the elevator, Lin Qingche and the other two followed Chao Kefin, turned left into the corridor, and walked straight ahead. Finally, we arrived in front of a huge metal gate. On the road, a group of staff members wearing special work clothes had been waiting for inquiries. They had been waiting for orders for a long time. The leading male staff member with slick back hair came to Chao Kefin respectfully and said, "General, the Neon Star test room you requested is ready and can be tested at any time." Chao Kefin nodded slowly, then glanced at Chao Xiaoyao next to him, and then looked at Zhu Yuchen next to him. There was no emotion on his face or body. "You two wait outside first, don't run anywhere. I have something to tell you later." Chao Xiaoyao was confused. It seemed that her father's attitude was very serious. "Now that I am old enough, I understand that now is the time to be serious." Thinking of this, Chao Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, then stared with her beautiful eyes and became more and more curious about Lin Qingche, who had been following his father silently from beginning to end. Who is he? It seems that his father attaches great importance to him. If he knew that the place in front of him was one of the core places in the car factory, only senior executives of a certain level were qualified to enter. Outsiders are stopped. Well, even if I am the father, General Chao's daughter, I am not allowed to do that. Chao Xiaoyao suddenly thought of a possibility in his mind. Could it be that he is his father's new disciple? Lin Qingche raised his head at this moment and observed what was in front of him. The metal gate is 2 meters high, with a huge button-like metal device in the middle, with shining golden patterns on it. Especially the dragon totem in the middle of the button, which caused Lin Qingche's pupils to shrink sharply. Xinzhou Technology. That's right, this is exactly the product of the Xinzhou Technology car factory. As the prism matrix that Uncle Li's family used to treat and restart Chu Yue. Lin Qingche narrowed his eyes, and then he became very curious about what was behind the door. The power of science and technology is the most mysterious in the world, which is related to the laws that govern the operation of the world. For example, the birth of a newborn baby and the mechanical ascension of the secret core of the human brain. Chao Kefin took a deep look at Lin Qingche's figure, then looked at the staff next to him and ordered, "Open the door." Chapter 18, the end. Under General Chao's order, the staff opened the door. Lin Qingche raised his head and looked in, observing the world behind the heavy metal door. I saw. It was a huge space warehouse, surrounded by flowing orange-yellow light. As the huge metal door opened, the passage appeared before everyone, and sci-fi-like stairs appeared layer by layer. Facing the pearly channel in front of him, General Chao waved his hand and strode towards the road ahead. Lin Qingche followed closely, while taking in the surrounding scenery. Chao Kefin led the way in silence, his face extremely serious. Because the end of this space warehouse corresponds to his glory of the past 20 years, the Neon Star. That is a mechanical dragonfly. Neon Technology. The car factory owner is mainly responsible for people's daily life and also provides the most basic services to the other 3 car factories. It can be said that over the past 20 years, the emergence of mechanical dragonflies has greatly improved people's chances of survival on the battlefield. After all, the mechanical aliens are all beasts, and beasts' understanding and use of various natural environments are better than humans. Because dragonflies have 3 simple eyes and 2 compound eyes. The compound eyes are made up of more than 28,000 small eyes. This also makes it the being with the best eyesight among all creatures. Moreover, the dragonfly is an insect-type mechanical beast, and its body is very small. Here we are referring to the scout-type mechanical dragonfly. The mechanical dragonflies responsible for fighting are undoubtedly huge in size. Detect terrain, plan routes, and use satellite navigation. It's not that similar auxiliary systems haven't been invented before. After all, as early as 10,000 years ago, when all human beings were still living on Earth in the 21st century. The brains of all human beings have not yet been replaced by the core. Systems such as satellite navigation and Atlas have already permeated human life. But now, thousands of years later, doesn't that mean that technology has regressed and we can't invent good navigation? Instead, technology is becoming more and more advanced and the technology tree is constantly climbing. But there is an undeniable fact that has been engraved in everyone's mind for thousands of years. The human brain is the most advanced technology in the world, surpassing any sophisticated computer. Yes, now the Earth no longer exists and has become a ruin and a desolate land. The place where all human beings live now is on a planet in another galaxy. This is the world of mechanical beasts. In order to adapt to the environment here and gain the strength to fight against mechanical beasts, The entire human brain was replaced, and a core was implanted because of the yin and yang body. Therefore, the cores of males and females are different, and they awaken as commanders and valkyries respectively. But the human brain is so sophisticated with 14 billion neurons, and there is still so much that has not been developed. 10,000 years ago, it was the intelligent brain that helped humans stand at the top of the food chain and stand out from the crowd. Dinosaurs with extremely small brain capacity disappeared in the long river of history. How can such an important brain be replaced by a tiny core? That's why there are three forms of Valkyrie. They're the initial form Kar, the second form, Mecha, and the final form, the End. The first two forms are that the core replaces the brain, abandons creativity and learning, and gains powerful computing ability through logic. The final form of the End is the return of the brain and the fusion of the core. Return to the most primitive form, human beings. At its core is a computer, which has extremely powerful processing and computing capabilities. The human brain has extremely powerful creative and logical thinking abilities. The Valkyrie is the perfect human gaining power. A perfect combination of core computing power, information processing ability, and the brain's creativity and flexibility. The essence of the two is mutually derived, complementing each other to achieve true ascension. Thinking of this, Chao Kefen's mood became heavy. The Valkyrie's final form was also extremely sad, because the indigenous people of this world are the mechanical beast men. All of them are in final form. Yes, all of them are in the final form. As mentioned earlier, the human brain is very powerful. However, although the brains of animals, including insects, are not as sophisticated as those of humans, they are also extremely complex. The mechanical beasts in this world are a fusion of the beast core and the physical dragonfly brain when they are born. They are destined to die when they are born. Therefore, the navigation system created through the modified mechanical dragonfly has performance in all aspects that exceeds that of ordinary navigation in the past. The fusion of biology and machinery is the most perfect technology. And now, this newly promoted Black Iron first-level commander is named Lin Qingche. Blow up the mechanical dragonfly without taking any action? Chao Kefen just couldn't understand. Their people watched the surveillance footage of the incident dozens of times, as well as all of Lin Qingche's records and information. I watched it frame by frame, not missing any details. It is now clear that Lin Qingche did not take any action to dismantle the mechanical dragonfly at that time, which ruled out the suspicion of planting any bomb. Now, there are only two situations. First, it was actually a production problem, and Lin Qingche encountered only a few extremely likely defective products. Inviting him here now is also a good opportunity to give him the most sincere compensation. Second, there is something wrong with Lin Qingche, so we will continue to conduct tests in various aspects. However, Chao Kefen had no intention of hurting him. This was just a rigorous pursuit of technology. When problems arise, they must be resolved as quickly as possible. Didi. Everyone walked through the corridor and finally arrived at the hall. Shenzhou Science and Technology Research Branch. Chapter 19 Cybertron Compression Technology. This is the Research Institute of Shenzhou Automobile Factory located in the Neon Power Automobile Factory. As soon as they saw Chao Kefen and his men coming, the two middle-aged men who had been waiting for a long time immediately went to greet them. General Chao, the man walking in front, with sparse hair on his head and a widow's peak that looked like it had been bitten by a dog, greeted respectfully. He was wearing a light blue shirt, but his face looked a bit like a foreigner, and he wore black-framed glasses. He looked to be in his 30s. As he spoke, he looked curiously at the young man behind General Chao, Lin Qingche. General Chao nodded slowly in agreement, then turned around and introduced himself to Lin Qingche. My dear Lin, this is the chief producer of your Night City Neon Power car factory. You're going to take a driver's license test, right? He is the chief producer and is in charge of all the tests. Chao Kefen paused, then added, his last name is Liu. Oh, also a heavyweight? General Chao's signal to him couldn't be more obvious. Lin Qingche first looked at General Chao with gratitude. Then, without delay, he greeted respectfully. Hello, Director Liu, my name is Lin Qingche. You can just call me Shaolin from now on. Liu Yifan nodded slowly, glanced at Lin Qingche casually, then walked aside with his hands in his pockets and began to act cool. Lin Qingche. It's normal. As a senior official, would he care about a young man like me? General Chao then introduced another person, who was a man with a strong build, but his face was a little old and his body was hunched. He was dressed casually, just a red shirt and black frame glasses. When General Chao introduced this person, his serious face was smiling. This is Liang Ziging, Captain Liang, the car god of our Qingche province, Renault Heavy Industry, and also my capable general. After the brief introduction, Lin Qingche felt that General Chao took him too seriously. Some of it doesn't make sense. I'm just an unknown guy, and I don't know him. If I need to test something, can I just pick up a new one from the neon car factory in front of me? Such a simple thing can be done in 5 minutes at most. Now it's not that bad, huh? I walked through some metal gate, came to the Shenzhou Institute of Science and Technology, and then introduced myself to a few elders. Lin Qingche was a little nervous at the moment. There must be something fishy going on in this series of events. Straight to the point, under the guidance of the staff, Lin Qingche was brought to the testing room. It was an extremely spacious place with a lot of room. It's about the size of 5 or 6 basketball courts combined. At this time, a staff member dressed in black came to the middle of the venue carrying an encrypted black password box. Then he opened the safe and took out bottles and jars one by one. Lin Qingche saw that the bottles were all made of metal and were filled with piles of densely packed black objects. What's this? Lin Qingche could long wonder. The bottle was picked up and opened by Supervisor Liu. Insect? Lin Qingche looked at the contents of the bottle in Supervisor Liu's hand in amazement. They were black bugs that looked a bit like grasshoppers or crickets. It was quite far away, so Lin Qingche was not sure. As if noticing Lin Qingche's curiosity, Liang Ziging, who was very kind, followed Lin Qingche and explained with a smile. This is a water scorpion, the larva of a mechanical dragonfly. Water scorpion? Lin Qingche then remembered what he had learned about biology in school in his previous life. It seemed that dragonflies needed to molt, and the larvae grew in water. Thank you, Captain Liang, for clearing up Xiaolin's doubts. Lin Qingche thanked him. Liang Ziging nodded slightly, turned his head, and continued to look forward. Lin Qingche did the same and continued to pay attention to Producer Liu's actions. Just see. Producer Liu took out a water scorpion and placed it in his hand. Then, as if he had triggered some switch, the water scorpion's body slowly began to tremble. The small body burst into colorful neon light, followed by the sound of mechanical assembly. The tiny, tight gears began to spin frantically. The insect's upper body opened, and 2 crystal wings proudly emerged. Then the whole body began to twist and deform, and in the end, it turned from a tiny bug into a fluttering mechanical dragonfly. This was exactly the same as the one Lin Qingche had received before. Lin Qingche narrowed his eyes beside him and couldn't help but recall the transformation scene of Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang that he had seen before. Their human forms disappeared and turned into cores, and then the cores turned into cars, and the cars turned into mechas. The Zerg in front of us had its core not revealed, and its body was twisted and deformed. This is like Cybertron compression technology? Lin Qingche nodded secretly in his heart. This really had the flavor of the Decepticons. So are the Autobots the ones in the human camp now? Lola, right? Hello, Commander Liu Yifan. I am the exclusive guide of the Neon Depot. Please give me a name. In the future, I will be responsible for your driver's license test process in the Neon Car Factory, as well as the subsequent forging of various materials in the car factory. It still looked familiar. After being activated, the mechanical dragonfly began to hover beside Supervisor Liu, and a mechanical electronic sound was heard from time to time. This is exactly the same as what Lin Qingche experienced. Liu Yifan didn't say too much nonsense and directly named the mechanical dragonfly, Aching. Lin Qingche was stunned for a moment, then understood instantly. Is it all about the name? After being given the name, the mechanical dragonfly's big eyes sparkled and sparkled. Aching, the name has been granted successfully. Commander Liu, you can go to the Neon Depot headquarters to purchase custom rendering outfit materials. From now on, Aching will be your exclusive partner, Commander Liu. The mechanical dragonfly that was given a name flew around Producer Liu happily several times, looking quite spiritual. After doing all this, Liu Yifan turned around and looked straight at Lin Qingche with a serious expression. Forehead. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Qingche was a little confused. Isn't there anything wrong with this name? Could it be that this is a defective product of yours? Or that I happen to encounter one with some defects? Is this hard to understand? Why make such a fuss? Chao Kefin remained silent at the side. Liang Ziging stretched out his hand and gestured. Little friend Lin, go and try it. In front of him, Supervisor Lu activated another water scorpion, which had transformed into a mechanical dragonfly and was waiting for instructions. Lin Qingche had no choice but to obey. Walking to the front, the new mechanical dragonfly appeared in front of him. "Hello, Commander Lin Qingche. I am the exclusive guide of the Neon Depot. Please give me a name." Lin Qingche. In the mood to finish the exam as soon as possible, Lin Qingche took a deep breath and said quickly, "I'll just call you Qing, the sunny days Qing." Bang! It was fine before. Now that Lin Qingche said the name again, the two big, intelligent eyes of the new mechanical dragonfly tilted in surprise. The light in the big eyes flashed faster. Lin Qingche. No way? Still looking familiar. The color of the mechanical dragonfly's big eyes faded at the speed of light, and then slowly turned gray. Then, just like before, it exploded again on the spot. Chapter 20. This guy can change. What a punishment. It really exploded again. What is going on? Could it be that the name, Qing, spoken by the young man in front of me, is a taboo word for the mechanical dragonfly clan? Chao Kefin took a deep breath and tried his best to keep himself emotionally stable, looking deeply at Lin Qingche's figure. Lin Qingche was stunned as he looked at the flames exploding in front of him. I saw with my own eyes that Supervisor Lu took out a water scorpion from a culture bottle just now, and he also tested the same one and named it Qing. But why did he say there was no problem? The mechanical dragonfly was fine and functioning normally. But when it was my turn, just like the last time before, it exploded immediately. Strange, it's really strange. The confused boy stood alone in the middle of the empty test room, with the debris of mechanical dragonflies scattered around him mixed with fire. And in front of him, there were three tall figures confronting each other. This scene made the young man in the middle look a little lonely. Lin Qingche raised his head and stared at the three elders in front of him, watching them all staring at him. Could it be that I have become the target of public criticism now? The mechanical dragonfly is General Chao's greatest honor and pride in the past 20 years. The mechanical dragonfly is the first gift given by the four major car manufacturers to all commanders. Its appearance has greatly benefited everyone. The mechanical dragonfly is also known as the Neon Star. But now, this honor was directly destroyed by a simple name he gave. There is no need for any tricks, just simply giving it a name. Lin Qingche knew very well what this meant. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and the tattoo on the palm of his hand also emitted warmth, expressing his determination to look at her. Seeing that something was wrong, Lu Yifan, who had been serious throughout, slowly stepped forward. This time, he directly activated 5 mechanical dragonflies. Buzz! In an instant, after receiving the order, the 5 mechanical dragonflies continued to fly around Lin Qingche and named themselves in unison according to the program requirements. This time, Chao Kefin said with a smile, "Little friend Lin, try a few more times." No falling out? Lin Qingche paused for a moment, then immediately nodded and made a gesture to try again. At this time, the voice of Captain Liang also rang in his ears. Because they were a little distance apart, he spoke louder this time. Once activated, the mechanical dragonfly will automatically become the target commander for new or incoming orders and play a guiding role. As mentioned before, the mechanical dragonfly is a gift from the 4 major car manufacturers to each commander. It is alive. It will be a partner in the future, so it is necessary to set a name at the beginning. As the mechanical dragonfly of Neon Star, we have an extremely excellent technology in naming. At this point, even the always serious and aloof Lu Yifan began to speak, and he continued to add, "When you name it, the mechanical dragonfly will read your imagination when you think of the name. For example, if you name it Xiaomei, if the Xiaomei was once your pet, beloved thing, or friend, the mechanical dragonfly will read Xiaomei's appearance data. After the mechanical dragonfly reads Xiaomei's appearance, it will automatically store the information. In the future, you can choose to go to the Neon Car Factory to buy materials and outfits to customize the mechanical dragonfly. For example, if your pet cat is called Xiaomei, Xiaomei's characteristics are black and white colors, relatively large eyes, and a head of aho hair. Then the mechanical dragonfly will read this information and change into a black and white outfit with big eyes and aho hair. However, the commander needs to purchase this custom outfit himself. Speaking of this, Lu Yifan's expression immediately revealed a hint of reminiscence. He slowly stretched out his hand and raised his palm in the air. Then Lin Qingche was surprised to see that a red ring on his ring finger began to emit a faint light. Then, the ring seemed to receive guidance and slowly began to detach from his fingertips and float into the air. A magical scene began to appear. The ring began to tremble and then began to twist and deform like the larva just now. In an instant, it turned from a small ring into one person. She was only the size of a fist, with two long red braids floating in the air. A cute face, a pointed chin, and pearly eyes. The two pairs of fiery red wings behind it flapped, making crisp sounds. Just like this, a being transformed from the ring. She saw the person who called her, smiled happily, flapped her wings and flew to his shoulder. She rubbed her little face against his cheek. Lin Qingche looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. The little figure flying in front of him really looked like an elf. This the naming procedure he just mentioned? What the hell is this, a dragonfly? Can people transform? Unbelievable. It's a punishment, too much punishment. For a moment, Lin Qingche was curious. This person is so young. Can it really be possible? And it's a dragonfly, a zerg. People can't, or at least shouldn't. Lu Yifan looked at the elf that landed on his shoulder with a gentle gaze. Little friend Lin, you have also seen it. Her name is Apple. She is the embodiment of my late wife's appearance. Well, she looked like her when she was young. Then he looked at Lin Qingche with a serious face and said, we added this naming procedure to the mechanical dragonfly. In addition to the definition of a partner, there are also some personal reasons of mine. The apple you're looking at now is a high-level mechanical dragonfly named after it. It is fully concrete and comprehensive, and is specially prepared for those in need. The price is also extremely expensive. It costs 520 yuan. Puff. Lin Qingche almost got caught in the clam. He felt pretty good about himself in the beginning, and his skills were quite impressive. I almost burst into tears when I got to the back. My damn deceased wife. Okay, no more words. Lin Qingche now understood what was going on and called it a free gift. Adding a name to something may seem very cool, and although it is actually very cool, it still involves making money. It definitely costs money to customize your outfit after picking a name. Evil capitalists. All the gorgeous decorations and true feelings are ultimately aimed at making money in every possible way. But when it comes to this, Lin Qingche suddenly doesn't understand. Why doesn't it work for him? Why is the name Qing not okay? Are the people of Liyue not welcomed in this world? If it doesn't work, then try farming? Lin Qingche was thinking. Chao Kefin put his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn at this moment. Little friend Lin, you can try again. Yeah, okay. Lin Qingche nodded slowly, and then turned his gaze to the 5 activated mechanical dragonflies in front of him, waiting for him to name them. He casually pointed to the one on his left and randomly named a pesticide. Bang! After instantly receiving the name information, the big eyes of the mechanical dragonfly on the far left began to flash. In an instant, Lin Qingche and everyone else's hearts were in their throats. Chapter 21 Pink Bazooka Girl. In the expectation of everyone, the mechanical dragonfly was once again named. It exploded again. WTF. Lin Qingche was dumbfounded. If Yuan didn't work, then Gnome wouldn't work either? Then try something else? Lin Qingche still didn't believe it and pointed at the remaining 4 mechanical dragonflies again, naming them directly. Your name is Amilu. Your name is Little Orange. Your name is Omo. You can call me Yasuo. 20 seconds later. Bang! 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 The sounds of 4 explosions rang out one after another, like a piece of music. Lin Qingche stared blankly at the 5 ruins in front of him. The originally clean ground was now in disarray. There were pieces of burning fire everywhere. Several cleaning staff have started cleaning up the garbage with vacuum cleaners. Without exception, all the names I gave myself exploded. Lin Qingche suddenly felt that he was abnormal. Why were he so angry? What was wrong with these names? Snort. Chao Kefin, who was always calm and composed, finally couldn't help it. Lin Qingche's appearance directly touched his bottom line. How could 20 years of glory be destroyed by Lin Qingche? But Chao Kefin firmly believes that the mechanical dragonfly has been in use for 20 years and has served all kinds of people. There has never been any problem in this regard in the past 20 years. Only with the appearance of Lin Qingche, everything we have now is possible. Just think about it. With a history of 20 years of use and having served hundreds of millions of commanders, there were no problems with it, but only Lin Qingche had this problem. So who is the reason? Producer Lu has just tested the name Qing, and there is no problem with this name. So, Lin Qingche is an outlier. Chow Kefin didn't think that what he just said would count. He was just a junior with no background and was now on his own turf. If we crush him to death, what will happen in the future? The answer is, of course, nothing happened. Chow Kefin glanced at the staff member who was carrying the password box. The staff member nodded in understanding and slowly approached him from behind Lin Qingche. He is just a young guy, and the contracted Valkyrie is not here. As an adult, I can easily subdue him after years of training. After detonating 5 mechanical dragonflies in succession, Lin Qingche had already realized that something was wrong. But I am also very helpless. What can I do? There is nothing I can do. I really don't know what caused the problem. I really don't know. Call. Slowly exhaling a breath, Lin Qingche stood there alone, comforting the already hot palms. It's okay. The two of us will be fine. But this time, the palm of the hand did not obey, but became hotter and hotter, and it might explode at any time. Why? Just as the atmosphere was tense, a cough was heard. In an instant, it exploded in everyone's eyes like thunder. Chow Kefin was shocked and turned around abruptly. Who? General Chow. How are you? Lao Chow. Do you want to die if you dare to touch our butterfly-breaking cocoon people? The visitors were 2 young girls, one with pink hair tied in a ponytail, standing quietly, wearing a pair of slim-fitting white sports hot pants. The petite figure, however, in stark contrast, carries on her shoulders an exaggeratedly huge rocket launcher that is as big as her entire body. He just held the rocket barrel and pointed it at Chow Kefin and the other 2 in front of him, ready to fire at any time. The girl next to her was tall, about 1.7 meters tall. He was wearing a black sweatshirt and a hood, with white hair and red eyes. What's even more surprising is that she is floating directly in the air, and there is an evil black devil's tail behind her butt, connected to her waist, and at the end of the circuit was a huge black instrument that looked like a gyroscope. The intricate circuits on the instrument are intertwined, emitting a red glow. The 2 girls suddenly appeared in the test room, ignoring everyone and swaggeringly walked in front of everyone from the door of the test room. All have a youthful pattern on their chests. Feng Industries. Lu Yifan's face changed instantly when he saw the 2 of them like this. The only reason they appeared here was to kill all the people outside, except for some teleportation skills. But how is this possible? This is the Shenzhou Research Institute, the most core and secure area of Neon Car Factory. Lu Yifan believes that it is the result of teleportation. Lin Qingche narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the 2 of them. Their looks were very exaggerated, and he definitely didn't recognize them. They seemed to be here to save themselves. Did Fane finally show up? Who are you? Lu Yifan finally couldn't help it. He looked at the rocket launcher in the pink-haired girl's hand with fear, and his voice was a little restrained. At this time, an old figure slowly walked out from behind the 2 girls, and his voice was hoarse. Don't worry, I brought it here. Seeing the visitor, even Lu Yifan, who liked to show off, bowed respectfully. Director. Chow Kefin and everyone else also shouted respectfully, Director. That's right, the person in front of him is the director of Night City's Neon Car Factory, Lin Dong. Of course, although they all have the surname Lin, they are not related to Lin Qingche in any way. Lin Dong leaned on his cane and coughed softly. Yunru, please take the weapon. Libra, hold me. The one with pink hair is Yunru. She snorted coldly and then put away the rocket launcher in her hand. Chow Kefin is certainly not afraid of rocket launchers. As a general, what kind of scenes has he not seen on the battlefield? He looked at Lin Dong in front of him and felt his scalp tingling. Is this really the infamy this time? Lin Dong ignored Chow Kefin and his changing demeanor and just looked at him with a smile. General Chow, you came to our Neon Car Factory with such fanfare to mess with people. Don't you want to show some expression? Take out those advanced mechanical dragonflies you've been collecting. A 520-inch one. When Chow Kefin heard this, his heart tightened, and then when he heard the following words, he almost vomited blood. If I just send this wave directly, I will definitely bleed. The person in front of me, I really have no temper at all. And he had indeed come here on his own. Chow Kefin had no choice but to slowly reach into his pocket and take out an exquisite little box. Then the Libra next to Lin Dong was the white-haired girl with a very unique look. Her red pupils began to emit light slowly, and an extremely obscure whisper came out of her mouth, like English. Then the exquisite little box in Chow Kefin's hand was wrapped in red light, and then it flew directly into Lin Qingche's hands as if it was powered by telekinesis. Lin Qingche took the exquisite little box blankly, feeling a little overwhelmed. Good job. Is this for yourself? This is 520 each. Chow Kefin watched Lin Qingche take the small box and was stunned for a moment. Give it to him? How can I give it to him? It will explode if you give it to him. Oh shit. This is 5 million. Lin Dong still had a smiling look on his face and signaled Lu Yifan to activate the advanced mechanical dragonfly for Lin Qingche. Chapter 22. A special Valkyrie? She comes from Fane. Chow Kefin watched helplessly as the advanced mechanical dragonfly he had been keeping was delivered to Lin Qingche. Damn it. Originally, after finishing the matter with Lin Qingche, he went directly to Shenzhou City to give a gift to a big shot. He was the director of the Scientific Research Institute of the Shenzhou Technology Car Factory. Although Night City is farther away than Shenzhou City, it has its own exclusive Galaxy spacecraft that can go directly there, which is very convenient. As long as I can establish a good relationship with that person, my daughter can successfully enter Shenzhou University to study in the future through that person. Chow Kefin took a deep breath. Fortunately, he brought enough. Thinking of this, Chow Kefin held his forehead and silently touched his pocket. However, before he could relax, at this moment, Chow Kefin suddenly saw two malicious gazes in front of him out of the corner of his eye. Oh shit! Chow Kefin finally couldn't help it, and the calmness on his face disappeared. No, this is totally not possible. 5 million for one. You are extorting me. Yunru didn't care about that. She frowned and bent down slightly. Then one hand stretched out to him asking for something, while the other hand slowly took out the bazooka. The same thing happened to Libra next to Lin Dong. Her red eyes began to slowly glow, and the gyroscope-like device behind her began to tremble, threatening to explode at any moment. Wipe! Chow Kefin looked at Lin Dong beside him with some annoyance, while the latter spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't do anything about it. Lin Dong's attitude was very clear. If he knew that the two of them were from butterfly breaking out of the cocoon, even though he is the director of the Neon Car Factory in Night City, he has no authority to govern. As for Lin Qingche, Lin Dong looked at Chow Kefin with a smile on his face. Inner mockery. You've hit a brick wall. Chow Kefin understood. He nodded helplessly, then reached out and took out two exquisite small boxes from his pocket. He prepared three, one for the academician, his wife, and his daughter. Lin Qingche was right next to them. Although he looked at Chow Kefin calmly, he was actually very happy inside. Although I still don't know where these people come from, I am very happy to see General Chow and his group, who have been pretending to be awesome, suffer a setback. Yunru took the two high-level larvae from Chow Kefin with a stern face, and then threw one to Libra behind her, which was caught by the other party with special power. Yunru then ran directly to Lin Qingche and took his hand without saying a word. Come on, follow me. Forehead. Lin Qingche was still not sure whether the other person was a good person or not. He was about to struggle to ask about her identity, but he was shocked to find that this girl was abnormally strong. Even though he had the normal strength of a healthy young man in front of her, he was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Lin Qingche was shocked. Is this a Valkyrie? But doesn't this require boys to sign a contract to have power? Where is her contracted boy? Could it be the person with the special look at the back? Lin Qingche was puzzled. This didn't make sense. The person behind was obviously a girl. If I knew that girls can't sign contracts with other girls because of the core issues. Under the forced pulling of the pink-haired girl in front of him, Lin Qingche was brought by Yunru to Lin Dong's side. Seeing the person coming, Tianliang next to him tilted his head and looked at Lin Qingche. Tisk! She cried out in surprise. Then her eyes gradually moved downwards, staring at Lin Qingche's right hand. However, Lin Qingche's attention was always on Yunru, and he did not notice Tianliang's gaze. In this way, Lin Qingche, Yunru, and Tianling each obtained a larva of an advanced mechanical dragonfly. The three of them stood face to face with Chow Kefin, Lu Yifan, and Liang Ziging. The scene had a rather weird flavor. Lin Dong waved his hand, signaling the three of them that they could open the gifts General Chow had prepared for them. Chow Kefin. Lin Qingche felt a little embarrassed. How could it be open? They are all mechanical dragonflies. Although they are advanced, what if they explode when you open them? This is a 500. Seeing Lin Qingche struggling, the carefree Yunru didn't waste any time. She just gently opened the exquisite box with her bare hands. Lin Qingche raised his head and saw that it was an extremely beautiful larva. Unlike the ordinary gray-black water scorpions I have seen before, this one has a slender body with golden pearlescent light flowing on its body and beautiful patterns carved on it that look like ice and snow. The golden light and the ice and snow carvings complement each other, appearing extremely noble. Just looking at the appearance, it looks much better than before. Seemingly very skilled, Yunru casually tapped the high-level water scorpion a few times, and then the insect trembled all over and began to be activated. It soon transformed into a very beautiful dragonfly, and the overall color scheme was almost the same as that of the larva. However, its appearance is more slender than that of ordinary mechanical dragonflies. Then there was still a familiar voice. "Hello, Yunru Valkyrie, I am. Please give me a name." Yunru snorted coldly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then she looked at Chao Kefin in front of her with contempt. Chao Kefin was shocked. Looking at Yunru's eyes, he suddenly had a bad thought, turning around and looking at Lin Qingche next to him. "No way. Really? No way." It turned out that the fact was just as Chao Kefin thought. Yunru gave a name to the advanced mechanical dragonfly worth 500 in the next second. The name is very random, called Xiaoyan. The advanced mechanical dragonfly that got its name suddenly paused. Then the light in the big eyes of the advanced mechanical dragonfly moved rapidly, and its head tilted. Information processing failed. No access to Cloud Valkyrie core information. Runtime error. Then, with a bang sound, worth 500 exploded again. Because it was advanced, the explosion was exceptionally loud this time, and the flames in the sky were as brilliant as fireworks, blooming in the air, burning its light and heat to its heart's content. At the same time, Libra next to him also activated the advanced mechanical dragonfly larva and gave it a random name. And the result was the same. As soon as they retreated, they also exploded. The two rays of fire intertwined in the air, like an extremely beautiful picture. Chao Kefin was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 23, Did you do it on purpose or by accident? Liang Ziging frowned. What was going on? There's Lin Qingche, and now two more girls are like this? Lu Yifan, who was standing next to him, was looking at the fireworks in the sky with his head down, looking thoughtful. It was obvious that this directly touched his blind spot. Yunru and Tianling in the fireworks in front of him. It was as if he saw his own sisters. Is there any doubt about this? Family. They and I are definitely a family. Chao Kefin pointed his finger at Lin Qingche in grief. He couldn't bear it any longer. You are all weird. You definitely did this on purpose. This was definitely intentional. You bunch of weirdos will explode if you know the name Mechanical Dragonfly. You're here to mess with me? Chao Kefin's defense was immediately broken. He looked at the people in front of him in frustration. How could he still look like a general? Lin Dong was still smiling. He turned around and looked at Yunru, who looked very proud. Miss Yun, did you do this on purpose or accidentally? Yunru snorted coldly and stared at the furious Chao Kefin. Of course I did it on purpose, because I knew that as long as I gave the mechanical dragonfly a name, it would explode. Libra has been talking very little, and her tone is extremely cold. I did that on purpose. Puff. What a beast. Chao Kefin was so angry that he vomited blood. He looked at everyone with gritted teeth. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lin Qingche, who had remained silent beside him, still holding the exquisite box containing the water scorpion. Lin Dong pretended to be puzzled and asked, Little friend Lin, why don't you activate the advanced mechanical dragonfly? This one is worth 5 million. It is very precious, and it will be of great assistance to you in the future. You have to understand that the advanced mechanical dragonfly in your hand is the last one of General Chao. If you don't activate it, you will be wasting General Chao's kindness in giving you the gift. Huh, the last one? Lin Qingche was overjoyed. Wouldn't this cause more trouble? Lin Qingche was about to activate it when suddenly two options appeared in front of him. The long-lost system finally popped up. Option 1. Activate Advanced Mechanical Dragonfly Larva. Reward, 520 yuan. Option 2. Refuse to activate the mechanical dragonfly larvae and give a suitable reason to make Chao Kefin uncomfortable. The specific reward depends on the host's performance. Lin Qingche was stunned, and an extremely evil idea was brewing in his mind. Thinking of this, Lin Qingche's lips curled up slightly, and he slowly shook his head towards Lin Dong. I decided not to activate this advanced mechanical dragonfly. I decided to keep it. Lin Dong was a little surprised. Why? Lin Qingche understand what he just said? He just continued to activate it and made a big mistake. Chao Kefin treated you like this. Why don't you just piss him off? Lin Qingche explained. I have already blown up many ordinary mechanical dragonflies before, and now we have blown up 2 advanced mechanical dragonflies of General Chao. Losing everything will only hurt for a while, and the memory will fade away with the passage of time. But what if the pain will last forever? Lin Qingche paused, then straightened his back and looked at Chao Kefin with a very firm tone. So I decided to keep this one advanced mechanical dragonfly. I think I only need to keep one. In the future, when General Chao sees others using advanced mechanical dragonflies, he will remember that he also had 3. Then when his memories become more and more profound, I will appear with this advanced mechanical dragonfly and activate it in front of him, activating the 500 that belongs to him, and then explode again, evoking his painful memories once again. Cause him secondary damage across time domains. After Lin Qingche finished speaking in one breath, the entire test room fell silent in an instant. Oh shit! Oh shit! Unbelievable! In an instant, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Puff! Plop! With the sound of a body falling to the ground, the entire floor shook. The surrounding staff quickly came forward to check the situation. Lin Qingche turned his head with melancholy and looked at Chao Kefin, who was fainted and foaming at the mouth due to anger at his feet. He shook his head slowly, feeling a lot of emotions. Then Lin Qingche turned around and looked at Lin Dong, and Yunru and Tianling were beside him. His eyes were hopeful, as if to say, "If I really do this in the future, you will protect me, right?" Golo! Golo! 2 sounds of swallowing saliva were heard, and the carefree Yunru stretched out her hand and gave Lin Qingche a thumbs up of praise. "Sure, bro, that's a really ruthless move of yours." Even Libra, who had always been aloof, raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lin Qingche. The temperature in Lin Qingche's palms also began to rise, and Chu You's cheerful voice came into his mind. "Awesome, awesome." Dong, who had lived for half his life, stood up tremblingly and could not help but cast a fearful look at Lin Qingche. This boy is such a beast. He is exactly like his father. Because he was worried about Chao Kefin's situation, Liang Ziging looked at Lin Qingche deeply and then followed him. Yunru and Tianqing, with some fear, asked Director Lin Dong for instructions, and then walked out directly. He also wanted to see Chao Kefin. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong and his group were the only ones left in the originally bustling testing room. Lin Dong sighed slowly and walked slowly towards the door with his crutches. "Let's go, little friend Lin. I'm sure you have a lot of questions." Libra stepped forward and slowly helped him up. "Come with us." Yunru was jumping and hopping around Lin Qingche in circles. She had a carefree and lively personality. His big eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Qingche, as if he wanted to eat him. Yunru stretched out her hand towards Lin Qingche. "Lin Qingche, welcome to join the butterfly breaking out of the cocoon." Chapter 24, Space Battleship, Paradox Engine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice and receiving the top-level repair and modification skills as a reward. Ding! Considering that the host made Chao Kefin faint due to anger, the system selection was completed exceptionally, and the system added an additional reward. Supercar Nitrogen Acceleration System. Modification Technique. The system prompt sounded in Lin Qingche's mind, but his attention was not here at all at the moment. At this moment, Lin Qingche had been brought by Yunru to an office in the Shenzhou Science and Technology Research Institute. The office is very clean and tidy overall, and is about 70 to 80 square meters in size. There is a huge glass table in the middle, and inside the table there is a very sci-fi reactor-like device that keeps rotating and emitting orange-yellow light. Was sitting majestically behind the glass table, with Libra floating next to him. Lin Qingche and Yunru sat next to each other on the sofa at the side, and the latter always stared at Lin Qingche's face like a curious baby. Lin Dong coughed lightly, ahem. Then he looked up at Lin Qingche, then stood up and walked to the glass table. Libra followed up. Lin Qingche and Yunru immediately followed, and everyone gathered together in the middle of the glass table. Lin Qingche knew this because Director Lin was about to start introducing Butterfly emerging from the cocoon to him, and there was also an explanation for why the mechanical dragonfly exploded as soon as it was named. "I saw." Lin Dong raised his hand and waved it, and the device inside the glass table began to rotate, and then a huge virtual screen began to slowly emerge. He began to speak slowly, and as he spoke, images began to appear on the virtual screen. Lin Dong's previous narration was similar to what Chao Kefin had thought before. That is, the Earth was invaded 10,000 years ago, and in order to resist the invasion, all humans had cores implanted in their brains. By awakening and becoming a Valkyrie and a commander can you have the power to fight against it. Lin Dong's narration of this story was very tragic, and Lin Qingche also saw it through the images on the virtual screen. They were huge mechanical beasts, each over 10 meters tall. It is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack on mortal humans on Earth. Human military power is like a gnat trying to shake a tree when faced with enemy firepower. Yes, 10,000 years ago, the Decepticons came, but Optimus Prime, the human Autobot, did not appear. The Earth was suddenly in ruins, and humanity was on the verge of extinction. Lin Dong's narration was very exciting. How can the torch of human inheritance, which is so long in history, be destroyed just like that? Yes, it is because of human beings' indomitable will that they have surpassed dinosaurs and become the dominant species on Earth. Moreover, in the face of disaster, there is always someone walking in front of you. The light in the darkness that is like dawn. As Lin Dong waved his hand again, the virtual interface continued to change. Lin Qingche was stunned as he looked at what was in front of him, because he saw clearly that when human beings on Earth were almost extinct, the world was on the verge of breaking apart, followed by a crisp sound of snapping of fingers. Time seemed to be stopped, and countless scenes began to flash back in an instant. Dead humans were resurrected, destroyed buildings returned to their original state, and mechanical beasts began to disappear. The Earth returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Then, all mankind raised their heads and looked up at the sky, because there is the source of everything. It was a huge starship that only existed in science fiction films and TV shows, about 20 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. Overall shape of the starship is extremely cool, with a huge turbine propulsion device equipped with various huge weapons and equipment. Star Destroyer, prism cannon, anti-aircraft missile. The Paradox engine then began to summon human voices from the huge starship, which reached the ears of everyone in the world. As you can see, I come from the future. This huge starship is the basis for my travel to the present, and it is also the most important strategic weapon for us humans to face the mechanical aliens. Its name is Paradox Engine. Speaking of this ship, of course you don't understand. I also understand. Let's make it short. Humans are full of ambition and greed. Maybe you will believe me now, but you will forget as time goes by. When the resources on Earth are running out, you will reach into space. Although human civilization was technologically advanced enough at that time and had the technology to travel in space, it was also the beginning of a nightmare. 10,000 years later, human exploration in the universe became more and more powerful, which also led to direct attention from other advanced civilizations, such as Epsilon. The Epsilons are an advanced civilization from another unknown galaxy. They are mainly composed of a group of mechanical beasts with advanced computer cores in their brains. They are extremely powerful, bloodthirsty, and greedy. Although the resources on Earth are far less than those on their planet, who would complain about having too much stuff. 10,000 years later, the weak humans detected the existence of the Epsilon civilization, and the Epsilons also discovered the existence of humans. This is how the collision between civilizations occurred. 10,000 years from now, the Epsilon will descend upon the Earth. All humans will be exterminated, and the Earth will be destroyed. I was one of the first investigators to detect the existence of the Epsilon civilization. My name is Lin Qingche. I stole the important technology of the Epsilon. Now I have activated the Paradox engine and started time travel. I have returned to the present and come back here to tell you. The countdown to the destruction of mankind is 10,000 years. I know what you are thinking. The resources on Earth will be exhausted. 10,000 years later, you will have to go into the universe to find new energy sources. Otherwise, you will still be extinct. Therefore, encountering Epsilon civilization or even other civilizations is a foregone conclusion. Humanity must be prepared. The Decepticons are about to arrive. Since humans don't have their own Optimus Prime, let's become gods ourselves. All machines ascend. Butterfly breaking out of the cocoon plan is launched. The picture freezes here. Lin Dong stared at the screen, at the Paradox engine on it, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of obsession in his eyes. 10,000 years ago, this ship became the belief of everyone on Earth, and now this Paradox engine is docked in Shenzhou City. Lin Dong has only one wish in this life, and that is to see him with his own eyes. Lin Qingche had been watching the screen from beginning to end, without showing any shock. Lin Dong looked at the Paradox engine and began to yearn again. He couldn't continue to tell the story, so Yinru cleared her throat and continued to tell Lin Qingche. Senior Lin Xiao is what all of us humans call the Lord of the Plains, and car insurance is his gift to all the Valkyries. Please refer to the previous article for details. The so-called butterfly breaking out of the cocoon plan is to implant the same core as the Epsilon robot into all humans. Only magic can defeat magic. At that time, Senior Lin Qingche is said to have removed about 100,000 cores of different robot beasts from the Paradox engine and provided them to humans for research. But how can the core of a strange civilization, this unknown existence, replace the human brain? How can it be perfectly combined and possess the huge power of a mechanical beast? Speaking of this, Yunru's face became a little gloomy. It is said that at that time, 100,000 people who were willing to sacrifice their lives for research were selected from all over the world. They were willing to conduct core fusion experiments for the future of mankind. Lin Qingche raised his head and looked at her with burning eyes and asked, "So, did we succeed in the end?" "Yes, it should have been successful. If it hadn't been successful, I wouldn't be in Night City now." Yunru nodded slowly. Yes, it succeeded. Only 12 people out of 100,000 succeeded, and the rest all died. Chapter 25, 12 Heroes of the Cocoon. What? Lin Qingche felt extremely heavy-hearted when he heard this. 12 out of 10,000 people succeeded. Does this have a high chance of success? Literally, it is extremely low. Lin Qingche didn't dare to speculate, if he knew that this was a completely suicidal experiment. But this is something from other civilizations, and 12 of them were successful? Libra came to Lin Qingche at this time, and she stretched out her hand and handed Lin Qingche a form. Lin Qingche took it curiously and then quickly digitized the form. In the blink of an eye, it has become a virtual electronic screen. The above information shocked Lin Qingche extremely, because it's a list. 2,000 people have applied to join the Butterfly Breaking the Cocoon program. The list is as follows: Zhang Chong, Song Gang, Yu Zhamping. 2,000 people have applied to join the Butterfly Breaking the Cocoon program. The list is as follows: Katyusha, Marissa, Skiff. USA, a total of 2,000 people have applied to join the Butterfly Breaking the Cocoon program. The list is as follows: 50 countries around the world, with 2,000 people from each country participating in the Butterfly Breaking the Cocoon program. It brings together scientific academies from all fields around the world to implement the butterfly breaking out of the cocoon plan. The butterfly emerging from its cocoon symbolizes that humans, like weak insects, will eventually metamorphose into butterflies and ascend mechanically. Looking at this list, Lin Qingche felt mixed emotions. Each of them was a living being, but now they no longer exist. I have to sigh, human beings are really great. Lin Qingche found it hard to imagine what kind of determination those 100,000 people had when they applied for the experiment. Perhaps they have really experienced the feeling of being torn apart by mechanical beasts, or watching your loved ones and friends die in front of you. Senior Lin also said that the invasion of the Epsilon civilization will take place in 10,000 years. Human lifespan is only 100 years at most, so they can just enjoy their 100 years of life with peace of mind. The world 10,000 years later has nothing to do with them, but they did it without hesitation. Human courage can transcend time, transcend every history, and transcend the present. When all of humanity faces a matter of life and death, it is no longer the business of a single country. It's about uniting everyone and facing it together, no longer focusing on countries against countries. The names of the countries and people at the back were unfamiliar to him. So Lin Qingche raised his hand and casually flipped through the list of China, trying to familiarize himself with the names. Then Lin Qingche's pupil shrank, and he suddenly saw the name Yunru in it. Yunru looked at Lin Qingche's shocked expression and smiled bitterly. Well, as you can see, I have lived for 10,000 years. Back then, I was also a Chinese who applied to participate in the Butterfly Breaking Cocoon project. Only 12 people out of 100,000 have succeeded and are still alive today, and I am one of them. Good job. Lin Qingche was shocked. No one could have imagined that the cute girl with pink hair in front of him had actually lived for 10,000 years. Lin Qingche was stunned. Aren't you afraid of death? Isn't it better to live a good life? What if you are not one of the 12? The probability is really too low. Yunru looked at Lin Qingche deeply. She shook her head slowly. I don't know. I just remember that I was an orphan at the time, and there was no place in the world worth staying. I applied with the mentality of wanting to die. Well, I wanted to die at that time. Yunru's tone became more serious. But after I succeeded and gained new powers, my responsibilities increased. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, I witnessed countless historical changes. I also witnessed the various heroic sacrifices that humans made for the continuation of civilization. I suddenly realized that this is where I grew up. Now that I have become one of the 12, I should inherit this will. The continuation of human civilization is extremely important. As a member of the butterfly emerging from the cocoon, I have an unshakable responsibility. Yunru stood up. She looked up at the frozen image of the paradox engine and murmured, "Perhaps this is the inheritance of the human race." Turning around, looking at Lin Qingche, her face was firm. "I want to return to Earth. I also want the newborn descendants of humans who came to Epsilon to return to Earth. Seeing how their ancestors once lived, instead of a technological city like Night City, it's so fake. There's not a single piece of green here. I believe we will see blue skies and flowers hanging on the branches again." Yunru looked at Lin Qingche's dazed expression and chuckled. Then she continued slowly. "After the successful results of the 12 of us, combined with the failures of everyone before us, the national scientists concluded that the human body is too weak and a carrier is needed to carry the core power. So everyone turned their attention to the powerful carriers. After a long period of testing, they found that humans can combine with modern vehicles, airplanes, and tanks, perfectly unleash the power of the core. It's like becoming an Autobot yourself. Then we discovered that the chances of a man and a woman becoming one and merging into one core were very low, so we came up with the concept of cooperation between men and women. It's the prototype of the Valkyrie and the Commander. This combination has a very high success rate. It can become mainstream." Yunru fiddled with her hair casually, and then continued. "In our butterfly breaking out of the cocoon, 12 people is a self-contained structure. 12 people succeeded out of 100,000 people, and this plan was abandoned. So, the 12 of us are traces of history. We became Valkyries of the end and reached the legendary stage a long time ago, so we have a lifespan of 10,000 years. We don't need to sign a contract. We can fight independently. Because we are directly integrated with the core of the mechanical beast, each of the 12 people has inherited a special ability of the mechanical beast." After a pause, Yunru looked straight into Lin Qingche's eyes, as if she wanted to see through his entire body. "And you, Lin Qingche, were also one of the people who applied to join the Butterfly Breaking Cocoon project 10,000 years ago. However, due to the special reasons of your parents, you were treated specially as soon as you entered the project and disappeared without a trace. It's only now that we know about this through your parents thousands of years ago, because the core you integrated into was the core of a mid to high level Epsilon mechanical beast. I don't know how advanced it is, but it's at least on the same level as the paradox engine. Because Senior Lin Xiu said that only you will have the authority to drive the paradox engine in the future. This directly led to your sleeping for 10,000 years. You have just awakened now and have completely merged successfully, becoming the 13th person of the butterfly emerging from the cocoon. And your special ability is also the strongest among the 12 of us." Yunru was very excited when she said this, because from the first moment she saw Lin Qingche in the test room, she saw the shadow of her senior Lin Xiu. Chapter 26. Lin Qingche has lived for 10,000 years, the 13th butterfly to emerge from the cocoon. Lin Qingche was dumbfounded. Does this mean that he has lived for 10,000 years? Also an old monster? If that's the case, then in the future I can also transform into a mechanical beast and fight independently? But why can I also make a contract with Chu Yue? You can have the best of both worlds, right? Is this my special ability? In an instant, countless possibilities came to Lin Qingche's mind. So here comes the question. What is the situation with my parents? Among the 12 people who emerged from the cocoon, have they also lived for 10,000 years? Otherwise, the timing won't be right. There are simply too many questions at this moment. Ahem. Seeing Lin Qingche lost in thought, Yunru stretched out her hand and drew a line in front of his eyes, and Lin Qingche's thoughts returned to reality. Lin Dong has already closed the virtual interface at this moment. He just looked at Yunru Tianling and Lin Qingche quietly and said with emotion, "You three are the pioneers of the butterfly breaking out of the cocoon. You are heroes." Of course, the same goes for the remaining 10 members. The core of your brain is of an extremely high level. The mechanical dragonfly of our neon car factory naturally cannot read the information of your core, because the status of the mechanical dragonfly is much lower than that of the mechanical beast you originally merged with. There is a gap between a slave and a king, so it will explode directly. Lin Dong stood up, took out an exquisite ring from his arms, and handed it to Lin Qingche. His eyes were deep as he stared into Lin Qingche's eyes, and then he glanced at Yunru and Libra. The butterfly emerging from its cocoon represents humankind breaking through the boundaries of flesh and blood and breaking free from the shackles of the body. The soul is sublimated and successfully gains the power to fly to a wider sky, just like an insect emerging from its cocoon and becoming a butterfly. As the 13th person of the cocoon butterfly, push forward all the way. Because your mission and the mission of all mankind is to restart the Paradox engine and launch a general attack on the Epsilon civilization. The time came 20 days later, in a private repair shop in Neon Car Factory. This period of time, since the various encounters at the Neon Car Factory, Lin Qingche was filled with emotion, knowing that his identity was very impressive, but at the same time, a heavy burden like a mountain, like Mount Tai, was also placed on his shoulders. When I left the Neon Car Factory, I exchanged contact information with Yunru, Tianling, and Lindong. Through the data exchanged by Yunru, he also learned about the Night City where he was currently located, including the surrounding Qian City and Shenzhou City, and so on about 200 cities. This is all the habitats that humans currently live in. Lin Qingche also learned that there are currently about 3 billion people in total, and each country still retains its original nationality. Because the core is a supercomputer, there is no speech barrier, and everyone can communicate easily. The Earth has long been abandoned, and humanity's current habitat is an unnamed galaxy outside the real Epsilon galaxy. Name: Exile Galaxy Community. As the name suggests, the exiled star is home to the mechanical beast race abandoned by the Epsilon civilization. Their combat effectiveness is extremely low. Most of the mechanical aliens here are Zerg. The real mechanical beasts that dominate the Epsilon planet are the real Epsilon Legion, which are all various powerful beasts. Because the mechanical Zerg in this exile galaxy are generally not very powerful, humans quickly occupied this galaxy thousands of years ago and made it their main habitat. Despite this, the total area of the exile galaxy cluster is still extremely large, roughly equivalent to 10 times the size of the Earth. But not all places are suitable for human habitation because there are terrains that are difficult to develop everywhere. The bedrock is very solid, making land reclamation difficult. However, in the future, various energy resources will be extremely abundant, which are what human Valkyries and commanders need for upgrades. This is also the purpose of establishing various colleges. Pursuing extreme speed, under siege by mechanical Zerg, we search for untapped energy and mineral resources in this galaxy. Moreover, the undeveloped terrain is extremely complex and rugged, and there are mechanical beasts everywhere, and humans are invaders to them. They're all very fast. Therefore, racing, speed, and passion are the first compulsory courses in life for everyone in this world. As for not thinking about running, isn't fighting good? This is another thing I want to talk about: the combat power system. I'll talk about it later. And now, since there are so many undeveloped resources in the Exile Galaxy community, will Epsilon just leave it alone? The answer is, of course they will. In fact, the Exile Galaxy community can be understood as a slave farm, and the exiled mechanical beasts in it are all slaves for mining resources. Every once in a while, the Epsilon above would send troops over to confiscate resources. This usually happens once every 100 years. At that time, Epsilon would naturally discover traces of humans. This has led to the emergence of two factions among the current human elite. They are the Doves, who advocate peace and live a low-key life in an exiled galaxy. The main leaders of the Dove faction are the chief factory managers of Renault Heavy Industries and Neon Power, as well as several organizations. Every time 100 years come, the powerful Epsilon army descends on the exile community. Their strength terrifies everyone, and humans have no chance of winning a war with such an enemy. Only the top combat core Valkyrie of the End and the legendary Realm Commander, who are at this level of contract combination, have the strength to fight. But this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Epsilon army, and the true strength of the Epsilon core is unknown. Chao Kefin and his Doves were afraid, so they signed a treaty with the leader of the mechanical beasts in the exiled galaxy community. The treaty states that humans and robots are not allowed to fight each other on a daily basis. But when the Epsilon army arrives, every 100 years, the mechanical beasts will claim that humans are a race they plundered from other civilizations and join in the exploitation of resources. The Epsilon army naturally ignored humans. As for why the mechanical beast was willing to make such a request, wouldn't it be better to just tell Epsilon that humans are invaders and let Epsilon destroy them? In fact, this is not the case. Because humans are full of wisdom, They will use advanced instruments to support mining, drilling, blasting technology, and more. And what about mechanical beasts? They can only clumsily scratch with their claws and crudely bombard the mines with laser cannons. But their efficiency is low and the quality is poor. They are slaves, abandoned beings, and the only reason they can survive is because they have the qualification to mine ore. The dovish leader immediately said that if the mechanical beasts revealed the identity of the human invaders, humans would give Epsilon the extremely high quality and large-scale resources that were mined by humans. This is far better than the clumsy mechanical beast. Let me ask you, with a race that can mine resources as efficiently as humans, would the Epsilon still need these exiled mechanical beasts? The answer is yes. Absolutely not necessary. The exiled galaxy cluster will only become a habitat for humans. These exiled mechanical beasts will no longer have the right to live. Although the mechanical beasts were helpless, this was the reality, and they had no choice but to agree to this treaty in order to survive. And it has been followed for thousands of years. In fact, calling them doves is a compliment. They are obviously slaves. The other faction is the Hawk faction, who advocates launching a general offensive against Epsilon. Support the chief factory manager of Qingche Technology and the chief factory manager of Fengfeng Industry, as well as 12 people from Butterfly breaking the cocoon. Of course, there is also Lin Dong from the Neon branch of Night City. Hawk faction advocates that all human beings intensify their practice to reach the final and legendary realm for all. The idea of dovish is good, but the resources of the exile community will eventually be mined out, and Senior Lin Qingche's efforts back, then were not for the purpose of humans traveling all the way to become slaves in other people's territory. The human spine should never be bent from beginning to end. The attitude of the Hawks is very bold. They say to wait until the right opportunity of 100 years when the Epsilon army comes down. Launch an ambush attack and seize the core of the Epsilon army. The war has fully begun, and strategic weapons are deployed in the outer space of the exiled galaxy to start an interstellar war. Fight the enemy Epsilon army one by one until they are all destroyed. As for why the Hawks were confident that they could fight the Epsilon army head-on, after all, the gap in strength was there. Lin Qingche was also curious about this at the time, and Lin Dong said something that made Lin Qingche feel extremely heavy. We are also unsure about the Epsilon army. But humans are not without a chance of winning, because humans are the most intelligent creatures in the world, and the human brain is full of infinite possibilities. Facts have proven that the power of human demise is greater than that of animal demise. This has been confirmed by the 12 people who have emerged from their cocoons, because their core members are from the real Epsilon army. And Senior Lin Qingche also said that as long as there are 10,000 N Valkyries and 10,000 legendary commanders, the Epsilon civilization can be completely crushed. Because we have the paradox engine, we can go back in time infinitely. It's only a matter of time to have 10,000 contract combinations. Lin Qingche was puzzled. How many top-level contract combinations do we have now? Lin Dong smiled proudly. Currently, after 10,000 years of development, if each of the 12 people who have emerged from their cocoons is counted as one group, then the exact number of top contract groups for all of humanity is currently 34. It will soon exceed 10,000. Lin Qingche. Chapter 27. Build a car directly inside a tomato. Cough, cough. Lin Qingche almost choked. Need 10,000? That will take forever. So for now, the human side is still led by the doves. Let's develop it slowly first. Lin Dong expressed a belief. That is, the director of Qingche Technology once said that as long as the combination of human end contracts reaches 100, the paradox engine can be activated. Start the world rewind, end the mass production, until 10,000. But this will take a very long time. It will take the efforts of generations. Fortunately, the resources in the Exile Galaxy community are extremely rich, and the land is vast and the resources are abundant, so it will not be a problem to sustain it for a long time. Lin Dong also said that Chao Kefin was instructed by the chief factory manager of Renault Heavy Industries to meet him, the only 13th person who has the authority to activate the paradox engine. Of course, I won't hurt myself. Well, Chao Kefin is a good person, because both the Hawks and Doves are fighting for the fate of all mankind. Everyone has good intentions. To a certain extent, the themes of the dovish and hawkish factions complement each other. Now this is a bit far-fetched. Lin Qingche raised his head and looked at the private repair room in front of him with burning eyes. In the huge space, there was a metal frame of a sports car in rudimentary shape, and the rest of the space was empty. Yes, The space ring that Lin Dong had given to me before was filled with precious top-grade materials for Chu Yue to build a car body, which was completely enough for Lin Qingche to use. With the car repair skills that the system just happened to reward, he has been repairing Chu Yue's car body for the past 20 days. He signed a contract with Chu Yue and gained access to her body. I know all the details about her, so I can find the most suitable look for her. Lin Qingche's mouth curled up, and his mind couldn't help but recall the appearance of the Night Dye Heaven sports car. There is no doubt that this is what she looked like before, and this is also the most suitable for her existence at present. What Lin Qingche is doing now is to recreate the night paradise. Although the materials Lin Dong gave her were lower quality than her previous ones, they were almost the same. They were the best that Night City and even the surrounding cities could produce. Taking a step forward, Lin Qingche took out a toolbox and then took out various materials from the ring. 20 days of hard work. I gained a direct enlightenment through the system about various car repair and handmade vehicle parts. Lin Qingche spent every day and night in the neon car factory, making parts. The following is the process of making a car. You can skip the boring part. The structure of a car is very complicated. It starts with the molten metal being poured into the mold cavity and then cooled and solidified to obtain the product, cast iron. There are many parts made of cast iron blanks, such as cylinder blocks, transmission cases, steering gear housings, rear axle housings, brake drums, various brackets, etc. These are relatively simple, as the casting cavities are readily available at the Neon Car Factory. As mentioned above, all male commanders are the exclusive nurses and repairmen of the contracted Valkyries. After all, other people's casting cavities are still other people's, and the specific details do not match Chu Yue's. Even if Lin Qingche wanted to hug each other, he couldn't use someone else's casting cavity. Everyone agreed to make a new one by themselves. The casting cavity is just an embryo, and there is not much to say about it. The most important thing is the finished product of the casting. There are many factors that affect the quality of cast iron parts. In addition to determining the geometry and size of cast iron parts based on working conditions and metal material properties, the rationality of the design must also be considered from the perspective of casting alloy and casting process characteristics. That is, obvious size effects and solidification, shrinkage, stress, and other issues, so as to avoid or reduce the occurrence of defects such as composition segregation, deformation, and cracking of cast iron parts. There is also a second point. Third point. Other people may have to worry about the above-mentioned points, but Lin Qingche doesn't have to worry, because the technology rewarded by the system is powerful enough and is completely top-level. The grasp of these details is completely invincible. With the support of the system, in just 20 days, with the strong resource support of the Neon Car Factory, Lin Qingche has almost completed most of the production of the Yiyan Tianguo supercar. The first step is to make the cast iron parts, the second step is to forge the metal blanks, and the third step is cold stamping. The fourth step is welding, and the fifth step is metal cutting and deep processing. Step 6, heat treatment. 6 steps in total, all done. Now only the seventh step of assembly remains. Lin Qingche stood up and placed all the various parts he had made before around him. All of this was handmade by myself in 20 days. My hands were almost numb from forging metal, but it's all worth it, because they are under their own manual control. All the parts are extremely exquisite and full of details. They all perfectly suit Chu Yue. Now all that's left is assembly. Put all the parts together and assemble it into Night Paradise, because car parts are heavy and huge. So when organizing it, Lin Qingche asked the staff to transfer all the parts to the robotic arm in the private repair workshop. At this time, Lu Yifan walked over with his head down. If he felt that Lin Qingche was a little disdainful when he first saw him 20 days ago, now it seems that all that's left is utter admiration, because Lin Qingche's transformation and production talents are so amazing. This is completely easy to do, and you don't need to ask anyone for help. He rejected the top teachers that Director Lin Dong specially invited for him, saying that they were totally unnecessary. The 13th person to break out of the cocoon? That's really awesome. This time, Lu Yifan was completely conquered by Lin Qingche. Lin Qingche took a deep breath, put on gloves, and directly operated the robotic arm one by one to pick up the parts and start equipping. Engine, gearbox, front suspension, brake disc. You can build your own car just by looking at the picture. Structural diagram. And of course, the first-level engine rewarded by the system. Seeing Lin Qingche getting busy at this moment, Lu Yifan wisely waved to the people around him, indicating that everyone should go out, as this was Lin Qingche's private space. Of course, Lu Yifan himself had to go out as well. In a blink of an eye, Lin Qingche was the only one left in the huge room. Chapter 28, Chu Youwei's New Life. After all, she is the princess of Chu, so you should just take her with you. Lin Qingche took a deep breath and kept himself highly focused. The efforts of the past 20 days depended on this moment. He controlled the robotic arm and installed them on the frame one by one according to the car repair knowledge rewarded by the system. The first step is to set up the huge chassis, and then install the completed transmission system, driving system, steering system, and control system on the chassis. Then put the frame of the car on the chassis. Then the instrument panel is placed, and the accessories such as the system-rewarded engine are placed under the hood. Then comes a more complex series of installation procedures. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 hours had passed. Since it was my first time doing this, I wasn't very skilled at it. But through my own perseverance, I completed it perfectly. In the repair room, Lin Qingche, with sweat all over his forehead, looked at the night-dyed heaven sports car in front of him, which he had built entirely by hand, and smiled calmly. Call. Exhale a breath of foul air. After doing all this, Lin Qingche threw down the tools in his hands and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. After a whole day of assembling the car, I feel every cell of the car. Lin Qingche couldn't help but fall into memories at this moment. Yunru and the others during this period. Lin Qingche was increasingly shocked by the feat of all humans' mechanical ascension. After understanding the structure of a car, Lin Qingche understood that it was no exaggeration to say that the human body was the most sophisticated instrument. Now, this world successfully replaced a person and a car through the core. The cameras and sensors used by cars to perceive the environment correspond to the eyes, mouth, tongue, and nose of humans. The engine corresponds to the human heart, allowing blood, which represents energy, to flow throughout the body. The car's engine cylinders convert and collect energy, which corresponds to the human stomach and lungs. The kidneys are filters. Muscles and fat are energy storage batteries. The brain is the core. And white blood cells are antivirus software. Car steering wheel. Exhaust pipe. Lin Qingche held his forehead with his hand. Ahem. I accidentally got carried away. At this time, Lin Qingche thought of the final level that director Lin Dong mentioned. That's what a perfect fusion of the human brain and core looks like. Yes, although human flesh and blood is extremely delicate, it is very fragile. It is also difficult to replace parts. Once an arm or leg is broken, it will be the end of your life as flesh and blood cannot grow again. Lin Qingche raised his head and looked at the sports car in front of him. But machinery is different. Uncle Li said that Chu Yue was beaten so badly that only the front of the car was left. It could be said to be scrapped. But with the core's car insurance was activated and saved his life. But what about the body? This is the advantage of machinery. It can be recreated. Lin Qingche stood up and dragged his tired body to the yin heaven. He slowly raised his right hand and slowly approached the front of the night-dyed heaven. At this time, the other party also sensed something, and the core tattoo in the style of the Louvre began to emit a scarlet light. Commander Lin Qingche, I, Chu Yue, remember everything you did for me today. I will give you everything I have. Listening to Chu Youwei's excited voice in his mind, Lin Qingche raised the corners of his mouth and murmured softly, Go ahead. Rise my... Pooh. Pooh. Lin Qingche suddenly felt embarrassed. He almost let the cat out of the bag in such a serious occasion. He shook his head slowly and looked ahead. Just see. His entire right arm began to feel hot, and then the tattoo began to peel off, and the core of the Louvre began to reveal its shape. Then, as if being guided, it flew quickly towards the front of the night-dyed heaven sports car. Then it slowly merged into the body of the car, turning into an electronic control unit and becoming the brain of the car. It seemed as if it had completely accepted this new body, and the originally dim headlights suddenly brightened. Then the golden crown slowly appeared at the front driving position of the car. Next, the wings on both sides of the car body extended, and there were still golden crown-shaped patterns at the ends. This symbol of the Chu royal family was not there when Lin Qingche made it. Buzz! Buzz! The Yi Ran Tian Gua car hummed, and the headlights shone in front of Lin Qingche, flickering. The wings on both sides flapped and flew. The night-drenched heaven expresses joy. Lin Qingche also looked at everything in front of him with a smile on his face. He had succeeded. Chu Yue, resurrection. Lin Qingche was very excited at the moment. It was so shocking to witness with his own eyes the rebirth of human beings. Yes, although human flesh and brain are delicate, they are too fragile. In the evolution of more than 1 billion years, organisms have accumulated a large number of useless neutral traits and various. As human technology advances, they and some favorable traits begin to have adverse effects. A typical example is the cytokine storm. This kind of operation of one of you and the virus must die today may save some lives in ancient times, but it is obviously not something that can be accomplished in a few thousand years to adapt it to the existence of medical treatment. This inefficient evolution cannot meet the rapid development needs of human beings, so it will inevitably be replaced by new mechanisms. That is the world today. Mechanical ascension. Humanity has developed over billions of years. Not only is the time it took Senior Lin Qingche to produce the Epsilon core 10,000 years ago much shorter, but the effect is also much faster. Facts have proved that Senior Lin Qingche is great. The combination of flesh and blood and machines is the most correct path for mankind to become the world overlord and even the universe overlord in the future. His thoughts returned to reality, and Lin Qingche stared at the scene in front of him. Click, click. As a sound of mechanical twisting was heard, the night heaven in front of him began to tremble, and then the whole thing became illusory and transparent. The car's shape dissipated, and a red light flashed. The light shone on Lin Qingche's face, feeling extremely warm. Then, in this light, a tall and beautiful figure slowly appeared. The slender arms are stretched out, showing off the proud figure. Black hair flutters freely in this quiet repair room. She is Chu Yue, who has been reborn. This time, her eyes were extremely clear. They were no longer filled with violent scarlet light, but were full of tenderness. Looking at Lin Qingche gently. Chu Yue's new life. Chapter 29 Nitrogen Accelerator. Looking at the person slowly appearing in front of him, Lin Qingche didn't have time to take the next step. The former took the lead and threw him directly into his arms. Feeling the tenderness in her arms, this time it was so real. She actually existed. Lin Qingche hugged the person in his arms tightly, put his hands on her little head, and gently stroked her hair. Woo-woo. Proud princess could no longer bear it and buried herself tightly in Lin Qingche's chest like a kitten. She hugged the boy in front of her tightly, wishing she could merge her entire body into his. She was awake all the time. She remembered everything that happened, from Lin Qingche's first appearance, to being accused by General Chao, to the fact that he will face a heavier responsibility than revenge for the Chu royal family. During the last 20 days, we rebuilt the night paradise day and night. Although he is bad, tickling himself, Chu Yue's eyes were moist. She was no longer the arrogant little girl who used to be the princess. She has grown up and knows what she wants to do. Chu Yue raised her head and looked at Lin Qingche's chin and murmured, "Lin Qingche, I like you." Her voice was soft and tender, just like a little girl. Lin Qingche's heart almost melted. Lin Qingche suddenly felt that all the efforts of the past 20 days were worth it. "Well, I like you too." Lin Qingche smiled calmly, hugged her waist, and continued, "You must be very lonely after such a long time. Do you want to take me for a ride?" "Ah, take a ride. Okay. I love going for a ride the most. Thump, thump, thump." Chu Yue's eyes lit up instantly when she heard it. "Yes, I woke up a long time ago when I was being treated in the prison matrix. But I was helpless and couldn't get out. I can only soak in the nutrient solution day and night. If it weren't for my good sister Li Susu and the scientific researchers who talk to me every day." Chu Yue had no doubt that she would go crazy. At worst, he suffers from depression. Then when I wake up, I'll come up with some kind of free meal challenge, bah. I won't say any more. When talking about going for a ride, Chu Yue excitedly grabbed Lin Qingche's hand and walked towards the door of the repair shop. Lin Qingche let her pull him with a smile on his face. "Is this the fruit of victory? So sweet." Snap! The repair room was opened by Lin Qingche. As soon as he came out, Lu Yifan and a group of staff who had been waiting at the door turned their heads and looked over. Even though I'd already talked about Chu Yue through Lin Dong before. But now that they have really seen the real person, Chu Yue's appearance still amazed everyone. The Princess K from Shenzhou City is so beautiful. Lin Qingche was not surprised to see the newcomer. Lu Yifan was just an old acquaintance of his. He is Lin Dong's subordinate, so naturally he is also a hawk and can be considered one of us. Lin Qingche pulled Chu Yue and indicated that this was producer Lu. Chu Yue straightened her body and greeted quickly. Lu Yifan nodded slowly and first congratulated Lin Qingche on her successful resurrection. Then he frowned and looked at Chu Youwei's impatient expression. Why are you in such a hurry? You're just getting used to the new car body, and you're in such a hurry to exercise. Yes, Lu Yifan learned through Lin Dong that the Princess Chu Youwei had been lonely for a long time, and her treatment lasted for more than 2.5 years. It can be said that the whole body is rusted. I can't wait to do some activities. This is easy to understand. But Lu Yifan raised his glasses and said to Lin Qingche, in fact, the law stipulates that if a new commander and the Valkyrie contract team want to drive on the road or train on the track in the car factory, they need a male commander to take the driver's license test. After all, there are definitely safety risks for new drivers on the road for the first time, so it is necessary to take a driving test before going on the road. This was also a rule on Earth 10,000 years ago. In fact, the driver's license test requires 2 people to take it together. But because Chu Yue has not yet been truly resurrected, she can complete the male commander test in advance, and then be given the authority to purchase materials to build the car body. Lin Qingche gave you the materials in advance as compensation for the fact that you were targeted by the fat man surnamed Chow. Ah, still need a driver's license test? As soon as Lu Yifan said this, Lin Qingche slapped his forehead. He almost forgot. After all, this is driving, and the new contract members are all 18-year-old teenagers, so it is a bit far-fetched to expect them to be able to drive right from the start. If you drive improperly, your loved ones will shed tears. When Chu Yue, who was standing next to him, heard Lu Yifan's words, her pretty face froze instantly. She also knows about things like taking a driver's license test. It's just that I was too anxious and forgot a little. There is no other way. If you want to officially drive on the road, you must get a driver's license. Nodding slowly, Lin Qingche pulled Chu Yue to express his agreement. We can take the exam now. Please arrange it. However, Lu Yifan slowly shook his head and raised his hand to signal. Then the staff member next to him came forward and carried out an instrument with a blue gas tank. Lin Qingche looked at it curiously, but then he saw the appearance of the gas tank and blurted out in surprise. Is this a nitrogen accelerator? Nitrogen accelerator, Lu Yifan nodded slowly. Yes, this is the nitrous oxide storage bottle of the nitrogen accelerator suitable for the sports car form. Isn't the sports car that your Miss Chu transformed into? Generally speaking, it's best to install nitrous acceleration when the car is fully restored. Now that it's fully restored, we can add it. We'll also have to take a test drive during the driver's license test later, since it's a sports car after all. Lin Qingche was delighted when he saw this. He was thinking of finding someone to buy the device later. I didn't expect that Director Lin Dong was so thoughtful and sent it to me again. Thank Director Lin for me. Xiao Lin will remember Director Lin's kindness to me. Lin Qingche said respectfully. Yes, the precious materials used to build the Night-Dyed Heaven sports car are all the best in Night City, and the cost is difficult to estimate. This is already a great favor. Lu Yifan smiled slightly and looked at Lin Qingche with admiration, praising him generously. Commander Lin Qingche, the 13th person of the butterfly breaking the cocoon. What we do is not only for you, but also for the future of the entire human race. You are the only one who is qualified to activate the Paradox engine. We have to train you as soon as possible. Well, the Neon Car Factory in Night City is your huge backup. If you need anything or have any needs, just tell us. You can call me or Director Lin directly. Lu Yifan paused, his eyes dimmed again. It would be great if you could get the assistance of the mechanical dragonfly. It would also be a great help. What a pity. Lin Qingche was sweating profusely. It was fine at the beginning, but I felt helpless when I heard what he said later. There is no way. Who says I am special? However, as he and Director Lin continued to emphasize, he had the authority to start the Paradox engine. Lin Qingche became more and more curious about this. How am I going to start it in the future? Where is this permission? Why don't I know it? Lin Qingche was still thinking. Time waits for no one now. Lu Yifan signaled the staff to carry the nitrogen accelerator into the repair room and left the space to Lin Qingche again. Thinking back to reality, Lin Qingche turned his head and looked at Chu Yue. The latter's face turned red instantly, and then she looked into Lin Qingche's eyes cautiously. Be gentle when you modify it for me later. I'm shy. Chapter 30? So sensitive? The repair room was closed again. Once again, Lin Qingche and Chu Yue were the only ones in the huge repair room. The two looked at each other, and at this moment, the atmosphere around them couldn't help but seem a little ambiguous. Lin Qingche found her shy look very cute, reached out and touched her delicate face, and said soothingly, "Don't worry. I will feel sorry for you, and I will try to be careful. Chu Yue was, of course, not really scared. She was just being pretentious in front of Lin Qingche. It was just like a girl acting like a spoiled child. Anyone who understands will understand. She nodded slightly, then slowly retreated. After reaching a certain space, there was a flash of light, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a car again. Lin Qingche raised his head and looked seriously at the domineering and elegant Yiran Tiangue sports car in front of him, then slowly put on a condom. He bent over, opened the toolbox, and took out the tools. Chu Yue saw that Lin Qingche was ready, and the lights in front of her flashed. Okay, I'm ready. Because I hadn't merged with the car before, I didn't feel anything. It's different now. I am the car, and the car is me. The car is your own body, and any changes to your body will make you feel it sensitively. Chu Yue was feeling both nervous and expectant at the moment. After all, this was the first time that a boy touched her body, although he was Lin Qingche. But it is inevitable that girls will be reserved and shy. The more Lin Qingche looked at her, the more he liked her. Girls are really cute. There was not much time wasted. The reason why the nitrogen acceleration device was not directly installed when the car was built was because Lin Qingche wanted to maintain Chu Yue's original form. That is the appearance of the original knight dyed heaven. Her new body first. After all, the nitrogen accelerator has been rewritten and it is a brand new template. What if Chu Yue doesn't match it? Of course, as a core player, she shouldn't be so weak. Lin Qingche also understood, but still chose to be more cautious. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Chu Yue's original car only has a turbocharger and no nitrogen acceleration. Nitrogen is what people call nitrous oxide. The working principle of the nitrogen accelerator is to put the high-pressure liquid into a cylinder, and then mix it with the fuel in the engine together with the air to act as in combustion aid and burn. It can release oxygen and nitrogen, of which oxygen is the key combustion-supporting gas, while nitrogen can help cool down. At high temperatures, 2 nitrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom are generated. The oxygen atom helps combustion, while the nitrogen atom cools the cylinder, thereby increasing the completeness of fuel combustion and improving power. However, nitrogen acceleration is very violent. If you accidentally use excessive amounts, it will cause the engine cylinder to explode, resulting in the destruction of the vehicle and death. Therefore, generally speaking, the sports cars transformed by women in this world do not have nitrogen acceleration devices at the beginning, and they need to be modified by male commanders themselves after the contract is signed. Although Chu Yue is a core member of the team, she is still very weak in the early stage without the assistance of a male commander. It's not just her, it's the same for everyone. High talent only means a high upper limit. It does not represent real-time strength. Yiran Tiangue's wings suddenly retracted, and he curled up tightly like a frightened little rabbit. Lin Qingche. What the hell? So sensitive? Lin Qingche didn't dare to move for a moment. After all, she was still a virgin. Lin Qingche nodded slowly and helplessly, then continued with his actions. Since you said it's okay, should I continue? This caused Chu Yue's car body to start shaking, and the tires twisted back and forth, expressing her embarrassment. As a professional reformer under system transformation, Lin Qingche frowned. When treating a patient, will a professional doctor tolerate the patient moving around? This will greatly hinder your work efficiency and even cause harm to the other party. Please be quiet for a moment, Miss Chu. I can't concentrate on you if you move around like this. Bang! The crisp sound echoed in the quiet repair room. The car lights were honking, and the windows on both sides were rising and falling randomly. The wings opened and fell, and it all seemed a bit helpless. Lin Qingche was a little stunned. No way. Is this so outrageous? Now he was completely afraid to move and leaned against the wall behind him helplessly. Lin Qingche spread his hands and said, Okay, if you don't feel comfortable with it, we won't install the nitrogen accelerator. Brush. These words sounded particularly harsh to Chu Yue, the daughter of the Chu emperor. She rejected it immediately. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just the first time I feel this way. I feel shy. I have to pretend. If I can't even stand this, how can I be worthy of you, Commander Lin? Chu Yue took a deep breath. As a member of the royal family, she couldn't be so girly anymore. Lin Qingche is the 13th person to emerge from the cocoon. He has such outstanding parents and so many people supporting him behind the scenes. At this moment, even if all the Chu royal family at their peak were here, they might not be able to compare to them. He is like a real prince, the center of attention. You have to work hard to be worthy of others. Seeing that her attitude had finally become firm, Lin Qingche's lips curled up. Right? This is the spirit of a top-level core. Chapter 31, the eve of the contract conference. This time the installation went more smoothly. Chu Yue's body is just too sensitive, and it's not her fault. After all, everyone's physique is different. There was no messing around. Lin Qingche put his full attention into the installation this time and was extremely careful and thorough. As for the more advanced devices that come later, Chu Yue, as a core level, can certainly install them. But now it is still Black Iron 1 star. Even if she installs it, she cannot supply the energy to drive the advanced device. Therefore, I still have to work hard to improve my strength. After Lin Qingche installed the nitrogen acceleration device, he wanted to walk to the hood of the car and continue connecting the wires. Chu Yue is a girl who should be clean. Lin Qingche stood up and took a tissue from the shelf nearby, then bent down and wiped the exhaust pipe. Yet it is just this one action. A rush of water gushed out, soaking Lin Qingche's hands. Lin Qingche, gorgeous dividing line. It took more than 2 hours to complete this process. As soon as you walk out of the repair room, Chu Yue, with a flushed face and extremely shy, walked in front. She jogged along, completely ignoring Lin Qingche. Behind her looked at her with resentment on his face. Why? Lin Qingche held his forehead with his hands, crying and laughing as he murmured, "This princess is so hard to serve. It's really troublesome." But fortunately, everything went smoothly. She also completely accepted herself, so future repairs and renovations should be much smoother. Thinking of this, Lin Qingche's mood instantly became better. Now everything is ready. Lin Qingche and Chu Yue were led by the staff to the open-air driver's license test site at the Neon Car Factory. This exam was not taken with everyone else because of the special identities of Lin Qingche and Chu Yue. So this time the open-air examination venue was specially vacated, and now there are only 2 people waiting. Lin Qingche looked up and saw a sturdy young man with a neat crew cut. He looked very masculine overall. The person next to her was a girl wearing sportswear and a neat high ponytail, wearing a white hat. What is more striking is that both of them are very tall. The boy is 1.9 meters tall, and the girl is 1.7 meters tall. These 2 should be coaches, right? Lin Qingche pulled Chu Yue forward to greet her. The 1.9-meter tall coach looked at the 2 of them and then smiled heartily, pulling Lin Qingche's shoulder to his side. "Hello, Commander Lin, Valkyrie Chu. I am your coach for this driver's license test. You can call me Coach Zhang. Not only boys need to take the driving test, girls also need to take it. Lin, come with me first." Lin Qingche was pulled away by Coach Zhang. The 1.7-meter tall girl next to her also smiled and held Chu Yue's hand. "What a beautiful little girl. You can call me Sister Yuan Yuan. Come on, I'll take you to get your driver's license." Once you have completed the written portion of the test, the 2 of you will reunite for the next step of the exam. Well, the first step is to take a separate test, which is also called Subject 1. Subject 1, Lin Qingche found it a little funny. No matter whether it was the human society 10,000 years from now, Subjects 1, 2, 3, and 4 would always be the same process. This made me think back to my previous life, when I failed countless times on the 2nd and 3rd subjects in order to get a driver's license. Lin Qingche raised his head and asked Coach Zhang jokingly, "Will there be a 2nd subject later? A 3rd subject? A 4th subject?" "No." Zhang Qi shook his head. "Only Subject 1 and Subject 2. So that's it." Lin Qingche immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This should be able to go smoothly on its own, right? Coach Zhang Qi led Lin Qingche to a nearby table and chairs, and then handed him an electronic test paper. "This is the written test. The test lasts for 1 hour. The full score is 100 points, and the passing score for Subject 1 is 90 points. It's still quite difficult. Do well on the test, come on." Coach Zhang Qi encouraged Lin Qingche and Shi Zhilong. Lin Qingche nodded slowly, took the test paper, and began to answer the questions. The first question was a multiple-choice question. The question that appeared on the virtual electronic screen was, 1. May I ask, how did you and your contract girl meet? The school organized a contract meeting. Other, just 2 options? Lin Qingche was a little surprised. Is the way of getting to know each other so important? However, since it was the first question, it should be easy to answer. Lin Qingche was realistic and directly chose the option. But a magical scene happened. Originally, there were rows of questions below the first question, but as I selected the options, the virtual electronic screen actually refreshed. The densely packed questions below disappeared. Then the original multiple-choice questions turned into a series of essay questions. 2. If you met and contracted the Valkyrie through other channels, then this question becomes a warning. The car factory driving school reminds you that your subconscious feelings are good, but the contract does not require you to sign a contract directly just because you and the other party feel that you have a good impression of each other. Both parties must meet the physical needs of the other party. Only when the two most compatible people reach a contract will various problems avoid arising later. It's not that the three views are incompatible, but the hardware is incompatible. These issues have been verified through countless combinations of breach contracts. Although a contract is similar to a marriage, it is not. Our driving school is not saying that the contract partner you have chosen is bad. The world is fair, and we cannot influence anyone's wishes. It is right that people live only for themselves. But the world is also cruel. If your future ambition with your contracted Valkyrie is just to live a good life and not to participate in the war with the Epsilon Army, then you can continue to complete the driving school questions. Click here to return to the normal test. If your future ambition with your contracted Valkyrie is to join the army and fight for the fate of all mankind, please carefully choose the Valkyrie you contract with. It is recommended that you participate in the school contract conference. I'm sorry to present this to you, but the fact is humanity doesn't have much time left. Only the two with the most perfect contract have the opportunity to advance to the end and legendary realms and have the capital to fight against the Epsilon Army. The school is a place with a wide range of social activities. In Night City and even in all 200 cities around the world, all commanders and Valkyries have information that is shared. The vast sea of 3 billion people, you will eventually find the one who matches you perfectly. If your data matches that of a student from another school, the school will arrange for you to transfer, and tuition and daily living expenses will be waived, and there will be subsidies. We are very sorry to make such a request to you, and Neon Car Factory would like to express our apologies to you again and again. Now human beings are helpless. Facing the Epsilon civilization, humans are so weak that everyone needs to work together. Finally, Neon Depot warns you. The commander and the Valkyrie have completed their contract. Breaking the contract within a week will cause the least damage, and we will do our best to compensate you. Finally, Neon Car Factory tells you. The sister is to improve the critical hit of the commander's car key. The royal sister will increase the sharpness of the commander's car key. Sister will increase the toughness of the commander's car key. The robot girl will improve the intelligence of the commander's car key. The second level will improve the attributes of the commander's car key. Being black-bellied will increase the resistance of the commander's car key. Yandere will increase the thickness of the commander's car key. The Nympho will increase the range of the commander's car key. Vitality will increase the durability of the commander's car key. The Goddess will increase the magic damage of the commander's car key. The Princess will increase the length of the commander's car key. Whatever you like, the school's contract meeting has it. Chapter 32 assessment begins. Looking at this question, Lin Qingche was stunned. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. It's obviously a conscription order. Hawk faction. This plan to create the end and legend of tens of thousands of people is going to be accelerated, right? Yes. Only two people who are perfectly compatible can have the opportunity to reach the highest level. Those who sign contracts with them through other channels may just be because both parties have a good impression of each other and sign the contract directly if they like each other. This may be just like finding a boyfriend or girlfriend. Two people don't need any reason to be together. If they like each other, they can be together smoothly. If this is just for a happy life in the future, then it's fine. Lin Qingche thought about it for a moment, then slid down the electronic test paper. This is just a warning. The Neon Car Factory is not mandatory. It is just a personal wish. Scroll down the test paper, and you will see some normal exam questions. They are all about driving regulations and road safety issues. There is nothing much to say about them. With the experience from his previous life, Lin Qingche finished all the questions in no time. When Coach Zhang Qi came forward to collect the test papers, he also looked at Lin Qingche in surprise. "You are quite fast." Lin Qingche smiled and responded without explaining anything. "The Valkyrie next door will have to wait for a while for the first test. They are different from us." Coach Zhang Qi nodded slowly. Then he stood up and got a bottle of gasoline for Lin Qingche. "Drink something first to replenish your energy. You will have to drive the Valkyrie for the second subject test later." "So fast?" "Thank you." Lin Qingche took it politely, his heart beating faster. "Can I really drive Chu Yue so soon? Does this car really feel the same as the one I drove in my previous life?" Thinking of this, Lin Qingche recalled the scenes with Chu Yue in the repair room before and couldn't help feeling helpless. This girl seems to be very sensitive. Lin Qingche's eyes drifted forward, where was an empty driving practice ground. Chu Yue finishes the exam and comes over to take the second part. That will be the place where he and she will practice. He twisted off the bottle cap and drank the neon gasoline in his hand. It still had the familiar silky taste. Lin Qingche smacked his lips, feeling deeply moved. Punishment. This setting of driving a car in this world will be quite explosive in the future online literature world. It's really not serious, driving the car directly on Shunhee's neck. Feel the energy filling your body, the warm feeling from the neon sign. Lin Qingche's mouth corners slightly raised. A wicked smile appeared on his face. But I like it. Gorgeous dividing line. Time passed quickly. About half an hour later, Coach Chu Yue and Wang Yuanyuan walked over slowly and met up with Zhang Qi and Lin Qingche. Because it is an internal driving license assessment, it is not so formal and very casual. Coach Zhang Qi nodded slowly when he saw the people coming, then waved his hand and slowly introduced the process of the second subject test to Lin Qingche and Chu Yue. Our factory's exams are only to teach and test your basic posture operations, such as starting, accelerating, turning, reversing, etc. The real racing skills will need to be trained by the school. Coach Zhang Qi paused, looked at Lin Qingche and said, although you are talented, it is necessary for you to go to school for systematic learning. Tell me, how many days have you missed class? When asked about this, Lin Qingche felt a little embarrassed. It seems that I have been on leave for more than 20 days. Yes, in order to create Yi Ran Paradise for Chu Yue, I even took leave. However, Lin Qingche felt that it didn't matter whether he went to school or not. He had learned everything taught in school through the system. Besides, there was the contract conference in a few days. Although it is a grand event held once a year, I have already made a contract with Chu Yue, so I don't need to participate. I have so many responsibilities now, including restarting the Paradox engine to fight the Epsilon civilization. Do I still need to go to school like ordinary students? Shouldn't you join the army immediately and quickly grow stronger through military training? Lin Qingche was puzzled. In response to this, Coach Zhang Qi immediately gave an explanation the next second, and his attitude was very firm. After you finish your driver's license test today, you will immediately return to school to continue your classes. You two will also have to participate in the contract meeting. What? Chu Yue looked a little unhappy when she heard this, and she silently reached out her hand towards Lin Qingche. Lin Qingche turned his head to look at her, then gave her a reassuring look and held her hand with his backhand. The two held hands tightly. Wang Yuanyuan smiled at the two young people's actions and said, okay, I didn't ask you to attend the contract conference to break the contract and replace the new contract object. She gave Zhang Qi a reproachful look, and the latter added apologetically, well, the two of you are undoubtedly the perfect combination. No one can replace the other. I haven't finished what I just said. I asked you to participate in the contract meeting to ask you to win the championship and get a place in the first team of your experimental middle school. Lin Qingche's eyes lit up. Are you going to have a competition? I understand it now. Chu Yue also breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared at Coach Zhang Qi with shining eyes. As a sports car owner, she loves racing the most. Yeah, Zhang Qi nodded slowly. Well, the regular racing team is an 8-person team, which is a 4-team contract team. Lin Qingche, what you have to do is what Director Lin Dong asked you to do, which is to win first place in the contract conference and get all the resources from the school. Then participate in various competitions until you become a silver rank commander and equip yourself with the weapon system of Fein Industries. Officially face the Epsilon Army. Schools nowadays are no longer the same as they used to be. Sometimes they are stricter than the military and more efficient. Under the systematic management of the school, Lin Qingche and Chu Yue will grow the fastest. Zhang Qi finished speaking in one breath, and then without waiting for Lin Qingche and Chu Yue to reply, he turned and looked at Wang Yuanyuan next to him. The latter smiled. Wang Yuanyuan retreated without any warning, and then with a click, the core transformed into the main form. It instantly turned into a small, white supercar. Without too much gorgeous decoration, everything about the car model is designed to express the concept of speed. The white supercar slowly drove toward Zhang Qi and opened the driver's door. Coach Zhang Qi turned his head and smiled calmly at Lin Qingche, then left a few words and went straight into the driver's seat. Lin Qingche, don't tell me you've never driven a virtual car in the virtual world before. You know the basic operations, right? Lin Qingche felt a little guilty after listening to this. To be honest, he had never practiced it before. As mentioned before, The school's contract meetings are all held in the virtual world. But it doesn't matter. Lin Qingche looked at the white supercar in front of him, then turned and looked at Chu Yue. Chu Yue was finally no longer a little girl at this time. She stood proudly, and the scarlet light appeared in her eyes again. That is Red Eye. The princess's arrogance was revealed again, and her temperament changed drastically at this moment. Naturally, she was not to be outdone, so she transformed into her core form, took a step back, and turned into an incredibly gorgeous night-dyed heavenly sports car. After entering the car, it was almost as expected. The interior was extremely gorgeous. Although these are all handmade by myself, the appearance will change after Chu Yue's core is integrated into them. The seats are extremely comfortable, and the center of the steering wheel is engraved with the crown logo. Luxurious and noble. This was Lin Qingche's evaluation based on his first experience. At this moment, when Lin Qingche sat in the driver's seat, his forehead reacted. The light burst out brightly, and the golden light emanated from the core of his forehead like a line, pouring freely towards the crown logo on the steering wheel of the car. As it continued to pour, Lin Qingche felt that the energy from the bottle of neon gasoline he had just drunk was dissipating madly. As a result, I can also feel the current situation of Yi Ran Tian Kingdom. For example, engine condition, tire condition, front view mirror, rear view mirror, and fuel tank reserve. Not long after, a faint golden crown logo appeared on Lin Qingche's originally smooth forehead. Next, the same scarlet armor as the one worn by Chu Yue in human form flipped out from the driver's seat and then completely wrapped around both sides of Lin Qingche's body. Like a small safe house, it protected Lin Qingche. This thing is much safer than a seat belt and much more classy. Lin Qingche murmured upon seeing this. How is it? Do you feel comfortable? Chu Yue's pleasant voice came at this time, and she was very happy to see that Lin Qingche liked her. Lin Qingche nodded slowly, and then suddenly realized that he didn't need to look in the rearview mirror at all. Through the contract, it is completely a shared vision. You can control all the details without blind spots, which greatly facilitates your future driving. Chapter 33. Fast on the curve is the real fast. Lin Qingche took a deep breath, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, started the car, and then slowly stepped on the accelerator. After receiving the order from Lin Qingche as the commander, Yi Ran Tianhua immediately took corresponding actions. Start the engine, accept Lin Qingche's energy and convert it into kinetic energy, then rotate the tires to drive the whole body. Driving forward. With the joint efforts of Lin Qingche and Chu Yue, Yi Ran Tianhua moved forward slowly and clumsily. Although the Valkyrie can move independently, in the later stages, women cannot absorb high-level energy because of their core. The commander needs to provide assistance. There are also driving skills. Those loud driving techniques and graceful operations are also something that you cannot accomplish independently. All of them require commanders to operate. Only when the two work together can the full state of mechanical ascension be achieved. This setting has evolved over thousands of years and makes sense. Not long after, Yi Ran Tianhua drove in a straight line for a short distance, and then encountered the first turn. The white supercar in front passed by naturally. This is the first test for Lin Qingche and Chu Yue. Because at this time, the commander and the Valkyrie will have different ideas. Because steering operations are more complicated than walking in a straight line. Women may feel very uncomfortable the first few times because someone else is controlling their body. Of course, you will feel strange when your body is controlled by someone else. This is what needs to be assessed. The female Valkyrie must fully accept the orders of the male commander and complete them without error. The cars in this world are not dead objects like in the previous life. The driver turns the square dial, and the computer accurately controls the steering of the car. Computers can do it without delay, but can humans do it? This is the difference between computers and humans. In terms of computing power, computers are still top-notch. Zhang Qi's voice also rang out at this time. The track and the battlefield are changing rapidly. This requires not only the commander's superb driving skills, but also the Valkyrie's tolerance and reaction ability. It is almost as if the commander has given an order and the entire action is completed instantly, whether it is acceleration, drifting, or turning. These are all very difficult and are great challenges. Although the human brain has been replaced by a core and is considered an advanced computer, it still requires gradual adjustment and training. Well, the lower the level of the core, the lower the degree of integration with the human brain. The lower the computer's computing power. Classification of female mechanical Valkyries. Fusion level, level 10, level 20, which is the end. Lin Qingche finally understood. So this is what was going on. So, Chu Yue, who is a core of the first level, starts out as a core with a fusion degree of 70. Then her reaction ability should be extremely strong, right? Lin Qingche called out to her. It's time to turn the corner. Chu Yue, I believe you. I will do whatever you ask without reservation. Don't worry. Lin Qingche, this is a fucking level core. What are you still worried about? If I had known that I and she were invincible from the start. Born Roman. At this moment, the strongest driving skills rewarded by the system finally came into play. After the white sports car in front drove a certain distance beyond the bend, Lin Qingche twitched the corner of his mouth and stepped hard on the accelerator. Hitting the square disc hard. Facing the curve ahead, Yi Rantian's speed increased instead of slowing down. Rushed straight forward. Zhang Qi was shocked when he saw it through the rearview mirror. You guys are crazy? Two options instantly appeared in front of Lin Qingche. Option 1. Understand and follow the instructor's instructions. Slow down and turn safely. Reward. 10 yuan. Option 2. Continue accelerating. Perfect turn. Reward. Advanced nitrogen accelerator storage bottle. Lin Qingche was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. Don't worry, it's okay. Going fast in a curve is the real speed. Who doesn't know how to go fast in a straight line? Lin Qingche shouted cheerfully. Chapter 34, flowing out of the corner. Fast in a curve is really fast. Who doesn't know how to accelerate in a straight line? Lin Qingche's words completely stunned Zhang Qi and Wang Yuan. Good job. Are all the new generation nowadays so crazy? Zhang Qi was very happy for a moment. The novice driver just rushed through the bend directly on the road. He is really a fearless person. Although the materials used by director Lin Dong to build the car body for you are top-notch and extremely hard. But I can't resist self-harm. Be painful if it hit an obstacle. Valkyrie, who doesn't take good care of herself, is not a qualified commander. For a moment, Coach Zhang Qi's favorability towards Lin Qingche instantly dropped to an extremely low level. Can such an irresponsible commander really become a leader in the fight against Epsilon? At this moment, the two coaches also stopped moving forward and observed Lin Qingche's situation through the rearview mirror. Buzz! The Yi Ran Tianguo was humming, and the wings on both sides were flapping, making the whole look extremely noble and elegant. However, this seemingly flashy sports car just rushed straight into the corner. At this moment, the driver's driving skills are completely natural. Chu Yue's core computing and reaction capabilities. Facing the small bend ahead, Lin Qingche was naturally not panicked. He turned the steering wheel skillfully and stepped on the accelerator. The turning ahead is not a corner with relatively large space. The space is very narrow. Conventional cornering techniques cannot be used, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. Lin Qingche decisively gripped the steering wheel with one hand, and then placed his other hand on the gear lever. Finally, he slammed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel quickly backwards. Chu Yue reacted quickly and completed all of Lin Qingche's instructions immediately. Just see. Yi Ran Tianguo started to swing the front of the car to the left on the straight road approaching the curve, and then braked to stop. With just this movement, the car body passed through the narrow curve intact. The friction between the tires and the ground directly produced sparks and made a harsh sound. Sizzle. Then the car passed by at an extremely tricky angle, with its rear end completely stuck to the back. There is only a little space left. After completing this series of actions, the crown logo on his forehead shone brightly, and Lin Qingche shouted, "Nitrogen! Keep pressing the accelerator." Buzz! Chu Yue reacted quickly and applied nitrogen gas immediately. The gas in the cylinder is injected frantically. Adequate oxygen accelerates the combustion of gasoline energy and releases more energy. At this moment, the engine was running rapidly. A violent azure blue flame fluid suddenly emerged from behind Yi Ran Tianguo. This is nitro acceleration. In an instant, the explosive speed caused the originally stagnant and elegant Yi Ran Tianguo to drive out of the curve in an extremely rough manner. Stop and flow out of the turn. This perfect operation is done in one go. Whoosh! The nitrogen-accelerated Yi Ran Tianguo was moving at a very fast speed. In an instant, it was about to hit Zhang Qi and the other two who were parked in front of it and were already stunned. What the hell? Did you really make the turn successfully? Awesome. How could someone who could be a coach in Neon Car Factory have poor reaction ability? The distance between the two was not far to begin with, and the explosive power of nitrogen acceleration was even more terrifying. Seeing that he was about to rear-end the car, Zhang Qi quickly stepped on the accelerator, and the white supercar started to run forward. Call. After turning the corner, Lin Qingche immediately stepped on the brakes. The core of the car is naturally first class. Whether it is computing reaction ability or braking, it is first class. If you run fast, you can brake more steadily. Just like that, the commanders of both vehicles reacted brilliantly, and there was no collision. Ahem! Zhang Qi got out of the car angrily, and Wang Yuanyuan also turned back into human form. He was very angry at the moment. It was the first time he had seen such a disobedient novice commander. Lin Qingche had already gotten out of the car at this moment, and he felt a little guilty. Okay, I was just impulsive. Lin Qingche apologized first. Sorry, Coach Zhang. I was impulsive. Coach Zhang was speechless for a moment, his anger blocked by Lin Qingche's sincere apology. Why? Do you have to be so sincere? I really want to say something to you. He was not afraid of the collision. If he had this kind of reaction ability, he would have no point in living. Wang Yuanyuan can no longer look down on me. Zhang Qi sighed, looked at Chu Yue beside him, and then looked at Lin Qingche helplessly. Forget it. Director Lin said that your core is top-notch, and Lin Qingche, you have a good driving talent. I didn't believe it at first. Now I believe it. I am still angry at Lin Qingche for not being impulsive. This will hurt your contracted Valkyrie. Safety comes first, understand? Zhang Qi now understood that some things are only used to measure ordinary people. It doesn't work for geniuses or people favored by God. Lin Qingche is the 13th person of butterfly breaking out of the cocoon, and his core is an advanced epsilon core. Chu Yue is the core of the royal family of the Chu royal family in Shenzhou City. The two are undoubtedly a powerful combination. To be honest, it's not excessive at all to accelerate through the corner at the beginning. Coach Wang Yuanyuan was a girl after all. She stepped forward and took Chu Yue's hand and asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Chu Yue shook her head slowly, but looked at Lin Qingche with burning eyes. If I knew, I would not like the commander who is timid and afraid of this and that and dare not act. Violence, passion, and cruelty are what I pursue. The aggressiveness and recklessness that Lin Qingche just displayed is truly his character, just as he himself was born from the flames in the night-stained heaven. But Lin Qingche is not only reckless, his skills are also top-notch. Chu Yue completely gave herself to Lin Qingche from the very beginning, and he was loyal to what he said. Even if it means getting hurt, I'm willing to do it. But I didn't expect that his driving skills were so strong. This shows complete strength and confidence. For a moment, Chu Yue looked at Lin Qingche with eyes full of admiration. My man is so awesome. Chapter 35, Shenzhou City, on the moon? It is 10 o'clock in the evening on the neon road of Night City. On the street, under the illumination of various gorgeous neon lights, the domineering and elegant night-dyed heaven is lazily driving slowly on the street. These were Lin Qingche and Chu Yue, who had completed their driver's license test during the day. Let's talk about what happened during the day first. There was no major twist. Lin Qingche and Chu Yue successfully passed the driving test relying on their strong talents, officially qualified to be on the road legally, and many permissions are open. When it was time to say goodbye to the two coaches, Lin Qingche once again sincerely apologized to them. It was my own problem before. In response, the two coaches just waved their hands and said it was okay. They and Director Lin Dong both clearly stated that it is very important to go back to school and attend classes. If you can complete your studies successfully, it will be a rapid improvement for both of you. Chu Yue also has to enroll in school and be with you. As for her admission application, you don't have to worry about it. Director Lin Dong will personally write a letter of recommendation to the school. This is the follow-up to the above driver's license. As for the advanced mechanical dragonfly worth 520 that has not been activated, it was impossible for Lin Qingche to really anger General Chao again. What he said before was just a temporary event. He is also a good man and has made great military achievements. Well, this mechanical dragonfly cannot be used by himself for the time being, so Lin Qingche can only put it away and think about it later. At this moment, his thoughts returned to reality. Lin Qingche looked at the steering wheel in his hands with gentle eyes and reached out his hand to slowly touch the golden crown logo. Chu Yue also felt something at this moment and quietly turned on the air conditioner in the car. After a while, the cool temperature felt like her hand caressing her face, icy cold. This is somewhat different from how she used to burn herself frequently. Lin Qingche smiled slightly, since he finished his driving test in the daytime. For the entire afternoon and evening, Chu Yue and I practiced driving. Night City is big, but also small. The night passed quickly in heaven. An entire afternoon passed by, with people coming and going over and over again. Keep running from south to north and from west to east. If a driver drove for an entire afternoon until evening in the previous life, he would definitely be tired. But this world is different. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Qingche clearly felt the tenderness coming from Chu Yue while driving, which was unique to girls. Girls are all sweet and soft. Then the same is true for their transformed cars. Of course, this is only open to the contracted commander. Sit in the driving position, hold the steering wheel tightly, and step on the accelerator. It felt like being in Chu Yue's warm embrace, the girl's soft body completely wrapping him up. After this afternoon's experience, Lin Qingche said that instead of feeling tired, he felt very refreshed. Even if you want to stay for another 3 days and 3 nights, it's no problem. However, I am helpless because I am only at the Iron 1-star level now and cannot support driving for such a long time. On the contrary, Chu Yue started as a core level player, and after driving for such a long time, she didn't feel tired at all, even getting more and more excited. Chu Yue shouted excitedly. "This is not fun at all? Lin Qingche, let's go to the professional track to race." Lin Qingche looked at the piles of empty neon gasoline bottles in the trunk and shuddered. No, let me rest for a while. This time, it was Lin Qingche who begged for mercy first. If I don't beg for mercy, I'm afraid she will squeeze me dry. However, after driving for an afternoon, neon gasoline continued to absorb and give, exercising its core absorption and supply capabilities. Lin Qingche successfully advanced to Black Iron 2-star. The core's ability to store energy has been slightly improved. Yes, this is how male commanders level up. Do you think this setting is reasonable? So we have the scene at the beginning, driving slowly along the quiet road. Lin Qingche, who was resting comfortably, raised his head and looked at the starry sky through the car window, and then asked a question out of the blue. Chu Yue, where is Shenzhou City? Lin Qingche still felt that he had to have a good talk with her about the Chu royal family and see what her plans were. Chu Yue was stunned. After a moment of silence, her voice came from Lin Qingche's mind. On the moon. Oh, the moon. Oh, what? Lin Qingche was stunned and suddenly changed his lazy posture and sat up straight from the driver's seat. Impossible. We are now in the exile community galaxy of the Epsilon civilization, which is very far away from the solar system. The moon? Isn't it near the Earth? Didn't the Earth? Chu Yue nodded slowly. Actually, I didn't quite believe it at first, but it's true. Shenzhou City is on the moon. And the Earth has not really perished. Although it looks like a ruin, there are still humans on the Earth. There was another sentence Chu Yue didn't say, because she also found it unbelievable. This is the secret about the true origin of Epsilon civilization and human civilization. The above words were told to her by Senior Lin Xinyuan, Lin Qingche's father. Well, it was only told to me, and even my father and other royal family members didn't know this information. Chu Yue was very confused at first, but now she is relieved. It turned out that Lin Xinyuan had long been eyeing me as the contract partner of his son Lin Qingche, and he had already made up his mind. Chu Yue didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. Maybe this is fake. Lin Qingche fell into deep thought at this moment, and suddenly felt a headache. I thought that even if Shenzhou City was far away from Night City, how far could it be? At most not in one area. Now we are not even in the same galaxy anymore. It's outrageous. But the Earth still exists? And humans still live on it? Who are they? Why don't they follow the majority? Have they been implanted with a core? Lin Qingche became curious for a moment. Besides that, do you know anything else? Lin Qingche continued to ask. I don't know. That's all I know for now. As for how I got from Shenzhou City to Night City in the Exile Galaxy, I don't know either. Chu Yue said softly. Lin Qingche began to make promises from the bottom of his heart. I've got it in mind. Don't worry. I will definitely accompany you to the moon in the future. This is what he really thinks. My original intention has never changed. You can live a good life with me, and we can grow together after signing the contract. Then I will be good to you wholeheartedly and without reservation. Shenzhou City is too far away, but Lin Qingche firmly believes that one day he will go there with her. Chu Yue smiled sweetly. Well, okay. Okay, there's no point in thinking so much now. Let's go home. Home? It's Uncle Lee's house. He went back to Shenzhou City and gave the house to me. But don't worry, this is someone else's house after all. I will buy our own house in the future. Okay, let's go home. Chu Yue turned into human form again. There is no sunset in Night City at night, only countless neon lights. Under the colorful lights, Lin Qingche and Chu Yue held hands, and their shadows gradually blurred on the street. Chapter 36. Sorry, little piggy. I'm stupid. Last night, late at night, the girl curled up in the boy's arms with tears in her eyes. She said she missed her parents and her relatives. The young man hugged her gently and said nothing, but his hands were tightly clasped with hers. It fits tightly without any gaps. Feeling the strong power in her hand, the girl fell asleep peacefully, but tears were still in the corners of her eyes. The next morning, the blinding light shone through the window onto the bed. The sleepy girl stared blankly at the empty bed. She wiped it with her slender fingers, and the boy's scent was still lingering on it. He went to school, and the girl didn't have to wait long. She got up and walked to the bedroom, where she found that a smart girl with pink hair and twin ponytails had already prepared the meal. I saw her looking lazy and dazed, like a kitten who had just woken up. He ran over happily with a smile on his face, took her arm, and pushed her towards the dining table. The girl sniffed her nose, smelling the fresh scent in the air. In the center of the table, there was a stack of documents. The words on the document are extremely eye-catching. Night City Experimental High School Admission Notice. When the girl saw this, a ripple appeared on her lips. She smiled happily. It has been more than 20 days since I returned to school. Lin Qingche was wearing neat morning clothes. He looked up at the gate of Experimental Middle School and felt a little lost for a moment. In just 20 days, so many things happened after the awakening system. And some of it is deliberate. It's like someone arranged it for me. Lin Qingche had already discovered it, but he just obeyed silently. Awakening system. That night, Uncle Li introduced Chu Yue to me. Chu Yue was in crisis. I had no choice but to sign a contract with her to save my life. If you want to revive her and build the car body, you have to take a driving test. If you go to the neon car factory to take the driving test, you will definitely encounter a mechanical dragonfly. The mechanical dragonfly will explode after the explosion, and then Yunru and others will appear, leading to a series of events. The butterfly that emerges from its cocoon, Epsilon, until I return to school, etc. Lin Qingche rubbed his head with a headache. That's a bit deliberate. It really seems deliberate, as if it was arranged. Is this arranged by my parents? All this is for me to contract with Chu Yue. It seems there is no other possibility. Lin Qingche never doubted the system. The existence of the system is set to transcend everything, but now in this world, the system seems to have been somewhat weakened. This time, Lin Qingche finally connected the system and his parents together. Forget it. There's no point thinking too much. It shouldn't do any harm to me anyway. Lin Qingche, simply stop thinking about it. Even if you think so much, it will be of no use. Your parents will not harm you. Lin Qingche subconsciously attributed all this to fate. He shook his head slowly and walked into the school gate. At this moment, as the school's grand contract conference is approaching, the whole school is filled with a joyful atmosphere. All the teachers and students showed excitement and anticipation on their faces. Left to the contract conference, Lin Qingche. At this moment, a tender voice sounded from behind, and Lin Qingche, who was carrying a school bag, turned his head to look. It was Li Feifei with an angry face. She was very angry at the moment. It had been more than 20 days, and Lin Qingche was like missing. I can't find him no matter how hard I look. Where have you been? Why didn't you tell me for such a long time? Li Feifei saw Lin Qingche stop and wait for her. She also looked happy, and then her attitude became gentle. He rushed towards Lin Qingche and pretended to grab Lin Qingche's arm. Lin Qingche looked at her with disgust at this moment. Didn't he tell her a long time ago not to provoke him again? Please respect yourself. Don't mess with me. Lin Qingche would not indulge her. Even though there were many people in school now, he would have scolded her a long time ago. This voice is still very effective. Li Feifei just stood there in a daze, not daring to move forward. Lin Qingche ignored him and turned away. Damn it. Li Feifei clenched her fists and looked at Lin Qingche with resentment on her face. Why are you showing off? I came to you 20 days ago because of my own core issue. I had to find someone to sign a contract with in order to share his life. That is a special ability of a mechanical blood-sucking worm from the Epsilon Zerg. My family spent a lot of effort to help me get it. Car insurance, I have used it a long time ago. In order to survive, I have no choice but to do this. Li Feifei looked unwillingly at Lin Qingche's back as he got farther and farther away. Even if she wanted to find someone to take over, she still wanted to find someone as handsome as Lin Qingche. Feifei. At this time, a panting figure ran to her side clumsily. Li Feifei turned her head and then looked at him with some disgust. Zhu Zhubao, don't call me that. Is that someone you can call me Feifei? It really makes me sick. Zhu Bao, who came first, apologized with an apologetic look on his face. Then he couldn't wait to take out his electronic device and showed Li Feifei a picture. He looked at Li Feifei with some disbelief and asked, "Is this true?" Li Feifei looked up with disdain and found that it was a photo from her own circle of friends. "It's just a photo of myself and a group of former contract partners." Zhu Zhubao still looked at Li Feifei with hope, but Li Feifei just crossed her arms and spoke directly. "Sorry, Xiao Zhuzhu." "Yes, Xiao Zhuzhu. I gave it to everyone except you." Boom! As soon as Li Feifei said this, it was like a bolt from the blue that struck his heart. Zhu Zhubao's face turned extremely pale in an instant. He collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and his eyes instantly lost all color. Li Feifei looked at him, then turned her head to look at Lin Qingche's back, which had completely disappeared in front of her. Even though I was trying to hold back my nausea, I remembered that I didn't have much time left. Lin Qingche no longer has any chance. Li Feifei then slowly bent down, gently helped Zhu Zhubao up, and comforted him softly. "It's okay, I was calling your name at the time. Actually, there is still a place for you in my heart." Li Feifei held Zhu Zhubao's hand and continued. "What?" In an instant, a huge surprise came, and Zhu Zhubao's face was full of disbelief. "Is this true?" Li Feifei nodded slowly, her eyes full of tenderness. She reached out and pulled Zhu Zhubao's hand, then took out her own device and found a photo to show him. "This is the only photo of the two of us together. Look, I still have it." Group photo. Zhu Zhubao looked at this photo and was instantly moved. "This can't help but bring back a beautiful memory. Li Feifei and I were classmates in elementary school. I had liked her for a long time, but she had never looked me in the eye." He clearly remembered that he insisted on taking this photo with her. Li Feifei snorted, then took Zhu Zhubao's sleeve and said, "Let's go back to the classroom. I have something to tell you." Zhu Zhubao was pulled away by Li Feifei. He had originally given up any hope, but he didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. He vaguely remembered this photo, the short essay he had sent to her when she was staying overnight at someone else's house. "Feifei, do you still remember this photo? This was taken when we sat at the same table for a month. At that time, you said we didn't have a formal photo together, so you asked me to take this photo. After I separated from you, I always felt like something was missing, so I started to get to know new buses, hoping to let others wash away my memories of you. I also try to find you. I did my homework downstairs in your house all night. I didn't dare to knock on the door. I peeked into your circle of friends and space and found that you have started a new life. I hope I can be as free and easy as you. Feifei, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Once we finish, there will be no more spin-offs or sequels. How much do you have to lose before you know how to cherish? I have never forgotten you over the years. If I could do it all over again, I think I would do better. Feifei, I will always love you. I wish you happiness, and I hope I can be relieved." Chapter 37. This thing is all concave, right? Li Feifei's incident can only be regarded as an episode. From the beginning to the end, Lin Qingche never took her seriously, just a bus that was about to be scrapped. If you don't take care of yourself, your future death will be your own fault. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin Qingche, who came to school early, has now sat down obediently in his seat in the classroom. Because I like quietness, when I chose a seat at the beginning of the semester, I deliberately chose a seat slightly back and near the window. I raised my head and looked at my classmates who were both familiar and unfamiliar to me. They were all wearing neat morning clothes and were chatting happily since the teachers were not there yet. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the contract conference. Sitting in front of me turned around slightly and saw a girl with big eyes. At this moment, she looked at Lin Qingche, who was sitting quietly in his seat in a daze, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Ahem, classmate Lin, do you have a contract with a girl you like?" Lin Qingche turned his head to look at her, and then without hesitation, he nodded slowly. "Yes, I already have it. Her name is Sujia. She has a good relationship with him, and Lin Qingche often copies her homework. As for her appearance, she is a soft girl about 1.5 meters tall and speaks in a very low voice. She is usually quiet and very cute." After hearing Lin Qingche admit that he had a girl he liked, Sujia's eyes were a little disappointed for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. She asked unwillingly, "Then, who is she? Is she from our class?" Lin Qingche shook his head. "No." Sujia snorted. And this time her voice was surprisingly loud. What's the level of her core? Is it as high as mine? Lin Qingche was instantly interested. Oh, how high can you be? He looked directly at her, then raised his hand and cast a detection spell. In an instant, all of Su Jie's information was in front of him, clearly visible. Name, Tujin. Age, 17. Mechanical core, level. Core level classification of female Valkyries. Energy required for mechanical core, diesel energy. Mechanical prototype, small crawler excavator. Contract commander, never contracted before. Current contract status, contractable. Lin Qingche. Puff. It's so hard. What a fucking excavator. Lin Qingche was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that such a cute girl was actually an excavator. But please. Cute girl who turns into an excavator is also super cute. Okay. Lin Qingche made a blind guess that this was definitely a very cool pink excavator. The facts were consistent with the results revealed by the system. And then Su Jie proudly said that she was an excellent student. This immediately attracted the attention of the students around him. A male student with a wretched appearance interrupted him and said with a smile, "You are so flat. Is it true?" Friend next to her couldn't stand it anymore. She left, stood up, and started arguing with the wretched male classmate. Well, actually, the two of them have always been sworn enemies, and a fight could break out at any time. Oh, just like that, the already messy classroom became even more chaotic in an instant. Lin Qingche sat quietly in his seat alone, watching the lively classroom atmosphere around him with interest. By the way, use the detection technique to see the overall talents of the girls in the class. I am now the 13th person to break out of the cocoon, and I have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Now, not only is it for my own sake, I also need to pay attention to the general strength level of human beings. For example, the gentleman's eyes swept over the bodies of the female classmates one by one. Well, for the fate of all mankind. Lin Qingche said so. Excavator, car, scooter, bicycle. Have to. After a quick glance, Lin Qingche couldn't bear to watch anymore. These damn scooters are out. And that person is Zhang Yameng, the top study committee member in the class. Lin Qingche couldn't look at her straight at this moment. How come the university bully, who was so high and mighty before, was riding a scooter? Well, okay, a scooter is also a machine and a car. That makes sense. Puff. Lin Qingche frowned slightly, and he had a rough idea of what was going on. There were about 25 girls in the class, and the one with the highest core level was a girl who was 1.7 meters tall and had a carefree personality. The core level has levels, and her transforming car is a police car. And the next one is the excavator Su Jie. The third one is Li Feifei's bus. She seems to be top-notch. The overall level is still on the low side, and those below grade are not even worthy of burning oil. Looking at the situation, Lin Qingche felt a little heavy at the moment. So how many high-level core students are there in the entire experimental middle school? This is the blood of the new generation. Forget it, let's see what the boys are like. Lin Qingche continued to look at the group of boys, scanning them, and finally set his sights on the wretched boy. Lin Qingche used another detection technique. Name, Zhang Xinhang. Age, 17. Energy core, black iron 1 star. Current energy core storage size, 0. Current energy core storage energy, 0 liters of concentrated 95 grade gasoline. Contracted Valkyrie, never contracted before. Current energy core status, very weak. Looking at Zhang Xinhang's data panel, the current energy core size, 0, Lin Qingche was instantly happy. It's really small. Well, the way for men to upgrade is to continuously input and output the energy stored in the energy core, achieving the growth effect of flushing and exercising the core. The higher the level of the male energy body, the bigger it is. Yesterday, Lin Qingche spent the entire afternoon driving, constantly cheering Chu Yue on and exercising his core, and was able to upgrade to black iron 2 stars. As for the core, as the level increases, the storage space becomes larger and larger. This is the core secret, which can be condensed. In the later stages, even the energy of an ocean would be compressed into a tiny core in the male commander's head. Generally speaking, the bigger the man in this world is, the stronger he is. Although he knew that this would grow in the future as the core level grew, Lin Qingche still laughed when he looked at Zhang Xinhang's data panel. I'm afraid they are all sunken in. As for, look at your own. Lin Qingche said it was impossible. Although I have known for a long time that I also have a data panel, it is only at the black iron 2 star level now, and the data is not impressive. I decided not to watch it. Don't watch. Ding, ailing. At this moment, the classroom broadcast sounded, and the class instantly became quiet. I returned to my seat and sat down obediently. The voice on the radio was the vice principal of Experimental Middle School. Students, there are 7 days left before our school's contract meeting. All students please come to the school playground and stand in formation for the flag-raising ceremony. Now, all of you fellow students, please come to the school playground and stand in formation for the flag-raising ceremony. A leader from the neon car factory is going to make an important speech. The broadcast continued to repeat this sentence, and the students in the class had already left. Lin Qingche naturally stood up as well, with a faint smile on his face, and followed the crowd. Is anyone coming from Neon Car Factory? What a coincidence, I just came back from there yesterday. Chapter 38, Li Feifei's Happiness. Stand in formation for the flag-raising ceremony. 2.5 years of practice have been engraved in my memory. The high school students reacted very quickly. It took only 2 minutes from the time the announcement was made to the time they were standing in an orderly manner on the playground, on the high platform in front of the teaching building. All the school leaders nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the students working so quickly, they felt comfortable instantly. Fortunately, the practice was not in vain. The vice president was thinking with a smile on his face as he saw the leader from the neon car factory, who was dressed in a neat suit next to him. He was slowly introducing and boasting about the excellence of the school's various rules and regulations. Excellent teaching resources. Anyway, it's just a lot of nonsense. The people from the neon car factory nodded in agreement from time to time. He blew it for a while, looked at the students lined up in front of him, and then he directly called them to do morning exercises. The leaders come to inspect the school once a year, so we must show a lot. Then, a familiar voice sounded again. The second set of National Student Radio Gymnastics, Colorful Sunshine, start now. Section 1. Stretching exercises. Then the students in the audience were all depressed. Finally, I still did the exercises as required. Embarrassing, 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 embarrassing. Lin Qingche. What a fucking emoji. An impatient classmate at the side waved his arms lazily and casually, and he cursed directly. It's in the back row anyway, no one will notice it. Just be lazy. A fat man next to him echoed, Hey, Brother Zhang, have you really signed a contract with Li Feifei? Last week, without waiting for the contract meeting, the classmate who was called Brother Zhang's face instantly fell, and he spread his hands. Don't mention this damn woman to me. She makes me angry when I talk about her. Li Feifei? Originally, Lin Qingche ignored the conversations of his classmates around him, but when he heard this familiar name, he turned his head back. Even I became interested instantly. Lin Qingche was doing his exercises while listening to their conversation. The fat boy was shocked. Fuck, didn't you two just sign a contract last week, Zhang? You were so passionate and sticky. Why are you saying this just 1 week later? Did you two break up? Brother Zhang nodded slowly and said with some frustration, Yes, we broke up. I pursued her for a long time because she was so wild, She finally broke her contract with her senior class last week, and I went to her right away, and she agreed. Brother Zhang paused, looked sideways in front of him, and when he saw that no teacher was paying attention to this side, he swallowed and continued. Because she just broke the contract and was not feeling well, I didn't drive much. I also took care of her the whole time and waited until she recovered before driving again. Although I wanted to take care of her, she was not happy about it. She said I was not worthy of her, and then broke up with me. Damn, she was just playing with me. Brother Zhang's face was full of anger, and the fat boy looked at him with some sympathy. For the first time, Lin Qingche was faced with 2 options. Option 1. Just do the exercises and listen for fun. Reward. 3 bottles of neon gasoline. Option 2. A word of advice to enlighten the confused Zhang Ming, so that he can regain his fighting spirit. Reward. Directly upgrade to the core level by 1 level. Option triggered. Lin Qingche looked at the reward for option 2 with burning eyes, and at this moment he was tempted. This directly upgrades to the next level, so nice. What made Zhang Ming rekindle his fighting spirit? This is easy. If you knew that Lin Qingche is an experienced driver, no one knows cars better than him. Just see. Lin Qingche slowed down his exercise movements and turned to look at Zhang Ming. Hey brother, do you know why Li Feifei broke her contract with you again? Zhang Ming was stunned and looked at Lin Qingche, his usually low-key classmate, with some surprise. Do you know? Zhang Ming was curious. Lin Qingche nodded slowly. Zhang Ming was instantly amused. He knew Lin Qingche himself. although he was not familiar with him. But he is one of the students with the worst driving talent in the class. On weekdays, he either does not participate in the virtual world racing competitions organized by the class or always ranks last. There was no system at that time. Although Lin Qingche is very handsome, everything in this world is honored by being a good driver. He is a talentless person who is invisible in the class. Only a few girls who still like his face would occasionally chat with him. Zhang Ming looked at Lin Qingche with some contempt. Okay, then tell me what you think. Lin Qingche didn't care about his contemptuous attitude. It would be cheap of him to argue with such a student about these details. Lin Qingche coughed lightly, then slowly asked, Li Feifei is a bus, you know? Zhang Ming nodded and agreed. Lin Qingche raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then continued to ask, Do you know that the previous commander, or the commander that Li Feifei had contracted before, has a high driving talent? How is his driving skill? Forehead. This time Zhang Ming didn't know what to do. This was related to someone else's situation. How could he know? He shook his head. Lin Qingche said, You don't know, but I know. Zhang Ming and the fat classmate were stunned. What? Lin Qingche twitched the corner of his mouth, and before they could ask the reason, he told them about Li Feifei's experience. What kind of contract involves many people and multiple violent and dangerous driving? As for why he knew all this, Lin Qingche said that it was Li Feifei who told him. He is so handsome that even Li Feifei doesn't despise his driving talent, but surrenders to his handsome face. Zhang Ming was shocked at this moment. He knew that Li Feifei had contracts with many people, but he didn't expect that the real truth was even more explosive than he thought. Lin Qingche found his shocked expression funny. How could you get on this kind of bus? Don't you think it's dirty? But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, Lin Qingche continued to express his own views. Look, you have a car, even if it's second-hand or multi-handed. But you treat it like a treasure. You don't want to drive it on weekdays, and you take care of it day and night. But you don't know that the car itself is very unhappy with you, the driver, because you are not satisfied. In the past, you didn't know how awesome the driver was. He sat in the driver's seat and drifted, spun, and overtook other cars on the track with great skill. As the last driver violently stepped on the accelerator, the car's engine emitted a blood-pumping roar that you don't usually hear. Excitement, screams, that moment was the happiest. So, what I mean is be bold, be unbridled, and go for what she likes. And you'll get what you want. Lin Qingche's words stopped abruptly, and Zhang Ming, who was stunned, had his eyes dull and was looking in the mirror. Chapter 39, S-Level School Beauty, Chensier. Then, he clenched his fists and his eyes burned with fire. Damn it, so this is what Li Feifei is like. Who the hell said I don't have a good driving talent? I took such pains to take care of her. But she is such a person. Li Feifei hasn't made a contract with anyone yet, right? Wait for me to find her. Let her see my strength. Puff. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the option and receiving the reward. The core level is upgraded by 1 level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 3rd level of Black Iron. Call. Feeling that the core space in his brain was filled up a little more, Lin Qingche stretched comfortably. Well, it just happened to overlap with the exercises. The teacher can't see it. Zhang Ming, whose fighting spirit was rekindled, instantly improved his attitude towards Lin Qingche. Could it be that he really had no talent for driving to be able to say such things? Zhang Ming extended a friendly invitation. Mr. Lin, after I renew the contract with Li Feifei, I will treat you to a meal. Bro, you are really not picky. Is Li Feifei really that charming? Although Lin Qingche didn't understand, he still gave face and nodded slightly. Okay, a morning exercise session is very short and can be completed in just a few minutes. At this time, as the music ended, a slender figure slowly appeared next to the teachers and leaders on the teaching building in front. And with her appearance, the students were excited. Oh my God! It's Chensier, the school belle from class 13. She's the school belle of our school. Sheer, my goddess. When I was a kid, I watched her and I started to see credibility. I dreamed that my future contract girl will be Miss Xier. Oh my God. Chensier looked at me. Does she like me? Sheer, I'm lying down. I'm your toy now. The top core. The only top core in the whole school. The much-anticipated Chensier. As if hearing the whispers of the male students in the class, the vice principal on the stage picked up the microphone and joked. Male students, do you want a contract, Chensier? Boom. The playground was boiling again. I am Sheer's dog. Heart-wrenching. A man from some class shouted, and the scene exploded again. Just like boiling water. The vice principal was also happy and didn't care and continued. If you want, then show off your driving skills at the contract conference in 7 days. If any of you perform well, she might take a liking to you. Choose to make a contract with her. As soon as the head teacher said this, all the boys became as excited as if they were fighting for blood. When it comes to driving, I'm definitely number one. Bullshit. Shut up, Li Chong. I saw you when I was in the toilet. Can you open that short thing of yours? Get up and let me get my big one. Actually, small ones are cute too. Cute. 666. What you said is outrageous. At this moment, Lin Qingche also looked at Chen Xier on the stage, sizing her up. She was a girl with excellent temperament. She's about 1.5 meters tall, with black hair that has a hidden blue gradient at the ends, which is very beautiful. The girl wore a light blue mask that left only her eyes exposed. To be honest, although she was wearing a mask, her eyes and figure were indeed good. Especially this beautiful hidden dyed hair, black and blue, very beautiful. But Lin Qingche took a quick look and then stopped paying attention because he already had Chu Yue. Chapter 40 Nightmare, Star Abyss. Chen Xier stood so pretty on the high platform of the teaching building, and all the students in the school looked at her with admiring eyes. Without her, because she is the only core student in the whole school, and her appearance and figure are also top-notch. Experimental Middle School. It can be said that as long as you make a contract with her, with the blessing of the level core, even if the commander is a pig, the future achievements are limitless and will take off directly. Feeling the fiery expressions of the classmates around him, Lin Qingche couldn't help but think of his own Chu Yue. It is also a level core. Yesterday, Director Lin Dong wrote a letter of recommendation to Experimental Middle School, saying that he could come to school today. Sister Yunru went to pick her up. I wonder if she is registered at school and been assigned to a class. Lin Qingche was looking forward to it for a moment. Compared with Chu Yue and Chen Xier, both of them are level cores. Who is better? Thinking of this, Lin Qingche also directly sent a detection spell towards Chen Xier, who was like a moon surrounded by stars in front of him. Name, Chen Xier. Age, 16. Mechanical core, level. Energy core, legendary level 8. Energy required for mechanical core, all types. Current energy core storage energy, quantum nuclear reactor. First mechanical pre-march, motorcycle. Second mechanical pre-march, nightmare star abyss. Maximum speed, 17 kilometers per hour. Maximum torque, 20. Maximum engine speed, 37. Contract energy body, second personality. Current contract status, unable to contract. Note, when the cores were fused, mutations occurred. The energy core and the mechanical core were all fused together to form a whole, creating a second personality. The system kindly reminds the host that he must be cautious when communicating with this person, as her second personality is at the legendary level and is extremely evil. Lin Qingche. What the hell? Instantly, a feeling of palpitation spread from the bottom of my heart. What level of existence is this? Is this a legendary realm? Lin Qingche rubbed his eyes and found that he was not mistaken. It's really a legend. And the second mechanical body below? Nightmare Star Abyss? What is this? Lin Qingche's heart was instantly filled with shock and his face was full of disbelief. Who is she? Self-contained? Seeing this moment, Lin Qingche thought of Yunru and the 12 people of Butterfly breaking out of the cocoon. They're also all self-contained. Really? Chen Xier's petite face on the stage suddenly looked towards him. Lin Qingche clearly saw that her originally azure blue pupils were shrinking greatly, and then turned completely black and red. Then her originally rendered blue hair gradually turned red and black. Then she slowly smiled at herself. Lin Qingche. Did she smile to herself? Lin Qingche was a little scared for a moment. Could it be that his system was detecting her and she was alerted? For a being at the legendary level, it is not surprising to have such anti-reconnaissance means. Lin Qingche couldn't help but take a step back for a moment, and his fingers secretly touched his ring. There are communication equipment there, and I am ready at any time. Call Yunru. Yunru is the Valkyrie of the end, one of the 12 butterflies emerging from the cocoon. Ask her what's going on. Is Chen Xier one of the butterfly emerging from the cocoon? A female student in the school actually has a second personality, and it seems that the two cores are one. The second core, or the legendary realm. Does the school know about this? Lin Qingche hadn't made any move yet, but after a while, there was a commotion on the teaching building. Then, something happened that made Lin Qingche dumbfounded. Just see. A group of people emerged from the teaching building. among which two girls were particularly eye-catching. Lin Qingche clearly saw that the girl with pink hair suddenly jumped on a Qingche, and the two girls started to get close to each other in public. Isn't this Yunru? She hugged Qingche. Lin Qingche was confused for a moment. Yes, the girl with pink hair is Yunru. And now, looking at the intimacy between the two of them, Lin Qingche was instantly relieved when he saw this. It was true. Just think about it. How could someone of this legendary level be in school? One of the 12 people in Butterfly breaking out of the cocoon. Lin Qingche fell into deep thought for a moment. Second personality? Interesting. Yunru said something to Qingche. She hurried back to the teaching building and disappeared. The calls on the playground were getting louder and louder. This time the discussion was particularly loud, because the same girl who came with the pink-haired girl did not leave. Instead, he stayed on the teaching building and stood side by side with Qingche. In this moment, the news exploded instantly. Who was that pink-haired girl just now? Why did she hug Xie and then leave? Who the hell is that? Wait, what? Are you serious? Level 1? Another level 1 Valkyrie? Is this the transfer student? What's her name? Tell me now, bro. I heard from the seniors that her name seems to be Chu Yue. Yes, she is also in the same grade as Qingche. She transferred from another school. Fuck, goddess. She's so beautiful. I've decided. I'm both Chu Yue and Qingche's dog. Sure, please don't contact me. I'm afraid Miss Chu will misunderstand me. Is our school going to take off? How come there are two grades in the same class? Whoa, Xie, please take me away, Yue. Please come with me. It's over. This new Chu Yue is so pretty, and she's also a top student. I suddenly feel that Qingche's position as the school belle is no longer secure. What should I do? Aw, how come my Xie has a rival? What do you want to protect? A school is so big. What's wrong with having two campus beauties? Yes, two school beauties, huh? Our experimental middle school is so great. For a moment, the voices around became excited again. What does it mean that this class has two grades directly? This is totally taking off. At this moment, the transfer student named Chu Yue was standing at the front desk of the school teaching building with Qingche. Two levels. Two equally outstanding and beautiful girls, one tall and one short, stood side by side, forming a beautiful landscape. It attracted everyone, no matter they were boys or girls. They all sighed and expressed their feelings. Why are they both so beautiful? Lin Qingche raised his head and looked at the person on the stage, who was looking in his direction at the moment. At this moment, Chu Yue changed her usual behavior and put on the school's morning clothes, looking extremely beautiful. Because of school rules, her originally long, straight black hair was tied up into a high ponytail, making her look very graceful. Although her original heroic temperament remained a little after she changed into morning clothes, she was still filled with the delicate aura of a pure girl. A pair of bright eyes, as bright as stars, clear and bright. She just looked at everyone like this, and always looked at herself gently. Lin Qingche also responded, and the eyes of the two people kept meeting and colliding. All the boys around were fantasizing about Chu Yue and Qingche, feeling yearning for them. But they didn't know that one of them was already taken. And the other, it is a contract between oneself and oneself. And it is at the legendary level. No one can make a contract. Chapter 41, the contract conference officially begins. Chu Yue only stayed on the stage for a while, and then a middle-aged woman in a suit pointed at her. Then she smiled sweetly and walked with graceful steps, under the expectant gazes of everyone. Slowly walked towards Lin Qingche's class. Lin Qingche's female class teacher Song Li, who is already in menopause, is so happy at this moment. She received the news early in the morning that a top-level Valkyrie from Shenzhou City was going to transfer to Night City Experimental Middle School. The class assignment was specifically assigned to their class. Of course, the news that the contract with Lin Qingche in the class had been successfully concluded was also announced. Although the head teacher was puzzled at the time, the principal personally emphasized that this involved areas that she should not touch, and she was also an understanding person. Lin Qingche and Chu Yue both need special treatment. Song Li understood immediately. I've been looking forward to it all morning, and now I finally see him in person. Looking at Chu Yue's appearance, she was shocked. Come, Chu Yue, come here. Song Li's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, and she warmly welcomed Chu Yue. His face was full of love, and he looked her up and down as if she were a treasure. Hello, teacher. Chu Yue nodded slightly and responded in a cold and polite voice. She is only gentle when facing Lin Qingche. The rest are just the arrogance of the princess. The boys in the class could hardly hold back anymore. The goddess is right beside him. How could the existence of the super core be so close to him? If I can make a contract with her, then my future will be limitless. Because boys are generally taller than girls, and Lin Qingche is one of the tallest ones. So Lin Qingche was standing in the back row. Song Li admired Chu Yu-wei for a moment, and then reluctantly assigned her to the girls' team in the front row. A 1.6-meter tall boy in the class stared blankly at the flawless Chu Yu-wei standing in front of him. Looking at her excellent figure, I couldn't help swallowing. He was the closest, and at the moment he wanted to strike up a conversation. But some people don't dare. Valkyries, Chinsier, and Chu Yu-wei ignited the atmosphere. The originally boring morning exercise time suddenly became exciting. Chu Yu-wei only appeared for more than a minute and was immediately ranked alongside Chinsier as the school beauties. After the two girls returned to their classes, the vice principal began to talk about today's topic. Because Chu Yu-wei had already signed a contract with Lin Qingche, the vice principal did not introduce her. Her core class were also known through word of mouth among the students. Apart from the old-fashioned chicken supermarks, the vice president's speech then asked all students to try not to sign contracts in advance. Be sure to choose a contract at the contract conference. The explanation given was exactly the same as when Lin Qingche took the driving test at the neon car factory. If you just want to live a good life and not participate in war, then it's up to you. But if you want to fight for the fate of all mankind, to become stronger, you need to be cautious when making a contract at the contract conference. The whole morning speech was roughly centered around this. Then the meeting was adjourned. Then returned to class. Under the expectant gazes of all the boys, the head teacher Song Li arranged Chu Yu-wei's seat. You can sit with Lin Qingche. After the head teacher left, Chu Yu-wei, who was sitting next to Lin Qingche, held Lin Qingche's hand in front of everyone. This moment shocked all the classmates. Zhang Ming, the student who was closest to him, was full of disbelief and asked Lin Qingche tentatively, "You, Lin Qingche, just enlightened me, and I already felt that he was extraordinary. I didn't expect it to be so awesome. This directly contracts the girls of the grade?" Lin Qingche naturally admitted in a domineering manner in the face of everyone's questions. "Chu Yu-wei and I have already completed the contract. I hope everyone will take good care of Bless, our contract combination, newcomers." Puff. The boys were dumbfounded. They all cried out in grief and grief. "Lin Qingche, you deserve to die. Damn it, I was so happy for nothing. This is more painful than killing me." "Lin Qingche, I don't agree. Do you have the guts to have a competition?" "Lin Qingche, don't you have no talent for driving?" "Why? I don't accept it." More and more boys are dissatisfied. In their impression, Lin Qingche is really rubbish. No one paid attention to him because he was not a good driver. He was like an invisible person. Don't say that their attitude is a bit stupid. Any normal person would be confused, right? There is no way. The contrast between Lin Qingche before and after is too great. At this moment, only Li Feifei in the corner understood instantly when she saw Chu Yu-wei's appearance. She finally understood why Lin Qingche had always rejected her. And she also understood why Lin Qingche suddenly became so awesome. Because he's a fucking fighter. Li Feifei clenched her fist. She must make friends with Lin Qingche. With a person of this level, if I can get a little help from him, I will be very successful in the future. Facing these challenges at this moment, Lin Qingche directly accepted them one by one. "Okay, don't come one by one, just come to the virtual world competition directly, okay? Because no one has a contract and no one has a car to drive. As for the competition, just like the contract conference, it is held in the virtual world. What are you making so much noise for? Shut up." However, at this moment, the head teacher came from the classroom door holding a safe, and she scolded. With her shout, the class instantly became quiet. She carried the safe to the podium, glanced at everyone, and then stopped at Lin Qingche and Chu Yu-wei for a few more glances. Then he continued, "Student Chu chose to make a contract with Lin Qingche, so Lin Qingche must have some strengths. Don't ask for trouble." Then she slowly opened the safe, and the squad leader sitting below immediately came forward to take it. "This is what we asked for at the contract conference. This is the virtual world login device. Everyone, keep it safe and don't lose it. Once you get it, log in with your information, and then fill in your school and class information. Remember to fill it in carefully and don't make any mistakes. It is an extremely sophisticated little object. You just need to stick it on your forehead to activate it. Enter the virtual world." Lin Qingche held it in one hand and played with it casually. while Chu Yue next to him was cutting the nails on Lin Qingche's other hand. Why? It looks like they are so intimate and showing their affection so openly. All the bad teeth were broken. Damn it. 7 days passed in a flash, and the contract conference officially began. The students returned home, put the devices on their foreheads in their quiet rooms, and then their consciousness entered the virtual world. Lin Qingche just felt a trance for a while. Then he opened his eyes and came to a brand new world. Chapter 42. Your mother is a fighter, right? It was a virtual world that was created with a wave of void fluctuations. The Azure Code stripes slowly appeared, and then Lin Qingche's slender figure solidified. I felt my feet firmly on solid ground, and then my vision became clear again. Night City Experimental Middle School. Lin Qingche from Class 2 to 5 of Senior High School successfully logged into the virtual world. The class coordinates have been automatically transferred. I wish Lin a happy virtual world trip. As a mechanical electronic sound prompt sounded in his ears, Lin Qingche looked at everything around him without having time to take in the surroundings. I felt someone pulling my arm, and when I turned around, I saw the familiar face of classmate Zhang Ming. He looked at me excitedly at this moment. Brother Lin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. How come you are the first one to appear when I come in? Lin Qingche narrowed his eyes and did not pay direct attention to him. Instead, he turned sideways to look at the scene around him. I suddenly realized that the virtual world was not much different from the real world, and I was now in an empty hall. In front of me, classmates with familiar faces were already chatting in groups of 2 or 3. The head teacher, Song Li, was chatting with the teacher from the next class in front at the moment, and on her left and right were students from the next class, Class 4 and Class 6 respectively. At first glance, all the students in the school appeared in this hall. Of course, only boys exist. Girls don't belong in this place. Brother Lin, it seems that Chu Yue came to the experimental middle school for you. Now I finally understand. The love saint is right beside me. Zhang Ming's tone now is extremely sincere, and he directly calls him big brother. This is the admiration for Lin Qingche from the bottom of my heart. Lin Qingche was puzzled and took a step back to keep a distance from him. What do you want to say? Zhang Ming rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly and then expressed his thoughts. He was simply coveting more high-class girls, and he no longer cared about a piece of rubbish like Li Feifei. Then he asked himself how to catch up with Chu Yue, the core of the superior. Lin Qingche instantly found it funny. This guy finally got it. Li Feifei is a trap. Anyone who gets along with her will regret it. How to pursue Chu Yue? Lin Qingche wanted to answer directly at this moment that the other person had thrown himself into his arms and had delivered himself to him. It's not enough for me to not do it. The other party is threatening me with death. Do you believe it? Actually, there is no other process. Just drive well. Lin Qingche patted his shoulder and answered perfunctorily. Zhang Ming nodded slowly. He was also a smart man. This involved the privacy of other people and Miss Chu. How could he say it? But he clenched his fists, looked at Lin Qingche with burning eyes, and opened his mouth with his lips moving. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Lin Qingche asked, What's wrong? Zhang Ming sighed slowly and finally made up his mind to say these words. His voice is so loud. Lin Qingche, your mother is a supersonic fighter, right? Brush. As soon as Zhang Ming said this, all the classmates who were chatting around him turned their eyes to look at him. There was an uproar. For a moment, I became the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Qingche. Puff. What the hell? Lin Qingche was stunned for a moment. He thought Zhang Ming would continue to ask him questions about pursuing girls. I didn't expect that you would ask this. So the boss is right next to me. Your mom is actually a fighter plane. That's awesome. Brother Lin, your parents are so awesome. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yes, from now on, Lin Qingche is my big brother. Yeah, I was originally dissatisfied with why you were qualified to be a contract-level Valkyrie. But now I am convinced. The son of a fighter is truly terrifying. Look at me, what a fool I am. Last time I lent you money for a meal, I didn't even forget to pay you back. Come on, Brother Lin, I'll give you the principal and interest. In an instant, all the male classmates who usually ignored him were bragging about him with flattering faces. Lin Qingche looked at this situation and felt a little helpless for a moment. Have to. No need to guess. It was Li Feifei who said that. Lin Qingche held his forehead with his hand, but it was okay like this. At the contract conference later, I can show off my driving skills without restraint. It also provides the most reasonable explanation for why his skills have improved so rapidly. Lin Qingche looked at everyone, then turned back to Zhang Ming and asked in confusion, "Yeah, so what? What do you want to do?" "Yes, my mother is a fighter jet, and I am awesome." They're so excited, right? Ask for protection from the future? Oh, Lin Qingche knows. Zhang Ming shook his head, then looked at Lin Qingche with a lewd smile on his face. And it wasn't just him. All the male classmates looked at him with lewd expressions. Vigilance? Lin Qingche, who had a bad premonition, couldn't help but take a step back, and his calm face suddenly showed shock. What the hell? What are they going to do? No way. This is a virtual world? In fact, Lin Qingche was overthinking it. Zhang Ming was just asking him for a design drawing of the vehicle. Lin Qingche understood instantly. You want my ideas, right? To pass the contract conference smoothly? Well, Lin Qingche has already successfully contracted with a Valkyrie, so he is not participating in this contract conference to find a Valkyrie. Instead, they want to get a good ranking and then gain the favor of the school. In the future, various activities and competition resources will be given priority, etc. This year's contract conference is quite special compared to previous years, with huge changes. The previous contract rules were to log into the virtual world, and then the boys would choose a car to race on a designated track. Whoever drives the coolest, most dazzling, and fastest will win. Although this method is objective, it is simple and crude. This method has been used since the birth of the contract conference. But this year is particularly different. This is the conclusion reached by the Education Bureau after comprehensive discussions. The original track race was directly changed to an unlimited rally. Require. Commanders participating in the contract conference need to build their own vehicles at the beginning. Of course, all materials and resources are provided by the school. Because in the virtual world, it's all data, so this is easy to achieve. All commanders have the same materials, and there is no discrimination. Because as commanders, men need not only driving skills, but also to be exclusive transformers and nurses of the Valkyries. Therefore, the changes to the contract conference this time can also fully demonstrate the various aspects of a male commander. Unlimited rally rules. After the commander successfully builds his own vehicle, he can participate in the competition. The track is randomly generated and spliced together by computer. There are no rules at all. It could be a city street, a cliff, next to a volcano, the underwater world, a rugged mountain road. Unlimited rally truly simulates the undeveloped environments of the exiled galaxy community. These places are the chassis of the mechanical beasts. The complex and diverse terrain will test the commander's mentality and temporary reaction, and the level of transformation technology. Because it is a virtual world, some fantasies that are impossible to achieve in reality can be realized. For example, Perpetual Motion Machine, Chapter 43, Wuling Hongguang Design Drawings. If in the real world, who would say that a perpetual motion machine was invented? Then you can take it upon yourself to slap him on behalf of his physics teacher. But the virtual world can appear. As we all know, the power of a car is driven by the workmanship of the engine. Engines require energy to run, but energy is not infinite. It is necessary to continuously replenish energy to keep the engine driving and the car moving. But now in this virtual world, the engines of all vehicles are infinitely driven. You only need to burn some oil when starting, and then nothing is needed afterwards. The reason is that there will be an unlimited refueling device on the virtual track, and as long as you drive on a certain road, the remaining fuel tank can be automatically replenished. The same is true for the nitrogen accelerator. The nitrogen is also unlimited. However, this belongs to the technology tree after all, and there is a certain threshold. As long as the commander drives the vehicle, achieves drift and overtaking, any superb driving skills will gather nitrogen out of thin air for use. This setting is quite intriguing. It's like QQ speed, right? What's even more interesting is that the tracks are randomly generated by computers. What if there is a lava area or an underwater world? This is also the core point of the virtual world rally and the core point of the real world. Technological transformation. In the real world, you kill the mechanical beasts and they will drop technological materials. The virtual world collects technological fragments generated on the track, which can be used to temporarily create various modified devices. For example, facing the underwater world, the commander can use the collected technological fragments to make oxygen devices on the spot and add propellers to the vehicle, directly transformed into a submarine. For example, vehicles cannot pass through lava roads. The commander can use the collected technological fragments to make flying devices on the spot and add wings to the vehicles, directly transformed into a flying car, etc. Many occasions adapt to circumstances. This reformed unlimited rally is a great test of a commander's overall ability. This is the true meaning of the contract conference. Show yourself fully. In the unlimited rally, the last commander still on the road will be the champion. Whoever laughs last will not only receive the school's championship award, he also has the authority to designate any girl in the school who has not been under a contract to spend a week with. Of course, you can't do anything out of the ordinary during this week, even if it's a one-on-one blind date. The championship rewards have been the same over the years, but the championship of this unlimited rally will be much more valuable. This reform also means that the data of all high school students attending urban schools in 200 cities around the world at the same time are connected. It doesn't matter if our school cannot find a suitable contract partner. The data of tens of millions of high school students around the world are similar. If you want to know more, the school will arrange the full cost. Let you meet in person. If the contract is successful, transfer directly. We are not afraid that you can't find a contract partner. We are just afraid that you don't have the ability to find one. Even with such complicated and strict rally rules, all the students looked worried. It looks so difficult. After all, there are so many things to test. The initial vehicle production is of utmost importance. The start must be good enough to be able to support the subsequent driving on various strange tracks. Within a week of the contract conference, when Zhang Ming learned about this rule, he was so confused that his head exploded. Driving, building a car, modifying a car, and car maintenance are all things learned in the 9-year compulsory education. This is what I was taught when I started school as a child. This is also what is being shown at the contract conference now. Although I am very confident that I can build a car to perfection. But facing this unlimited rally, it is really hard to know where to start. The first thing that came to his mind was an off-road vehicle that was more capable of field operations. But after reading the material description provided by the school, the initial manufacturing materials did not support the construction of off-road vehicles. All are priority. If you want to build it, you have to keep collecting technological fragments. This makes things difficult. Car? No. The chassis is too low, and it is impossible to drive deep in the wild. Locomotive? Not to mention, it's not stable at all. It seems that the only models available are the initial models such as vans. However, when Zhang Ming was struggling, he wanted to go to Li Feifei for comfort. She directly told Zhang Ming a shocking secret. Lin Qingche's mother is a fighter. Zhang Ming then suddenly realized. No wonder he could form a contract with Chu Yue, who was at the core level. Combined with the great principles that Lin Qingche had explained to him during the exercises, Zhang Ming felt more and more that he had to hold on to Lin Qingche's thighs tightly. Night City is just a small city. All the signs on Lin Qingche's body show that the golden dragon is not something that can be found in a pond. It seems that this opportunity is only available to the legendary protagonist of Son of the Plain. I must hold on to his thighs tightly. Even if I get a little bit of his breath, I will be able to take off. But Li Feifei is also a big mouth. Everyone in the class told Lin Qingche that his mother is a fighter jet, so now everyone wants to ask Lin Qingche for his opinion on this contract conference. To put it bluntly, they all want to curry favor with someone. As the son of an ace pilot and a fighter jet, doesn't he have top-notch talent for driving modification? Although it is not very realistic that Lin Qingche would analyze his vehicle design ideas for himself. But considering that we are classmates, why not give it a try? What if Lin Qingche's vision is broad enough? This is just the design idea of the vehicle, not the key to victory. Because the early tracks must be smooth city streets, you can collect technological fragments safely. Lin Qingche looked at the expectant eyes of his classmates and felt a little helpless for a moment. To be honest, I have been thinking about it for these 7 days. The final vehicle was finalized based on the material data provided by the school. It is known as the king of cost-effectiveness, and its legend is everywhere in the world. Wuling Hongguang. Yes, because Lin Qingche had calculated it. Due to limited materials, the best product we can produce is no match for Wuling Hongguang. The situation is that I have never won in terms of statistics, but never lost in actual combat. This is the final result decided by Lin Qingche based on the diversity of the tracks. But can Lin Qingche really selflessly share the design drawings of Wuling Hongguang with all the students? Lin Qingche was definitely unwilling before. Where are you sending it to? Not familiar. Lin Qingche's face showed disgust as he allowed so many people to discuss his parents. Whether it's good or bad, everyone will be disgusted, right? But at this moment, 2 options from the system appeared in front of him, and Lin Qingche couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Option 1. Become a true leader of mankind, starting from establishing authority in the small group of the class. Share the design drawings of Wuling Hongguang. The final reward depends on the total performance of all the boys in the class driving Wuling Hongguang. One person drives Wuling Hongguang for 100 kilometers successfully. The host can obtain the first Order Core level upgrade, and there is no upper limit because this unlimited rally is an unlimited race. Option 2. Refuse to share the blueprint. Reward. Commander rank will be upgraded to level 5. Lin Qingche stared at the options in front of him in a daze, then looked at all the boys in front of him and asked loudly, "Who are you? Am I familiar with you? I'll give it to you. Why the hell do you think you have the ability to match my blueprint? Don't let yourself be eliminated once you pass the smooth urban track, Tisk." The first 20 kilometers of the rally were all smooth roads, but the rest were all randomly generated by computers. Anything can happen. By then, there will be more accidents. If you fail to pass or encounter any accidents, you will be eliminated. Ow! There is feedback only after 100 kilometers? This condition is a bit harsh, actually. To be honest, Lin Qingche didn't really trust everyone's skills. Boom! After hearing this, all the students became unhappy. This is questioning everyone. One of the students, who looked like a scoundrel, curled his lips in disdain. Why are you pretending? Who wants to use your design drawings? Do you really think you are so awesome? After saying that, he followed his two classmates and walked away arm in arm. After all, everyone was still unfamiliar with Lin Qingche, as they were all hot-blooded high school students. After the bad-tempered classmate left, a few others turned around decisively. Zhang Ming was not surprised at all at this moment. He was the one who organized everyone to ask Lin Qingche for the drawings. Zhang Ming also knew that Lin Qingche was afraid that everyone would be killed as soon as they landed, wasting his drawings. Besides, why would someone who is not related to you give them to you? 100,000. I'll pay 100,000 for your blueprint. Brother Lin, let's do this, and the final mileage will be based on your final driving distance. If my total driving distance is 1 kilometer less than yours, I'll directly compensate you with 1,000 yuan. How about no upper limit? Zhang Ming originally planned to persuade Lin Qingche with this condition, and he was going to spend a huge amount of money for the contract conference this time. After all, my wife is the most fragrant. This starting price of 100,000 was also supported by my father. Well, he didn't know how tempting money was to Lin Qingche. He shouldn't be short of money, right? Zhang Ming felt a little uneasy after saying this, and he was staring at Lin Qingche eagerly. Whoosh! When Zhang Ming mentioned the price of 100,000, most of the classmates left instantly. This is totally unacceptable to them. Afterwards, in a short period of time, there were only 7 classmates left in front of Lin Qingche. 100,000? How dare you? Lin Qingche looked at Zhang Ming, then looked at the 7 people who had not left. What about you? What do you mean? Chapter 44. 9 turns you Tao. Lin Qingche glanced at the only 7 people left in front of him. The abilities of my classmates. It's just 100,000 yuan. I'm not doing this for money. The money was enough for me, as Uncle Li left me a large sum of money before he left. At this moment, I hesitated again. Should I choose to directly upgrade to level 5, or take a chance and trust them? If this isn't done properly, you'll lose everything in an instant. Seeing everyone silent, Lin Qingche sighed slowly, and finally slowly called out the virtual interface to show them. That was a sketch of the Wuling Hongguang finished car. Lin Qingche introduced slowly. This is the most suitable vehicle I could make based on the existing materials after receiving the school's notice in the past 7 days. Although it's a van, its cornering ability, performance, and field operation capabilities are all top-notch. It's more than enough to handle this school's contract conference. Wuling Hongguang at this moment, Zhang Ming and the 7 people who stayed behind were looking at the sketch on the virtual screen in front of them with shock. The above contains the material parameters required for creating various positions. After a rough look, it is indeed the extreme configuration of the materials provided by the school that was used to initially build the vehicle. They looked at the finished product of the car and found that the workmanship in every aspect was extremely exquisite. Smooth appearance design, very compact front and rear body combination, very rigorous feeling. After all, they have studied driving and building cars for more than 10 years, so they can tell whether a car is good or not at a glance. The car that Lin Qingche is showing now looks very reliable. Lin Qingche paused. Then his face gradually showed an obsession with the sketch in front of him, and murmured, "This is the work I am most satisfied with in all these years. I call it Wuling Hongguang. Wuling represents the 5 principles I have always followed." Guidelines? Which 5? A fat boy with a mushroom-shaped haircut among the 7 people asked impatiently. Zhang Ming next to him also had a curious look on his face. The others also pricked up their ears, indicating that they were all ears. Lin Qingche smiled calmly and then continued. The 5 principles I follow when building vehicles are: beautiful, large lamp, exhaust pipe is smooth, rear wheel grip feels strong, square plate, easy to control, puff. The best thing you can say is car. As soon as Lin Qingche said this, everyone understood it instantly. Then everyone became more determined to get this blueprint. Zhang Ming raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand, and gave Lin Qingche a thumbs up, praising him without reservation. What a great Wuling! What a great 5 principles! Mushroom, head student also laughed and echoed. Brother Lin, I would like to call you the strongest veteran driver. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river, or the unstoppable flow of the Yellow River. Mushroom, headed student simply stretched out 5 fingers and continued to brag. Brother Lin, I have a feeling that you are a rising star in driving in this world. Within 5 years, you will become a legendary driver. Oh, not bad. Lin Qingche looked at the mushroom-headed boy with some admiration and asked, You're really good at bragging. What's your name? I'll give you the blueprint of this Wuling car. Not to mention that Lin Qingche didn't know the names of his classmates after 2.5 years of studying together, but he had never seen the mushroom-headed boy in front of him before. This. The mushroom-haired boy scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, My name is Yutao. Isn't it a bad idea to give it to me for free? After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Zhang Ming next to him. He was dragged by Zhang Ming to get close to Lin Qingche. Girl in the class could just silently become a contract-level Valkyrie, but now it's all gone. There is no doubt that it is a fucking fighter. Now I took out the design drawings of Wuling Hongguang and looked at them myself. I think it is really powerful. This is the ultimate cost-effective product. Zhang Ming shrugged slightly to show that he didn't care. If Lin Qingche is willing to give it to you, that is other people's business. If you spend your own money to buy it, that is your own willingness. Zhang Ming slapped his forehead and quickly followed Lin Qingche to introduce. This is Yu Tao, who transferred here during the 20-day leave you took, Brother Lin. So that's it. Lin Qingche nodded slowly. The final result was finalized. In addition to Yu Tao getting the drawings for free, Zhang Ming purchased the Wuling Hongguang drawings for 100,000 yuan. Of the remaining 7 people, 3 left in the end, and finally only 4 people were left, just like Zhang Ming. Lin Qingche doesn't care much about money. It mainly depends on how far they can drive. The farther they drive, the more feedback they can get. The deal was done, and Lin Qingche sent the drawings to the 6 of them. Then quietly wait for time to pass. When all the boys in the school arrived, they lined up in an orderly manner. A blue code appeared, and the figure of the vice principal began to appear in the front of the hall. He looked at the boys who were ready to go and nodded with satisfaction. Then the rules of this contract conference began to be announced. Basically, it is no different from the previous announcement, Unlimited Rally. Then he continued. Now please go to the independent workshop in front to build your own vehicle for the competition. Materials are limited, and there are many restrictions on the vehicles that can be built. Please consider carefully before building based on the materials given. The speed of time in the independent workshop in the virtual world is 24 hours, 1 hour compared to the real world. Now you will have 3 hours in the real world to build a vehicle. If you don't have a finished product after the time limit, your qualification will be completely invalidated. Call. As the vice principal's voice ended, his figure turned into a string of codes and slowly disappeared. Before the students could even begin to wail, an electronic interface appeared in front of Lin Qingche. Enter your personal information to enter the virtual world vehicle manufacturing workshop. Lin Qingche raised his head, and there were Zhang Ming and Yu Tao next to him, and 4 other people who came to buy the blueprints, a total of 6 people. Come on, don't embarrass my Wuling Hongguang. Lin Qingche shouted loudly while typing the message. Don't worry, Brother Lin, Zhang Ming said with a hearty smile. Yu Tao made a gesture to indicate that it was okay. The other 4 students also held an attitude of being ready to die and shouted one by one. Brother Lin, don't worry. My strength is still very stable. Wuling Hongguang, the creators. Rush. Chapter 45. Renault the Sky. 1,278 students in the 2nd year of high school at Experimental High School. Among them, there are 689 boys and 589 girls. This means there are too many wolves and too little meat. However, The girls who are currently in their third year of high school and do not have contracts have also joined in. As a result, the number of girls now reaches more than 800. This is still very comfortable for boys. Whether or not you can contract a girl depends entirely on your own ability. The contract conference attracted everyone's attention. Everyone has arrived at the competition venue. It was a huge hall, decorated with extraordinary splendor and illuminated by dreamy lights. It gives the whole a hazy atmosphere. The design of the hall is similar to that of the bird's nest, with audience seats all around and the competition venue below. Just because it is a virtual world, it is still possible for more than 600 boys to watch such a huge game. This is where the difference between virtual devices comes in. The boys' chip-like device is fully logged in. Girls, on the other hand, wear glasses. Below the hall of the bird's nest is not a display of the racing scene, but a general overview of the track map. At this moment, 3 hours have passed, and all the boys have finished building the car. The girls are also registered in the auditorium. Everyone was wearing gorgeous clothes, and the girls were all dressed up and put on some makeup. Show your most beautiful moments. And below, all the boys did the same, all wearing the school's uniform racing suits. After all, who wears a suit while driving? It's not the concert next door. Lin Qingche, wearing a clean competition uniform, slowly followed the crowd into the hall. Zhang Ming and others followed closely behind him, acting like the big brother and his younger brothers. To be honest, after the car was actually built, Zhang Ming and others were also stunned. It's simply too awesome. They couldn't believe that with the limited materials available to build the defense, they could actually create such a perfect car. Now they admire Lin Qingche more and more. This 100,000 is really worth it. With the support of Wuling Hongguang, if it doesn't take off, they will just find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. As the boys entered, the girls in the audience were also very respectful. After all, these were all boys from our family, and they all raised their hands and cheered and screamed. Fuck, is that the person sitting in front of me? Why is he so handsome in his outfit today? Here, I'm here. Everyone is so handsome today. How about you, little girl? Do you like any of them? Students who usually dare not express their emotions are fully releasing themselves on this grand day. What's more, a handsome boy with a crew cut standing next to Lin Qingche put his hands in front of his mouth, making a megaphone gesture, and shouted loudly to the audience. Lu Lily, I like you. I will definitely be the best. Wait till I win. I promise that others won't even be able to see the taillights of my car. He said this with great momentum, which immediately ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. The girl called Lu Lily was also sitting in the audience with a red face, and her girlfriends next to her also joined in the fun. With this boy's lead, the others also let go. Each of them looked aggressively at their already set targets. Of course, the most eye-catching one is the front row. There gathered some of the most outstanding Valkyries in the entire school. They didn't know if it was a special arrangement by the school, but they all sat side by side. Sitting in the middle was the pretty Qingche with short hair and a blue gradient. She is the first core of the whole school. The vehicle is in the form of a motorcycle, but its exact appearance is unknown. Sitting right to her left is Chu Yue, who has a cold face, a tall figure, and long black hair. The second-level core of the whole school. This was Lin Qingche's request that she be in the girls' team, because he knew that many people were puzzled and unconvinced as to why he could become a contract-level Valkyrie. Today, I plan to use my own strength at the contract conference to make everyone shut up and be convinced. Finally, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and he legitimately signed a contract with Chu Yue in front of everyone. On the right of Qingche is a girl with a high ponytail and a heroic face. What's special is that her hair is light blue. Very beautiful. Her name is Shun Zitting, and she is a core member. The car is in the form of a hover car, and its specific appearance is unknown. Lin Qingche exclaimed in suspicion and surprise, because he saw a familiar figure. A 1.5-meter tall little lowly, Chao Xiaoyao. Yes, the petite girl sitting next to Chu Yue is Chao Xiaoyao, Chao Kefin's daughter. Lin Qingche was curious. Why was she here too? Zhang Ming next to him seemed to notice Lin Qingche's confusion and explained. This girl's name is Chao Xiaoyao, and she transferred here from the neighboring province. Then he looked at Yu Tao, who had his head down beside him, with a strange expression, and continued. Yu Tao seems to have a connection with this girl, so he transferred here as well. Yu Tao. No wonder all the boys held their heads high as they entered the hall. He just kept his head down the whole time, looking listless and totally devoid of any temperament. Lin Qingche sighed slowly, reached out and patted his honest shoulder. I hope Wuling Hongguang can help you. Yu Tao looked at Lin Qingche with gratitude, then carefully raised his head to look at the audience seats in the hall. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Xiao Xiaoyao's eyes were always on him. Yu Tao lowered his head in fear again in an instant. However, this time, Lin Qingche directly stretched out his hand and pressed it against his chest. Looking up into Lin Qingche's eyes, he slowly shook his head, his tone extremely serious. I don't know what happened between you, but as a boy you should hold your head up. What's the point of bowing your head in front of a girl? Lin Qingche turned around and asked Zhang Ming, what is the vehicle form of this Xiao Xiaoyao? What level of core is it? Zhang Ming swallowed hard and answered with some trembling. The daughter of Chao Kefan, the director of the Renault Heavy Industries car factory in Guizhou province, a top-level core. The vehicle is in the form of a large off-road vehicle. Sky Renault. The general entrance ceremony is over. More than 600 boys below were looking forward to the big screen in front of them. The computer starts randomly generating tracks. This directly determines the difficulty of this contract conference. Everyone clenched their fists, praying to be randomly picked to a good track. The gears of fate are spinning rapidly. On sea, on land, in the air, countless scenes are intertwining and changing rapidly. Final. The results are out. The first 20 kilometers were surprisingly comfortable city streets. The tracks are then kilometers of city streets, traffic-clogged highways, wheat fields, oceans, glaciers, epsilon gathering places, volcanoes, swamps, endlessly. Boom! When the final result came out, everyone looked ashen in an instant. Chapter 46, The Twins on the Other Side. Hey Shi and Bai Shi. Now the final track results have been randomly released. In fact, due to the limited abilities of the students, just looking at the first few tracks will give you a rough idea of the results. Epsilon Zur Gathering. Several students kept repeating the name of the track, their voices trembling. How come the Epsilon chassis appeared? But fortunately, they were relieved soon after. This is a virtual world. Even if you die, you're just exiting the game. It is not death in reality. Thinking of this, all the commanders' eyes became fiery. Since childhood, parents, teachers, and various other voices have emphasized the horror of the Epsilon civilization. This has been humanity's enemy for tens of thousands of years. The commander and the Valkyrie exist to resist Epsilon. Now, there is a chance to see Epsilon with your own eyes without putting your life in danger. Isn't this the best opportunity? At this moment, the track has ended, the waiting time is over, and the real, unlimited rally begins. 2 azure blue codes appeared in the air above the commentary desk that had been empty in the hall. Then the host of this contract conference finally logged in. There was a man and a woman. The boy looks handsome, wearing a neat black suit, which highlights his slender figure and looks very stylish. The girl is tall and beautiful, and her smile gives people a graceful and elegant feeling. Good afternoon, fellow juniors. We have finally arrived at this exciting moment. The annual experimental high school contract conference is now beginning. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Jiahao, a senior from Class 7 of Grade 3. The boy's voice was loud and clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. The girl next to him immediately responded. I am Yu Xiao, a senior from Class 13 of Senior 3. I am very happy that the two of us will host this exciting meeting this afternoon. I hope you all enjoy it. The senior students in the 3rd year of high school were indeed professional. Their extremely friendly and infectious words brought the atmosphere to a climax. Zhang Jiahao smiled slightly as he looked at the high school boys who were ready in the hall. Then he turned around and looked at Yu Xiao next to him and said, I think our male commanders are in good spirits this time. Sister Xiao, guess how many of them will be able to take home a beautiful car this time? I think it depends on who has real ability. I still remember that your classmate Zhang Jiahao made a fool of himself at the contract meeting. His tire exploded just after he reached the second section of the track. Yu Xiao covered her mouth and smiled. But the sound did not diminish at all, and everyone heard it. Puff! The fucking tire exploded. When this story was told, everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Jiahao's face froze, and he quickly reached out to cover Yu Xiao's mouth. Who said that? It was a special situation at that time. Yu Xiao covered her mouth and smiled. Okay, stop making trouble. Everyone can't wait. After a brief joke, Zhang Jiahao returned to his normal state. He waved his hand and shouted. Now, all commanders are invited to enter the random fixed-point teleportation array. The system will drop them to the random starting position. Once you reach the starting position, release your crafted vehicle and get ready to start the race. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As his voice ended, A virtual fluorescent door appeared in front of the boys in the hall. Everyone didn't hesitate and stepped straight in. As soon as Lin Qingche entered the room, he quickly looked around and then found that there were familiar people on both sides of him. Zhang Ming, Yu Tao, and the remaining four. Everything is arranged together. Yu Tao was a little excited when he saw this. This was deliberately arranged by the system. Zhang Ming and the others looked at each other, and then all looked at Lin Qingche, who was in the middle. Lin Qingche nodded slowly, then began to look around. I found that the environment of this section of the track is exactly the streets of Night City, with bright neon lights interweaving and steel-like high-rise buildings. Commanders, please release your own vehicles in the designated planning area. The official notification sounded in his ears, and Lin Qingche then noticed that there was a large marked area in front of his feet. There are these big words on this area, vehicle starting point. Lin Qingche nodded slowly, and then, as if he was playing a game, he called out his backpack, on which lay quietly a finished Wuling Hongguang product. Click to release. The same went for Yu Tao and the others. They all chose to release at the same time. Bang! 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 As 6 dull sounds rang out, 6 brand-new Wuling Hongguang cars were deployed in unison. And now he returned to the hall. All the boys below entered the vehicle drop-off point, and it was empty. Instead, there is a huge virtual screen. The 2 hosts on the commentary desk were controlling the delivery of content to the girls. Not everyone has a high talent for crafting like Lin Qingche. So, among the vehicles that boys have put in now, few of them look like cars. For example, the 4-wheel scooter in front of you even has skates. Everyone watched the scene freeze as a boy threw out a pair of skates and then slowly put on slippers. Next to him were all kinds of cars, although they all looked different and crudely made. But it's a car after all. It burns oil. At worst, there is a small e-donkey on the side. Compared with other skates, everyone burst into laughter instantly. I'm dying of laughter. Is this a joke? This is a typical example of someone who doesn't study hard in class. All the knowledge he learned about car manufacturing over the years has been wasted. 666. Zhang Jiahao was a little embarrassed at this moment and quickly switched to the next interface. When this interface appeared, all the girls were surprised and exclaimed, "Wow." The vehicles deployed by the commanders were parked in a row, and the most eye-catching one among them was the one on the far left. This is a sedan, a real sedan. Streamlined body, exquisite appearance. The car was specially sprayed with sky blue paint, which makes it look extremely beautiful. Just looking at the appearance, it instantly killed everyone. This looks beautiful. Who is this commander? What a cool car. Is it really built by him? It's so cool. Girls, I think I need to pay attention to his performance. I think this is my cup of tea. This guy is so powerful, but I'm just going to take a look at him. I'm definitely not worthy of him. At this moment, the camera was focused on the girls in the front row. Chu Yue only had Lin Qingche in her eyes, and she wouldn't even look at anyone else. Chen Xier's body had already become quiet. She just rested her head with her cheeks raised and remained silent. But this is just an expression. She is talking to her sister, second personality at this moment. She whispered softly, "Sure, what do you think of this?" The voice that responded to her was extremely cold, like a demon. "Sure, you must remember that I am the only one in this world who is worthy of contracting you. I am the one who will truly protect you all the time. From now on, this article will refer to Wenru Xier as Baishi and the second person Yinya Xingyuan as Heishi." Baishi smiled gently. "Thank you for always protecting me." Silly boy. Heishi's attitude softened. "Because we are all Xier." When Baishi heard this, she clenched her fists in reality. "Xier, don't worry. I will definitely protect you well and won't let you disappear." Heishi shook his head slowly. "I can't always be by your side. One day you have to grow up. One day you have to face everything in front of you." Shun Zitting still looked aloof. Unless someone really stood out appeared, it was impossible for her to look up and pay attention to anyone. But Qiao Xiaoyao is completely different. She is a living treasure. At this moment, she was counting on her fingers, comforting a girl who had no confidence in contracting a good commander. The girl felt that her core level was relatively low and the contract was quite difficult. She cried and laughed. "You guys pick the best ones first. I'll just pick one at random." Qiao Xiaoyao shook her head slowly, holding her hand tightly and admonishing her. "Sister, we can't compromise on this contract. In our Qian province, my great-grandmother had a best friend who looked average and had a low core rank. Her family background wasn't great either, and she hadn't signed a contract with a male commander until she was 80 years old." Qiao Xiaoyao smiled slyly. "Guess what happened? Chapter 47, Spaceship Seer. What's going on? Chow Xiaoyao is indeed a clever little lowly. Her two sentences instantly attracted everyone's interest. Even Chu Yue, Hei Shi, Bai Shi, and Shun Zitting were attracted over. Hurry up and tell me. I'm so anxious. Yes, Sister Yao Yao, please tell me quickly. They were also curious. He was already 80 years old. What achievements could he make? Chow Xiaoyao glanced at the sisters around her, then cleared her throat and said, as a result, my best friend died soon after she turned 90 because she had never found a suitable commander to extend her lifespan. More than 10 years after her death, a legendary commander who lost his wife on the battlefield passed by her grave covered with 3-meter-high grass. Guess what happened? The legendary commander saw that her grave was covered with lush grass, so he dug her out, and then he used a mysterious technique to revive her. Then this best friend turned from a humble chicken into a phoenix. She made a contract with the legendary commander, who transformed her old car into the spaceship Seer. It's also loaded with all kinds of nuclear bomb cannons, all kinds of laser weapon ship cannons, laser suppressors, pulse missiles, and even transdimensional teleportation devices. Chow Xiaoyao talked about this. Her face also showed admiration. This bestie is now considered a big shot. She follows the legendary commander to the front lines every day to kill the Epsilon army. She kills a lot of people just by sitting on them. She's so awesome. As Chow Xiaoyao's story became more and more passionate, more and more listeners gathered around her. Finally, the two hosts Zhang Jiahao and Yu Xiu also noticed it and found it interesting. Just broadcast it directly on the big screen. This time, everyone listened to her story. Hey, guess what? This legendary commander dug out his best friend. Puff, puff. The more people listened, the more dumbfounded they became. This is outrageous. This plot would be quite explosive even in a tomato novel. However, some girls still really believed it. Yes, this kind of contract commander matter is a big deal. I must choose carefully. That's right, sisters. I want to be a spaceship in the future too. Add me in. Equipping a pulse cannon is so heroic. It seems that it is really unrealistic to be particular about spaceships. I'm just a core. In the future, I will be satisfied if I can be equipped with heavy ones, smoothbore guns, high explosive shells, armor-piercing shells, and composite armor. Puff! Because the competition hasn't officially started yet, many boys' channels also witnessed Chow Xiaoyao's incredible story. Lin Qingche's expression looked a little strange. Why was the plot of this grandma's best friend so fantastic? Zhang Ming and others next to them were so happy. Haha, this girl is really sure. She's so handsome that my scalp is tingling. My knees are broken, and I can't even keep my foot on the gas pedal. This girl is pretty good. Is her name Chow Xiaoyao? She's a top-level core player. So outstanding. I want to contract her. Everyone was smiling, but Yu Tao was the only one looking at Chow Xiaoyao's face in silence. His eyes were dazed, and he stretched out his hand to touch the screen, to touch her face. But it doesn't. Lin Qingche looked at him and sighed inwardly. It seemed that their story was very complicated, but it has nothing to do with him. If he wants to contract Chow Xiaoyao, he has to show some real skills. Yu Tao. The brief laughter ended. Zhang Jiahao continued to control the interface and switched it continuously, and when it finally reached Lin Qingche, everyone's eyes lit up. 6 neatly arranged Wuling Hongguang cars are extremely shocking. Of course, except for the Wuling in the middle with black paint, the rest of the cars are all uniformly white. The degree of production is also different. It is crooked and not beautiful at all. Chu Yue saw the picture given to Lin Qingche at this moment, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Is this a made-to-order van? It is indeed suitable for this kind of competition and takes more comprehensive considerations. The camera turned to Lin Qingche's Wuling Hongguang fleet, and Zhang Jiahao paused for a moment. You can see that the vehicle these students made is a van. I agree with the commander's idea on this point. Because there are many factors to consider, the chassis of sedans are very low and are not suitable for dealing with complex environments. The materials provided are not enough to make a very good quality. Of course, this is also the case for vans. The appearance of this car is very beautiful, and it gives a feeling of being energetic and capable. Did they discuss this beforehand? They all made it to look like one car? Brothers are united, right? Yu Xiu took over the topic and then changed the interface again. After a full 10 minutes, almost all of the 600 vehicles were on display. When they come across a good car, they will pause for a while to introduce and evaluate it. If it is not good, they will just skip it, giving it enough face. Okay, now comes the exciting moment. The game begins. Zhang, Jiahao shouted loudly. At the same time, Lin Qingche and others had already entered the car and fastened their seatbelts. The engine started, making a humming sound. Everything is ready and ready to go. Countdown 3 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the countdown ended, all the vehicles shot out like arrows. Chapter 48 Blue Whale 1.4T Engine. As the prompt tone ended, more than 600 commanders stepped on the accelerator. Instantly, the roar of the engine resounded throughout the entire virtual night city. The tires rubbed the ground frantically, and all the commanders released the clutch at the same time and stepped on the accelerator. Started from the same starting point in the virtual world's simulated night city. Because it is generated in the virtual world, the urban racetrack in Night City has been infinitely enlarged and is large enough to accommodate 600 people setting off at the same time. The two seniors' passionate explanations were accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the girls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first part of the journey was flat, and it was deliberately designed without any obstacles. Commanders can step on the accelerator to the bottom and show off the top speed of the car they built. Buzz! Buzz! 600 vehicles rushed out at the same time, but the gap soon became obvious. After all, the sedan has more power, and it accelerates a lot in the first moment. Through the real-time broadcast of live images of the track, the audience clearly saw that the first cars to stand out from the crowd were about 30 or so sedans. They're all the same compact car model. Of course, they are not all the same in appearance, good or bad, and most of them are misshapen. Host Zhang Jiahao quickly explained as he looked at the 30 compact cars that were leading the way. Without a doubt, among the initial resources that the school gave to the commanders to choose from, the top engines were the Blue Whale 1 and 1 engines. These were the best engines ever made. The torque and speed of these two engines are excellent, enough to give the car a top speed of over 200 kilometers per hour. Please see. The reason why these 30 cars stand out with absolute advantages must be that they are equipped with the above two engines. Yushio looked at the leading 30 cars with some appreciation, then said to the girls in the audience with a smile on her face, "It is quite difficult to make these two types of engines. The fact that they can make them is enough to prove the excellent talents of these 30 boys. Ladies, I think you can focus on the information of these 30 boys." Swipe. As soon as Yushio finished speaking, all the girls in the audience received a list. The basic information of these 30 commanders is clearly listed above. Height, appearance, age, hobbies, requirements for future contract partners, etc. These are the information that all boys must register before attending the contract meeting and are provided to the girls for review. Of course, the girl can also designate anyone to view the information. Anyway, it's very Ginka-like. The 30 boys who first stood out at this moment also temporarily became the topic of discussion among the girls. This commander driving the sky blue car is so handsome. I know him. He is the most handsome boy in class 2. Yes, his name is Lu Feng, he's my idol. So handsome. I think the black one is also nice, with a spoiler plug-in on the rear of the car. I also like plug-ins. I still prefer pendants. Puff. Chu Yuwei, who was sitting in the front row, naturally received the list, but she didn't even look at it. As for the scene on the track, the Wuling Hongguang driven by Lin Qingche had been submerged in the sea of cars behind the 30 sedans. I can't see clearly at all. After all, there are still many cars that choose to be painted black. But at this moment, Chu Yuwei was not worried at all. She just blindly believed in Lin Qingche's strength. Chao Xiaoyao next to her was also muttering to herself as she looked at the information above, but she was not looking at these 30 people. But it's Yu Tao's. Looking at his lagging figure, she clenched her palms and prayed silently in her heart. You must work harder and don't let me down. Only if you show your absolute strength will you be qualified for my father to officially recognize you. The scene returns to the playing field. Who did not equip Wuling Hongguang with the Blue Whale engine, was naturally in a backward position from the beginning. It's not that I can't make it, but there's no need. The Wuling Hongguang at the bottom of the accelerator, he still couldn't catch up with the others. The best one is good, but we have to consider everything. Lin Qingche muttered as he looked at the dense crowd of other people and vehicles ahead. Chapter 49. Have you ever played QQ Speed? The speed shown on the flat road is just the beginning. The real test is still to come. Their lead is only temporary. As time goes by, without any obstacles, sprint at full speed. The short 20 kilometers will soon be over. The car that is in the leading position at the moment is the sky blue sedan, and Lu Feng is driving it leisurely at this moment. There is no need for any skills at all. Just step on the accelerator to the bottom, and you will be ahead immediately. This is the power of your own talent. A good engine starts out stronger than others. Oh no, are the 20 kilometers almost over? The second section of the journey is ahead, the highway with traffic jams. Lu Feng looked at the scene in front of him that finally changed and finally straightened up and started to get serious. That's right, there is a big turn ahead, and the road after the turn is a traffic-congested track. And at this turning, there is a gas station icon floating above, which is very eye-catching. This location is also a refueling location. As long as the vehicle passes by here, the fuel tank will be filled automatically. Of course, scooters and bicycles are not needed. The Blue Whale and the engine can enable the vehicle to reach a maximum speed of 220 kilometers per hour, so a full sprint on a 20-kilometer flat road will take about 5 or 6 minutes. Here we are referring to perfect quality. Of course, not all engines produced by everyone are perfect, and there will definitely be flaws. As a student with outstanding talent, Lu Feng's first product is naturally the perfect quality Blue Whale engine. Therefore, it is understandable that he is far ahead as the number one. Finally, they reached the turning point. After filling up the tank, Lu Feng's mouth curled up, and he decided to play it safe. He slowed down the car, then turned the steering wheel and started drifting. However, as he drifted this time, a virtual progress bar appeared on the right side of his vision. As the car body drifts, the progress bar grows rapidly. Then wait until the drift is over. Turn the steering wheel back, restore the front of the car, and the virtual progress bar will be full. Just like that, an orange-yellow nitrogen icon quickly lit up in the center of the steering wheel in his hand. Lu Feng was delighted when he saw this. Is this the special mechanism of the virtual world? Then he chose to release the full tank of nitrogen without hesitation. Buzz! Instantly, flames burst out from behind the rear of the sky blue car. The flames brought huge thrust, giving the car extremely huge power. As the leader, the sky blue sedan always attracts the attention of most of the audience. With the release of this nitrogen, witness for the first time the special mechanics of the virtual world. Almost 80% of the girls looked at Lu Feng with admiration. Oh my god, what a cool day. This fire is so dazzling. Is this nitrogen acceleration? Ah, Lu Feng, you will be my idol from now on. I've decided. I will have to be Lu Feng. A good commander can level up quickly and can transform the core of the contracted Valkyrie faster and more effectively. Only sports cars can be equipped with nitrous acceleration devices. Of course, the virtual world is set up arbitrarily and is not reality. Only top-level core players are eligible for sports car modification. Level 1 core. Those who can possess level 1 core in the whole school are extremely rare. The nitrogen acceleration device is also the dream of all girls. Yu Xiao praised Lu Feng generously at this moment. It is impossible to gather nitrogen by ordinary turning. It can only be achieved by displaying superb driving skills. The cornering technique Lu Feng just demonstrated was a very cool and elegant one. This is how he can gather nitrous gas. The fact that he can gather enough nitrous gas in just one corner is enough to prove his excellence. Sisters, don't you understand now? Lu Feng's talent is extremely outstanding, and you have seen his photo. He looks very... However, before Yu Xiao could finish her words, she felt someone touching her arm. When he turned around, he saw his partner Zhang Jiahao pointing at the big screen. She looked puzzledly. Then her eyes widened in shock. The girls in the audience all opened their mouths wide with disbelief on their faces. Oh my god, it's really Zhuge Weizi. Who is this? What the hell? Awesome. This is a flat road? How can you play like this? It's a flat road, and you can use your superb skills to gather nitrogen? No, this isn't ordinary nitrogen. It seems to be an upgraded version. On the track, everyone's attention was initially attracted by the leading 30 cars, and they were more concerned about the first one, Lu Feng, and always ignored the group of vehicles behind. And among this group, a black figure suddenly emerged. This is a van painted in black, and its appearance is not so beautiful compared to the sedan in front. But the appearance looks very delicate and formal. Much better than those crooked cars. And it was these two cars that performed the operations that shocked everyone. Just see. The black van, which was originally driving smoothly, no longer maintained its normal driving posture. Instead, the front of the car suddenly turned to the left and then began to drift on the straight road. This startled a shabby white van that was driving steadily nearby. It quickly turned the steering wheel in reverse to keep a distance from the van to avoid being hit. If they get hit, either one of them will be eliminated, one will be seriously disabled, or both of them will be eliminated. Are you crazy? You don't even know how to drive. The commander of the white Van immediately started cursing. But is this black van really crazy? No. Just see. After drifting to the left to a certain angle, it left and turned the front of the car, still drifting in the opposite direction to the right. Then he quickly straightened the car body, and then an amazing scene happened. Blue flames began to emerge from the rear of the black van. And then, without any warning, it received a burst of propulsion similar to nitrogen. Suddenly, it overtook more than a dozen cars in front. Then this section of advancement not only ends, there is another section right after it. This time, more than dozens of cars rushed out. After 2 explosive thrusts, the black van repeated its old tricks, drifting first to the left and then in the opposite direction, straightening the front of the car to achieve 2 thrusts. As a result, the black van, which was originally lagging behind, relied on this extremely direct method to rush to the front. Chapter 50. Let's find out about WCW spray. This scene shocked everyone who witnessed it. In this virtual world, are there such acceleration techniques on a flat road? The hell don't they know? Isn't it true that you only get nitro when you turn? Fuck, so it not only surpasses other cars, but also surpasses the car equipped with the Blue Whale engine? What level of operation is this? How come I don't know about it? Why didn't the school notify me? Oh, that's awesome. I want to try it too. Isn't it just turning the car's front first, and then turning right? Bump! However, just as a jealous young boy wanted to try the black van's skill, he also turned the car's head. But he obviously didn't have the strength to do so, and he collided directly with a castrated car that was driving steadily next to him. Boom! After the 2 cars collided, flames quickly filled the sky. Then it turned into 2 blue codes and disappeared. Then 2 pale male classmates slowly appeared in the hall. The taller boy showed anger and punched the other guy. You fucking idiot! There was no surprise at all, because it was a virtual world, and the tall man's fist just went through his head. Well, it's out of shape. The pale boy looked at the angry face of the tall boy in front of him with some fear. If this were in the real world, he would have been stunned by this punch. I'm sorry. The boy could only apologize silently. The scene returns to the track again. The commander of this black van was naturally Lin Qingche. The 2-stage charge technique he just displayed was exactly the basic operation of the car racing he played in his previous life. Double spray at brake. At that time, Lin Qingche was thinking that since it was a virtual world, he would gain nitrogen acceleration by displaying superb skills. What about the small spray? Spray? What about stagnation drift and advanced nitro turning? These operations can only be performed in games. This is also a virtual world and can also be considered a game. Will it succeed? Lin Qingche did not consider this at the beginning. The reason why he chose Wuling Hongguang was because of the complex environment behind the track. Although the Blue Whale engine is very powerful, if the initial manufacturing materials provided by the school are considered to be a car priced at or below 100,000 yuan in the previous life, then the car equipped with the Blue Whale engine, the sky blue sedan built by Lu Feng, belongs to the top 10 yuan configuration. My own Wuling Hongguang is only about 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Although this is considered excellent in the school, most of us are just ordinary people, and it is good enough to be able to make an electric car worth a few $1,000s. A slightly better option would be an electric tricycle or a motorcycle. Lin Qingche tried it with a tentative attitude at this moment, but unexpectedly, it actually worked. It can really achieve double spraying in a discontinuous position. In that case, I will also start and aim to be first. Lin Qingche's mouth curled up slightly to show his confidence, and then he tightly grasped the plate. He continued to use the double spray to surpass all the vehicles and approach Lu Feng's top configuration. If the configuration is not enough and the data cannot be compared, then make up for it with skills. Lu Feng, have you ever played Speed Car? At this moment, Zhang Ming, Yu Tao, and others were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. As expected of Brother Lin, I'm sure my production process is not as good as his for the same car, but this is too outrageous. Yu Tao nodded slowly. Just now we were driving in a straight line together, and suddenly Brother Lin was like taking medicine. He became very powerful. He jumped out directly. In that case, Brother Lin has already accelerated. We can't fall behind since we're driving the same car. Zhang Ming looked at the 2 figures exploding in front of him with some palpitations and swallowed hard. But I don't want to try Brother Lin's techniques. I might get into trouble if I'm not careful. This statement elicited everyone's agreement. Brother Lin is Brother Lin after all. Lu Feng didn't know what happened next at the moment. He was still immersed in enjoying the pleasure of turning with nitrogen. Nitrogen accelerator, unlocked at the core of level 1. Lu Feng suddenly began to yearn for it. He was the best in the school, right? First of all, can I make a contract with one of the two-level Valkyries? Chen Xian or Chu Yue? Both are pretty good. Lu Feng began to feel conflicted. At this time, Lu Feng was still struggling, while Lin Qingche behind him had already started turning in his Wuling Hongguang. Lu Feng, who slowly slowed down to turn the corner, Lin Qingche did not slow down at all. Going fast in a curve is the real fast. Who doesn't speed up in a straight line? Lin Qingche smiled and murmured softly. Then, facing the curve without reducing the accelerator, he turned the steering wheel sharply, stepped on the brake, and started drifting. The front of the car began to turn and drift. But it was not a blind drift. Lin Qingche deliberately controlled the drift angle of the curve to 35 degrees. As the nitrogen progress bar quickly gathered, the front of the car was controlled to fall back within 50. In this way, you can get two small sprays in a row, just like the brake drift. Just because of drifting and turning, I have an extra tank of nitrogen this time. After drifting around the corner perfectly, Lin Qingche raised the corners of his mouth. He first released a small spray, and then quickly released nitrogen to connect with a second small spray. After a series of operations, 3 extremely violent spark ion pulses burst out from the tail of Wuling Hongguang. Force is even greater than the previous dual-jet engine with a tail cutoff, which makes the Wuling Hongguang fly like a rocket. Spray. Wuling Hongguang was like a black comet across the sky, driving through the curve extremely violently and heading towards the traffic jam area on the highway. The speed and explosive power of the spray are far beyond the reach of simple nitrogen acceleration. At this moment, Lu Feng was still fantasizing about his dream of contracting with that level of Valkyrie, and he had no idea that he was surpassed. What the hell? He just felt a black shadow passing by in his peripheral vision, and then he realized that he had been overtaken. He was just drifting and turning normally, but the little spray required a tricky angle to get it. He didn't notice this. If his car equipped with the Blue Whale engine also uses jet or spray, its speed will definitely be faster than that of Wuling Hongguang. But he won't. Watching himself being overtaken, Lu Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore, but there was no bend in front of him to drift. Drifting on a straight road? Isn't that the self-deceleration speed? The cost of drifting on the straight road to get nitrogen is too high. Lu Feng doesn't dare to gamble. Lu Feng was very shocked that the car that passed him was actually a black van. Did he also install the Blue Whale engine? Lu Feng murmured. He couldn't accept it. My handsome sedan was overtaken by this ugly van. At this moment, Lin Qingche, who had surpassed Lu Feng, had already arrived at the next area, a traffic-congested highway. Glancing at the situation ahead, Lin Qingche suddenly discovered. The track in front of us is not a highway with traffic jams. On the contrary, the vehicles are extremely dense. Moreover, they're driving very fast. Once they drive into the traffic flow, they will be rear-ended if they are not careful. But among these traffic flows, some areas were flashing golden light. Lin Qingche stared at the golden light, his pupils shrank. Is this technological fragments? Do I need 76 to use 48 car control skills and 4 to pass through 29 and collect 2 sets of technology fragments from these 4 cars? Lin Qingche looked ahead with burning eyes and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The real fun, the real highlight, the technological modification is here. Chapter 51, 2 Births. Lin Qingche stared blankly at the messy traffic in front of him. Then he gripped the steering wheel tightly and drove in without hesitation. Now that I have taken the lead thanks to the nitrogen acceleration, I must maintain the advantage. The number of technology fragments is limited. First come, first served. Lin Qingche surpassed Lu Feng with the attitude of a king, which directly attracted the attention of all the girls. So cool. It turns out that a van's crappy engine can outperform a Blue Whale. It's not the engine that's bad. It's the commander's driving ability. Is his name Lin Qingche? He's so handsome. I can't stand it. I suddenly found that Lin Qingche is more handsome than Lu Feng. Humans are such fickle creatures. When they find another one is better than the previous one, they will be very happy. We'll choose the better one without hesitation. But this is normal. At this moment, Chu Yue, who was sitting in the front row of the audience, was looking at Lin Qingche, who had stood out without any surprise, and a look of pride appeared on her face. He, indeed, possesses the absolute power to make everyone shut up. At this moment, the scene returns to the track again. As soon as he entered the messy traffic, Lin Qingche maintained his full concentration and drove. The commander's reaction ability and vehicle control ability are greatly tested here. If you are not careful, you will rear end a vehicle and collide with it. But it's not a big problem. With the support of the system, Lin Qingche's driving skills are still top-notch. Just see, Wuling Hongguang entered the traffic flow. Its goal was very clear. He ran straight towards a golden technological fragment floating on the road in front of him. In the corner of my eye is always paying attention to the rear-view mirror and reflector of the car, paying attention to the situation of the vehicles next to it. I noticed that there was a black car on my right side, and it was vaguely moving towards me. There were also 2 cars on the left that seemed to be moving towards him. This is obviously the test on this track. If I don't make changes, we will definitely collide. Lin Qingche raised the corner of his mouth, changed gears skillfully, and stepped on the clutch. Then, while keeping an eye on the situation around him, he continued to perform the tail-braking drift maneuver. Just like that, under Lin Qingche's delicate control, the car began to drift in place at a strange angle, but did not collide with the vehicles approaching on both sides. Successfully got 2 small sprays. With the support of Xiaoping, Lin Qingche chose to release directly, rush straight towards the technological debris ahead. When the Wuling Hongguang passed under the golden light, the technological fragments turned into a stream of light and fell on the roof of the car. Technology fragments. Subtitles appeared on the virtual screen in front of him, and Lin Qingche raised his head to continue looking for the next target. This scene was also broadcast on the big screen in the audience, and everyone applauded. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but exclaimed, "Not bad, this classmate Lin is really good." If I'm not mistaken, the technique he has been performing can also be considered drifting, right? But it's not turning, it's drifting in place. That's right, Yushio nodded slowly. She was surprised and said, "I have never heard of such skills. Maybe he came up with this on his own when he was practicing in the virtual world. Is this Lin Qingche's original creation?" To be honest, until the beginning of the contract conference, Lin Qingche had never logged into the virtual world to practice. In this regard, Lin Qingche could only say, "You think too much. This is the mysterious power from Lao Ma." Cough cough. There are more than 600 boys in the group, and not all of them are as outstanding as Lu Feng and Lin Qingche. There are many people who don't study hard and have no knowledge of the driving skills and building technology that they received during the 9 years of compulsory education. For example, the boy on roller skates who is always at the end. His name is Song Su. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was paddling hard on his skates, gliding with difficulty. The speed of the movement meant that there was no space in front of him. There was not a single car in sight. At this moment, he finally realized the importance of learning to drive. If he doesn't study hard, no girl will be willing to sign a contract with him in the future, and he won't have a car to drive. Song Su in a school. But there are many more in the game. For example, the 30 cars that were leading before. Although they were the 3rd group of commanders to enter the messy traffic after Lin Qingche and Lu Feng. But it's not bad either. But when they arrived at this area with messy traffic, they were all dumbfounded. I saw that the chaotic traffic flow did not slow down at all. However, the glittering technological fragments floating on the surface of the road have been scattered. The number is pitifully small. In the distance, there is a large group of technological debris in the corners. But that place is hard to reach, and the traffic is even more dense. The risk of getting it is very high. Gulp. Everyone looked at this scene and swallowed hard. Are the 2 commanders in front still human? They didn't even leave us a single fragment. Fuck. There really isn't a single one left on the surface. The 2 of them ate the fragments of 600 people? Are they still human? Be born. What can we do? Without the technological fragments, how can we survive in the later stages? Yes, there are ice ages and lava zones behind the track. There's even Epsilon. Without the support of technological fragments and modified and strengthened vehicles, it would be impossible to pass. For a moment, everyone started cursing at Lin Qingche and Lu Feng. With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of bursting your stomach because you can't eat all at once? At this moment, the screen in the audience switched. Zhang Jiahao also smiled as he looked at the 30 cars parked in a messy area. Everyone is a competitor. Why should I leave technological fragments to you? After saying that, he snorted coldly. If I have the ability to take the lead, I will swallow them all without leaving any behind. After all, everyone is a competitor. Yushio nodded slowly and took over the conversation. Yes, this is the rule of the contract conference. Whoever lasts last will be the champion. Wouldn't it be great to end the game early? This is what the 2 hosts thought. But the girls in the audience began to have different opinions. That's true, but But swallowing it all is a bit too much, isn't it? Yes, at least leave some for everyone. There are only Lu Feng and Lin Qingche, and we have more than 800 girls. Yeah, the other boys don't have the tech fragments, they can't run far, and their driving abilities haven't been fully demonstrated. What should we do then? The girl who was speaking had an ugly look on her face, and she looked at the princesses in the front row who were the center of attention with a deliberate look. Chu Yue, Chen Xier, and others. If Lu Feng and Lin Qingche are the runner-up and champion, then the two girls must have signed contracts with them respectively. But what about us? The other guys didn't show much ability. They all looked about the same. How could we choose? Is it just based on looks? Are all of you here to accompany you two to attend the contract conference? The girl's words turned directly to the two girls in the same grade. For a moment, the girls' looks were somewhat complicated. They don't want to be a foil. But is it really the case that Lin Qingche and Lu Feng are the only two standing out at the moment? Chapter 52. 8,848 pieces of technology fragments. Is this really the case? As the leader, Lin Qingche naturally took as many technological fragments as he could get. Everyone is a competitor. Leaving fragments behind means giving your competitors opportunities. Although I am absolutely confident that I can win the championship, it is still better to have an absolute crushing attitude. Even more shocking. Yes, that's what Lin Qingche did. Try to get all the fragments possible, and only leave out those that are impossible to obtain. Lu Feng followed behind Lin Qingche with a grim face, watching the various operations of the black Wuling Hongguang in front of him. The black phantom nimbly shuttled between the traffic, and the commander in the cab's exquisite driving skills made the vehicles next to it try to collide with it. Easily dodged them one by one. Bye! 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 The sounds of obtaining technological fragments rang out one after another, and golden light continued to fall on the body of Wuling Hongguang. It's like a pleasant piece of music. The originally black car body was stained with a layer of golden halo under the endless golden light. Mountains upon mountains. Fuck! Be born! Lu Feng, who followed behind eagerly, could only pick up some leftovers. Lin Qingche ate the meat, and he drank the soup. And the 600 people behind him can only eat the leftovers. At this moment, Lin Qingche was happily harvesting technological fragments. As time passed, he finally drove through the messy traffic track. The transitional flat road after the track. There are no obstacles. Lin Qingche could finally relax. Holding the square plate in one hand, he stretched out comfortably. The tank is full. Before I knew it, I passed a gas station and a warning sound rang out. The previously empty fuel tank was filled again. Lin Qingche raised his head and checked the collection of technological fragments. It is clearly displayed on the virtual screen. Number of technology fragments, 8,848. This number is so accurate. Lin Qingche said happily with a look of delight. So there are about 10,000 pieces of technology debris on the entire chaotic traffic track. Lin Qingche murmured. This is roughly calculated using the missing fragments. I just don't know if it will refresh after I get it. If it can refresh, then my advantage won't be much. Lin Qingche still doesn't like the refresh. After all, complete crushing is the most satisfying. And will the answer actually be refreshed? The answer is no. Limited quantity, first come, first served. If you want to continue obtaining technological fragments, you need to proceed to the next track area. After a short break from driving on a smooth road, the scene in front of me changed. We have arrived at a new track again. Lin Qingche fixed his eyes and looked at him. All I saw was a congested road in front of me. The densely packed vehicles are piled up in an orderly manner, stretching for thousands of miles. It is quite spectacular. Lin Qingche looked at the situation in front of him and realized that this was the real second track, a traffic-congested highway. I see. The track ahead is for collecting debris. Do we need to use the debris? Yes, there is no normal way to pass through this congested highway. Unless the car is abandoned, people can walk over by themselves. But it will definitely work if it is transformed by technology. Lin Qingche did not hesitate and directly checked the technological fragments. How do I use this? Click here to enter the temporary transformation workshop. Use technology fragments for transformation. At this moment, a virtual prompt box appeared in front of him, and Lin Qingche nodded slowly, which was considered as ginkgo biloba transformation. After clicking in, Lin Qingche just felt that he had entered a new world. This feeling was the same as the space where he built his own vehicle at the beginning. At this moment, various modification projects appeared before my eyes. Flying device. Requires 1,000 points of technology fragments. Glacial track device. Requires 250 points of technology fragments. Temporary enhancement of monster truck. 100 technology fragments are required. Temporary increase in car body size reduction. 50 technology fragments are required. Laser cannon. Requires 300 points of technology fragments. Teleport. Requires 1,000 points of technology fragments. Directly teleport to the next track. Mecha transformation. 5,000 technology fragments are required. Lin Qingche was dazzled. It seems that my idea is right. It would be most satisfying to obtain as many and better technological fragments as possible. Lin Qingche held his forehead with his hand. Glancing at these transformation devices, Lin Qingche's thinking was simple and crude. Get more technological fragments as quickly as possible, and be the first to get all the technological fragments on all tracks. Completely crush the contract conference. The quickest and most technologically sparing way to get through this thousands-mile-long traffic jam is. Lin Qingche directly chose to purchase the portal because I looked at the traffic-congested highway myself, and there were no technological fragments floating around. Any amount of time spent on this track is a waste. It is better to go to the next track quickly and continue to get the technology fragments first. The portal has been purchased successfully. Do you want to use it immediately? Mr. Lin, you currently have 7,848 technology fragments left. It is very difficult to obtain fragments. Each one is extremely precious, so please use them with caution. Lin Qingche waved his hand and said, "Yes, use it now. Who wants to tell you to use it cautiously? I want to be lavish." Boom. As soon as the words fell, we returned to the track. Because this workshop is the same as the previous ones, the time flow rate is 1 to 24 hours. So even though Lin Qingche entered the game after 5 or 6 minutes, his performance on the track was actually less than a second. Basically, you just go in and get out. Of course, the same is true when other people enter, which greatly shortens the time wasted during the transformation. I saw a door emitting faint light slowly appearing in front of the Wuling Hongguang. Seeing this, Lin Qingche raised the corner of his mouth, returned to the driving seat, and stepped on the accelerator. Rushed straight in. The place where they came out was the end of the traffic-congested highway. Passed directly and effortlessly. Lin Qingche did not slack off either and stepped on the accelerator. Next, the wheat field track. Puff. Lin Qingche felt comfortable, but the people behind him were in trouble. At this moment, Lu Feng felt like vomiting blood when he saw that he had only collected 300 technological fragments. I also want to try to go to dangerous areas to collect those in large quantities, but it is too dangerous. I roughly calculated that the dangerous areas plus the ones that Lin Qingche missed on the surface road totaled about 15,000 fragments. There are 5,000 in the danger zone. There are 10,000 on the surface. It's really abominable. Lu Feng felt helpless. He only had 300 technology fragments, and there were too few options. In the end, he chose the monster truck. A second later, the huge sedan with 4 wheels ruthlessly rolled over the roofs of the congested vehicles. Slowly drive through the traffic jam. Lu Feng, who was sitting in the driving seat, was shaken all the time with his buttocks moving up and down. From time to time, his head hit the roof of the car, and from time to time he fell from side to side. It was very funny. Damn, I should have made it from the beginning. Lu Feng instantly regretted it. This car is too low. Not stable at all. Chapter 53, Yu Tao's Choice. The scene returns to the back. Lu Feng followed behind Lin Qingche and picked up some leftovers. But others don't have that much strength. There's not even any dregs to pick up. Only in that dangerous area are there any technological fragments left. Those were Lin Qingche and Lu Feng who had chosen not to take the risk and had no choice but to stay. And it is these technological fragments in the dangerous area that have become the hot commodity in the eyes of more than 600 people. The commanders of the 30 cars were all struggling over whether to take risks in the danger zone or go to the new track ahead to obtain new technological fragments. Not only are they hesitating, everyone is hesitating. But at this moment, someone has chosen to act. Wuling Hongguang car with a blue paint. It stepped on the accelerator resolutely, passing by everyone, and stepped into the dangerous area with messy traffic. In an instant, the blue car was submerged in the traffic. Gulu! The sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Zhang Ming was dumbfounded at this moment. Oh shit! Yu Tao, this guy, he went there alone. This guy? That's a dangerous area. Yes, the commander of the blue-painted Wuling Hongguang was Yu Tao. Zhang Ming was looking at the dangerous area ahead with some fear at this moment. where the traffic was denser and the speed was faster. This is totally a desperate effort. Hongguang charged forward like a death soldier. It was like a clarion call for war. They are all young men full of vigor and vitality, and their spirit of not wanting to admit defeat is stronger than that of the other. Damn it, it's just a dangerous area, let's fight. I'll go to. If we don't get the technological fragments, we won't be able to run on the remaining tracks. Isn't it just a test of driving skills? Did my 9 years of compulsory education go to waste? When it comes to driving, I've never been better than anyone else. Suddenly, the engines of the vehicles began to roar like moths. They all rushed directly to the danger zone. Zhang Ming slowly shook his head upon seeing this. This was the only way left for him. He also took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then stepped on the accelerator. He drove the car in. Then more and more people made their choice. And in the end, there were only Lin Qingche and Lu Feng left. All commanders had to enter the danger zone. However, is it so easy to enter the dangerous area? Just because you can freely pass through the messy traffic in the ordinary area ahead doesn't mean you can do this. Bang! 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 Some commanders with poor driving skills did not have time to dodge oncoming vehicles, which directly caused traffic accidents. Explosions sounded one after another. Then they all turned into a line of code and disappeared. Less than 5 minutes had passed, and more than half of the more than 600 participating commanders were eliminated in the danger zone. The figure returned to the hall. All the boys turned pale. They clenched their fists and reluctantly accepted the fact. They were eliminated. Eliminated on the first track. The whole journey did not exceed 40 kilometers. I should be able to run at least 200 kilometers. A boy who was 1.8 meters tall looked pale and a little unwilling. He is the top student in his class and has very advanced driving skills. Logically speaking, my level shouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. But because he was the second commander after Yu Tao to go to the dangerous area. However, as soon as I entered, I was unlucky and collided with a vehicle. It's like meeting love around the corner. This is just pure bad luck. It is unavoidable. A large number of people being eliminated in an instant. His face remained extremely calm, and he was not surprised at all. Don't worry, everyone. We haven't been able to fully demonstrate our talents in this situation. The school has already taken this into consideration. When this match is over, the teams with similar strengths will have a rematch. Call. The pale boy heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then he raised his head and looked at the reprinted video on the big screen with burning eyes. However, his eyes were not on Lin Qingche and Lu Feng, the first and second persons, but on the commander of Wuling Hongguang, who was the first to rush into the danger zone. Yu Tao. I was the second one to enter, and I knew very well how terrifying that danger zone was. Now he is no longer in the hall, but he must have held on. He instantly felt a little impressed. Just see that screen? Yu Tao drove the Wuling Hongguang, weaving through the violent traffic in the dangerous area like a ghost. He avoided the impact of vehicles at various tricky angles and then flexibly collected the technological fragments. This smooth operation made him amazed. I didn't expect that this fat guy with a mushroom head is so awesome. Yes, Yu Tao has always been silly, but I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Classmate of Lin Qingche, who was driving a Wuling Hongguang, was eliminated. He looked at Yu Tao and others who were still persisting with some admiration. The number of technological fragments here is synchronized in real time. People in the audience can see it too. Naturally, those who were eliminated can also see it. Yu Tao has now collected 234 technology fragments. So powerful. This dangerous area is simply not something a human can survive in. It's too terrifying. The distribution of the fragments is also very tricky, and the number is also small. He muttered, then looked at the number of technology fragments held the top positions in the ranking. Puff. However, when he saw it clearly, he almost sprayed out gasoline. Fuck, Brother Lin has become a god. Just see. The person who ranks first in the number of technology fragments owned is Lin Qingche, and the number is 14,332 pieces. Chapter 54, Racing versus Slime. Lin Qingche is far ahead with 14,000 technological fragments. The second is Lu Feng. The number he holds is 5,425. He came later and did not see the previous ones, so he naturally felt that the amount Lin Qingche had obtained was very impressive. It is more than twice that of Lu Feng, but unknown to him, Lu Feng's first messy traffic track only got 300 fragments. How did it suddenly surge to more than 5,000? The scene came to Lu Feng again. He first used technological fragments to transform his monster truck and then drove through the traffic-congested highway. It passed slowly, but when he passed this track and was ready to drive to the next wheat field track. In fact, he had already prepared himself for the situation where he would still be completely reaped by Lin Qingche. My speed was too slow. It took almost 10 minutes. It's been so long. And with Lin Qingche's attitude, he will definitely not leave any scum behind for himself. However, when he actually arrived at the wheat field track, he was dumbfounded. Rye Field Raceway, as the name suggests. All of it is made up of wheat fields. This is the wheat field. At this moment, he stared in amazement at the 10-meter-high wheat in front of him, blocking out the sky. I was driving a car in front of it, and I felt like a bug. The grains on the top of the wheat ears are full and burst from time to time when they are ripe. The wheat grains fell from the sky like cannonballs and hit the ground with a loud bang. The gap at the bottom is very wide, just enough for a truck to pass through. Logically speaking, this should go smoothly. But this is a cannonball, like ear of wheat. Lu Feng swallowed hard, but finally drove in resolutely. I currently have too few pieces of technology. If you want to run further, you can only choose to collect. The technological fragments are hidden in it. Just be careful to avoid the wheat ear bombs. However, when Lu Feng entered the wheat field track, the virtual interface in front of him lit up. Tip: there is a mysterious Easter egg in the current wheat field track. Defeat it and you will get a mysterious prize. Lu Feng. What the hell? He was immediately overjoyed. But this joy did not last long, and his face suddenly turned grim. I have now entered the wheat field track, but what about Lin Qingche? What's wrong with him? He entered earlier than me. With his perversion, has he already started fighting with her? Lu Feng immediately stepped on the accelerator and started accelerating. He had to grab this. The camera turns again. Above the sky, the pitch-black Wuling Hongguang has been equipped with a pair of wings, and the giant engine behind the car is buzzing. Inside the car, Lin Qingche drove fast with one hand, admiring the scenery in the sky without any satisfaction. And below is the 10-meter-high wheat field racetrack. Joke! With such a slow track, we still have to look for technological fragments like treasure hunting. Hide and seek? At the beginning, Lin Qingche entered the wheat field track, but after exploring for a while and collecting 5,000 or 6,000 technological fragments, he felt that the gain was not worth it. Because through the information I have collected, I roughly inferred that there are 10 technological fragments in this wheat field track. And there are levels. And the level is at the end. That's such a pity. Since it exists, Lin Qingche chooses to give it a try. But Lin Qingche would not waste time crossing such a huge wheat field track. He would just spend some technology fragments to fly over. Go find it directly. Flying is definitely faster than running, but it also gives you a wider field of vision. Flying quickly to the end of the wheat field, Lin Qingche saw a special place at a glance. That was deep in the wheat field, a racetrack hidden deep in the wheat fields. The track is surrounded by a solid wall with a pattern of wheat carved on it. The track is sprawling and curvy. It's very complicated. Watching from above, the tracks are connected in front and behind, forming a big circle. And in the center of the big circle, there is a magic circle with profound patterns carved on it. Oh, that's interesting. Seeing this, Lin Qingche twitched his lips and controlled the Wuling flying car to slowly land. After landing completely, drive to the side of this magic circle. A virtual panel popped up. Congratulations, Commander, for discovering the Easter egg here. This Easter egg is a special mode of the wheat field track named Racing vs. Slime. The rules are as follows. Commander, please drive the vehicle into the starting position of the track, and then the system will automatically install the special wheat ear shells. A slime with 10,000 HP will be summoned in the center of the magic circle, and the commander needs to drive the vehicle on the track. The faster you travel, the higher the damage and frequency of the wheat ear shell attacks. If you use superb driving skills, you will get wheat weapons with higher damage. Defeat the slime to get rewards. First prize, 20 minutes. Second prize, 30 minutes at the same time. Third prize, 60 minutes. Fourth prize, 120 minutes. Penalty: if the time exceeds 120 minutes, the team will be eliminated. Note: once you choose to trigger the menu, you cannot go back on your decision and must complete it. Completed reading of information. Lin Qingche also exclaimed, "What a guy! What the hell is this car race against slime? It's really a new game. Interesting. Lin Qingche held his forehead with his hand and instantly became curious about the reward of this Easter egg. What level of reward is it? The worst one takes 2 hours to complete? So what about first prize? Lin Qingche rubbed his hands excitedly and drove directly into the starting point. Then I just felt a sound above my head. The virtual screen reappears. The wheat ear shells have been configured to... Commander, I wish you good luck. It was a big field of wheat, dotted with green leaves on both sides. It's almost like a corn cannon, but this one is very thick and long. Cough, cough. As Lin Qingche's selection game began, a faint light began to emanate from the center of the magic circle. A huge jelly-like figure began to emerge. Slime. Chapter 55, The King Bomb, is coming. It was a giant object that looked like jelly. Cute big eyes and a long blood stripe on the head. 10,000. Ah! The slime was summoned out, looking at the black Wuling Hongguang at the starting point of the track in front of it, glaring and shouting loudly. But it's still just a slime after all. Kuching is not around, it is still silly and cute. Lin Qingche also found it funny when he looked at the giant slime bound in the magic circle. This guy should have no attacking ability. The player has wheat ear missiles that can attack it. Well, it can only take a beating. After silently mourning for it for a second, Lin Qingche's eyes focused and he began to get serious. Game on. He stepped on the accelerator hard, the engine hummed, and he drove the Wuling Hongguang straight forward. As Lin Qingche started the car, it began to show signs of movement. The wheat ear shells installed on the roof of the car began to spit out wheat ears one by one. Ta-ta-da! Like a machine gun, it madly attacked the slime on the magic circle. Health! Health! Health critical hit! An ear of wheat can only cause a little damage, and there is a very small chance of causing a critical hit. It's 2 o'clock. Lin Qingche thought about it and realized that if he continued to attack in such a dull manner, he would not be able to get enough rewards. It seems that I have to use my driving skills. There was a bend ahead, and Lin Qingche began to show off his drifting skills. First, he stepped on the brake, then pulled the handbrake and turned the steering wheel sharply. It was still the familiar 45-degree angle, and then the car was turned within 50 degrees. This will give you 2 small sprays. As I passed the bend, a can of nitrogen was collected. Lin Qingche raised the corner of his mouth and sprayed again. Whoosh! Wuling Hongguang instantly gained powerful explosive power and rushed forward like lightning. As the spray occurred, the wheat ear shells on the roof instantly turned into a bright burst of light. It directly turned into a cannon with a thicker and larger caliber. Boom! Boom! Giant ears of wheat blasted towards the slime like cannonballs. 100! 100! Direct explosion damage. If it was originally scraping, this time the blood vessels were directly lowered a little bit visibly. Lin Qingche looked at this scene and was delighted. This is totally made for myself. If you keep it up like this, you'll win the first prize. However, this track is not the flat road as before, and you can sprint as much as you want without restraint. The bends are dense and tricky. That was the case this time. The explosion lasted less than 2 seconds, and there was another turn ahead. And this is an extremely narrow bend. It's a shortcut. There is a straight shortcut, and in front of this shortcut is a familiar large curve. If I take the shortcut, would that also be considered advanced driving skills? For a moment, this thought popped up in Lin Qingche's mind. Thinking fast, the hands move fast too. Slam on the brakes and turn the reverse disc again. This Wuling Hongguang started drifting directly before the shortcut while still accelerating. Then the car body drifted into the shortcut at just the right position. Stagnant drift. Shortcut. As a series of operations unfolded, the light on the roof of Wuling Hongguang shone again. Then 2 wheat ear grenades were generated and thrown directly at the slime. Boom! Boom! Grenade explodes. The slime's health bar dropped a little again. Seeing this, Lin Qingche also shouted in comfort instantly. Cool! The king bomb is coming. One robot girl is not enough to write about, so I just opened 2. The double opening brain hole is the new book introduction. This is a world against the will of heaven. Women awaken powerful fighting abilities and are called Valkyrie. Men awaken to become soldiers. Weapons are divided into offensive and defensive types. Jiangche traveled to this time and awakened to become a level 1 defensive soldier. But it's a pair of pants. In order to snatch Jiangche, the top boy, the school beauty fought in the contract conference and won the championship. Contentedly put on the pants that Jiangche had transformed into. Chapter 56 Lin Qingche is so awesome. This is so cool. As Lin Qingche drove the black 5-angle Hongguang, He raced freely on the track, displaying various superb driving skills. Spray, spray, stagnant drift, fast cornering, brake drift, nitrogen continuation, even squirt. It was a turning point, followed by the next turning, an operation that could only be achieved by continuously turning one another. Drift continuously under the infinite and violent nitrogen acceleration. Wuling Hongguang's engine is running at superload. The spark ion jet at the tail is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, exploding and spraying freely. Wuling Hongguang has been pushed to a level far greater than its limit of over 2,000. If this happened in the real world, the car would explode on the spot in a matter of minutes. But because this is in the virtual world, everything can be accomplished. Because superb driving skills are the feature of this game and are allowed by default. At this moment in the audience seats in the hall, everyone's eyes were fixed on the broadcast image on the big screen. There is no doubt that Lin Qingche, who ranks first, has always been the one that everyone pays the most attention to. At this moment, they clearly saw the various gorgeous operations performed by Wuling Hongguang under the operation of Lin Qingche. Such a winding, tortuous track that seems very easy to make mistakes. However, in front of Lin Qingche, he just moved recklessly on the track like a fish swimming in water. Don't say you made any mistakes. You can even drift and sprint with nitrogen acceleration throughout the whole process. The proficiency level is maxed out. It's simply awesome. Lin Qingche's series of gorgeous operations directly caused the wheat ear shells on the roof to go crazy. It's like the fight was just for blood, pouring firepower towards the slime madly. Even at the back, a super nuclear bomb that was larger than the entire body of Wuling Hongguang was condensed. Boom! The nuclear bomb wheat ear was launched directly and hit the slime heavily. Not only that, after the nuclear bomb ended, there were more dense machine guns, missiles, grenades, tracking bombs, and explosive bombs. Ta-ta-da! Boom, boom, boom. Time after time, the sounds of weapons coming one after another sounded like a magnificent piece of music. Faced with such fierce firepower, the originally unreachable slime's 10,000 health points are now in front of it. I can't hold on for long. My health bar is decreasing every minute. Boom! With the explosion of the last wheat ear missile, the health bar was finally reduced to 0, and the huge slime fell to the ground helplessly. A window with flowers scattering quickly popped up in front of Lin Qingche. Congratulations, Lin. You have completed the first kill of the Easter egg. You took a total of 3 minutes and 30 seconds and won the first prize. Since you were the first to kill the Easter egg in this track, the reward has been sent to your virtual warehouse. Please check it carefully. Lin Qingche slowly parked the car and looked at the interface in front of him with some surprise. It's faster than I expected, but I can only enjoy it in the virtual world. Lin Qingche was delighted at first, but then he felt a little disappointed. So cool to enjoy the infinite drift, nitrogen acceleration, and the pleasure of infinite tilting firepower. But in the real world, this effect will definitely not be achieved. Of course, I can't achieve that now. As my level increases in the future, I will naturally be more powerful than this. But this is definitely a long process. If you want to equip the Feign weapon components, you have to upgrade it to at least the silver level. Is the purpose of designing this virtual world to allow commanders to enjoy the future level up stage in advance? Lin Qingche suddenly felt that this virtual world was simply amazing. Any new commander who experiences this process will remember it for the rest of his life. Isn't this the motivation to work hard to upgrade? Only by working hard to become stronger can you be qualified to enjoy the pleasure of unlimited acceleration and unlimited firepower. I am increasingly looking forward to what the future will look like. Lin Qingche looked at the rewards issued from the warehouse. Inside the hall, everyone in the audience seats were stunned. Compared to the boys' admiration for Lin Qingche's driving skills, the girls couldn't sit still. A girl's face turned red, and she sat in the audience with her legs curled up. She panted in a charming voice. Ah, so handsome. Lin Qingche is so handsome. It would be great if I was driving the car he was driving. It's so awesome. Chapter 57. Superman Chong and Bobby shouted at Lin Qingche through the screen. Lin Qingche, I want to drive to you right here. I used to think that I was pretty good looking as a sedan until I saw this ridiculously handsome Wuling Hongguang today. The latter girl glanced at the area where the boys were being sent down and did not look down on them as the eliminated group and shouted directly. Hey, guys, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaobai, and I'm from Class 14. Core Class. I know my own strengths and weaknesses. There's no way I'd be favored by Lin Qingche or Lu Feng, but my core level is not bad. Who among you can replace the entire body of my car in the future and make it into the black van that Lin Qingche is driving now? Whoever agrees to this will sign a contract with me, but the prerequisite is that you have to be able to build this black van. The girl is about 1.6 meters tall and a little plump. The pretty face looked down at everyone in the audience, and her voice was loud and clear. Oh, there's a topic? Zhang Jiahao quickly pointed the camera at Xiaobai, and everyone's eyes were focused on her at once. The girls also admired her courage. The contract conference hasn't ended yet. They are going to participate in the rematch. So do you just choose the contract partner directly? Xiaobai's words were clearly heard by all the boys, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. To be honest, he is a core student and ranks among the top in the entire school. How many cores are there? There are almost 20 or so, and even fewer in the upper grades, with only Chinxier and Chu Yue. They have been eliminated. There is no chance for them to advance to the next level, and it will be difficult to advance to the next level. Now, there is a plump girl in front of you, and the appearance is not bad, the type that is pleasing to the eye. Without much hesitation, 7 or 8 people in the group expressed their opinions directly. Xiaobai, look at me. My driving and modification abilities are top-notch. I also admire Lin's driving skills. I've already regarded him as my idol. He will be my lifelong pursuit. I know this car. Lin Qingche is my classmate. He calls this car Wuling Hongguang. Choose me. I will give you the best driving experience. There was no way. Xiaobai's conditions were indeed quite good, and many boys were attracted to her for a while. Xiaobai narrowed her eyes at this moment, and then stared at the tallest of the boys who had expressed their opinions. Are you Lin Qingche's classmate? What's your name? She pointed at him and asked. Seeing that he was chosen, the 1.9-meter tall, muscular boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes smiled heartily and replied, My name is Song Chaoqiang. Xia, choose me. I won't let you down. My driving and transformation abilities are among the top 10 in our class. Xiaobai's personality is just like her name. She doesn't bother to make decisions directly. She nodded slowly and found the big guy Song Chaoqiang very pleasing to the eye. Okay, let's sign the contract. She walked straight down from the audience seats and came in front of Song Chaoqiang. Puff! What the hell? This moment shocked everyone. Is this the signed contract? Wouldn't that be too hasty? The two hosts, Zhang Jiahao and Yu Xiao, were also a little surprised at this moment. Was the decision made so directly? No one can predict things like fate. Zhang Jiahao looked at Yu Xiao meaningfully. Yu Xiao nodded slowly, looking at the focus of the audience with some nostalgia. The collision between 1.9 meters and 1.6 meters. It was just like what happened between myself and the boy in front of me, Zhang Jiahao, even though his tire burst at that time and became the laughing point of the whole audience. But I still chose him directly. Not for anything else, just because we were attracted to each other. Maybe this is fate. At this moment below the hall, the 1.9-meter tall guy looked at the girl in front of him somewhat stiffly. Seriously, this is damn fast. Just now I was immersed in the frustration of being eliminated. And now the next moment, the surprise came so suddenly. Song Chaoqiang was a little at a loss, and Xiaobai smiled with her hands covering her mouth as she looked at him. Just grab his hand and go. Walked directly out of the palace door. Let's go out and talk. Xiaobai really seemed to have feelings for Song Chaoqiang. This time, her voice was not careless, but very soft. Then she turned into blue codes and disappeared into the air. This is exiting the virtual world. Song Chaoqiang was also very excited at this moment. This was definitely God's will. I actually know my level, and I also know that the best I can do is to contract to one level. Level 1 is only a dream. Level 2 is not very realistic, and I don't have the strength yet. Xiaobai's appearance perfectly met her expectations. Song Chaoqiang nodded vigorously, and then his entire figure turned into a blue code and disappeared. This time, the Xiaobai group was the first to complete the contract in this contract conference. It made everyone envious. Chapter 58 Mecha, the Source Star. Xiaobai's bold behavior was like opening Pandora's box. This made all the girls start to get excited. We all went to high school, so naturally we understand our own strengths and know our own capabilities. Have a general idea of what kind of contract partner you can contract with. However, everyone still hopes that they can contract the beautiful car of their dreams, and that of an experienced driver. At this moment, many girls were moved and looked at the boys who had been eliminated below. Even though they were eliminated, it doesn't mean they are really bad. There are many factors involved. A petite girl looked at the boys timidly, and after finding her target, she wanted to speak. But in the end, I didn't have the courage. However, just as she retreated back to the audience, a boy below shouted loudly, "Zhang Mimi!" Hearing her name being called, the girl turned around suddenly. This time, everyone's eyes were on them again. Is someone going to get impatient again? The audience also showed expectant eyes for a moment. The boy who was shouting below was wearing black frame glasses and was not very tall, only about 1.7 meters. He looks very gentle. His name is Lu Xiaowei. Lu Xiaowei clenched his fists at this moment, and he cried unwillingly, "I'm sorry I said I would win the championship for you. Fortunately, I signed a contract with you in public, and everyone envied me. But I was screwed. I was eliminated before I even got through the first level. I'm sorry. I'm not worthy of you." After Lu Xiaowei finished saying this, before anyone or the girls could react, he turned into a blue code and disappeared. Mimi in the audience shook her head frantically. Don't do that. When did I say that to you?" Lu Xiaowei had disappeared, and Zhang Mimi was also stunned for a moment. Then she gritted her teeth and turned into code and disappeared. She also exited the virtual world. Everyone was a little confused. I thought I could witness another newlywed couple, but what happened all of a sudden? Zhang Jiahao was also a little embarrassed at this moment. He was speechless and wanted to complain about this man. It's really over. He knows he's no longer capable, and now he's doing this. Isn't it obvious that this will make things difficult for the girl? But that's okay. Judging from this, the girl is also interested in this boy. Seeing the virtual interface exit, I exited as well. Anyway, as the saying goes, lovers will eventually get married. If you can't find the right one, it means your destiny hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Jiahao slowly shook his head and quickly diverted everyone's attention. Everyone should just look at Lin Qingche in the distance, family members. After saying that, he directly enlarged the picture of Lin Qingche to the maximum, and everyone looked at it subconsciously. Then the look of shock appeared in everyone's eyes again. Just see. In the picture, Lin Qingche is driving a mecha that covers the sky, is rendered in purple color, and has an extremely cool shape, holding double laser blades, bombarding with missiles from the back, killing the creepy-looking mechanical beasts one after another. The area here is actually the gathering place of Epsilon Zerg. Fuck, is this a mecha? It only took more than 10 minutes. What happened to Lin Qingche? He was in a car before. How did he drive into a mecha? This mecha is so cool, absolutely amazing. So cool. Is this the second form of the mecha? Shadow Madai. Why are the mechas all in operation? Everyone looks shocked. Yes, right in the middle of a series of episodes. Lin Qingche's development is very rapid. First of all, the first prize for the Easter egg in the wheat field track is an extremely cool mecha. It's called the Source Star. Source Star at that time said that it was the contracted Valkyrie of the founder of Neon Power Plant, and it would take mecha form when the core was upgraded. Extremely powerful. Now, as a reward for the first prize, Lin Qingche also got to experience being the wife of the founder of Neon Car Factory. The feel is naturally top-notch. Mechas can naturally be equipped with a lot of weapons and equipment, which also allows many of the technological fragments accumulated by Lin Qingche to be transformed into various weapons. The overall attributes of the mecha are stronger than those of the car form. The speed is definitely beyond doubt. Behind the wheat field are the ocean track and the glacier track. If you want to pass normally, you have to install protective measures. What about chassis reinforcement, oxygen facilities, car conversion to ship, tires replaced with tracks? But these harsh environments facing the mecha, absolutely not necessary. Crush all the way. The ocean track is directly transformed into a mecha with a flying device at the back. Fly straight over. The same goes for the glacier track. The mecha just crushes it all the way. Lin Qingche directly drove the mecha across 2 large tracks. Loot all the technological fragments. Heading straight for the Epsilon Zerg gathering place. Chapter 59. Purple Plague Epsilon. Epsilon, the enemy of all mankind. This is also due to the determination to become stronger that has been hanging in the hearts of all people for thousands of years. The Epsilon Zerg gathering place that appeared on the track this time was a chaotic place. Gray area, rocky buildings. Unlike all previous tracks, this Epsilon track does not have a defined path. To be precise, there is no flat road. The terrain is as rugged as the surface of the moon. The bedrock is very hard. In this situation, even an off-road vehicle with a particularly high chassis will find it difficult to drive. Moreover, Along the track, the surrounding space would distort from time to time. Wormholes appeared out of nowhere, and then groups of ugly-looking Zerg poured out. Centipedes, scorpions, and all kinds of reptiles. They all have gears twisting all over their bodies, chains connecting their mechanical bodies, and their heads are extremely hideous and terrifying. Small size and fast speed. When Lin Qingche first entered this area, he was almost frightened by the swarming Zerg. Too much, too much. Crowded. The 5,000-point mecha transformation exchanged for the technology fragments. My low-quality Wuling Hongguang transform mecha would definitely be bitten into holes in a few minutes. Fortunately, I am now driving a Source Star. The strength in all aspects is the strongest. The Zerg in the current Epsilon Zerg gathering place are not of very high level. It's at the level of a small monster. Lin Qingche also felt that it would definitely not be displayed at a very high level. The purpose of this monster is to give everyone an initial impression of the Epsilon army, and it is also easy to kill. Lin Qingche had no idea how long he had been killing Zerg. Currently in this track, any and all Zerg are in front of the Source Star. They're all like paper. There is no need to use technological fragments at all, as the Source Star itself comes with various weapons and equipment. And each of them is extremely strong, because these weapons and equipment all come from Fein Wind. In a short period of time, Lin Qingche, driving the mecha, had gone crazy killing, holding double laser blades with pulse cannon behind to bombard endlessly. Zerg mechanical fragments and gears are scattered all over the track. After all the insects pouring out of the wormhole in front of them were killed, the world finally fell silent. Invincible! Lin Qingche shouted with excitement on his face, staring at the several wormholes in front of him with burning eyes. No Zerg have crawled out of these wormholes. In other words, this area has been wiped out. Next, while he was enjoying the experience, Lin Qingche couldn't wait to move on to the next area. Source Star received the order and immediately began to transform. Huge mecha began to twist and deform. In an instant, it turned into an extremely cool mecha car. The car form returned to the car form cab, and Lin Qingche's mouth curled up. With a determined look in his eyes, he stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the area shrouded in purple mist. With a burst of engine acceleration sound, the Source Star was running at full speed. The wheels crushed the solid bedrock. The bedrock couldn't withstand the power of the Source Star and collapsed directly. Yes, the bedrock is solid and the terrain is rugged. But this only applies to ordinary vehicles. These so-called obstacles are nothing in front of the mecha, in the form of a transforming car. Lin Qingche in the cab raised his head, holding the square plate tightly, and stared at the purple mist in front of him. Yes, all these mechanical Zergs have one characteristic in common. That means the whole thing is purple. Purple is taboo in this world because this color represents Epsilon civilization. 10,000 years ago, Senior Lin Xiao drove the Paradox engine back to the Earth in the 21st century. Using incomprehensible special technology, he simulated for everyone what Epsilon would look like after it landed on Earth. From then on, this purple plague swept across the world like a nightmare. It has become a psychological fear for everyone. But today, 10,000 years later, through their unremitting efforts and strong will, humans have successfully occupied a small part of the world of Epsilon civilization. At the same time, he also possesses the authority to fight against it. Mecha. After driving the Source Star for a short period of time, Lin Qingche has fully felt her power. Powerful in every aspect. At this moment, Lin Qingche was still immersed in the pleasure of driving the Source Star, and unknowingly he had passed through the purple mist. Suddenly, groups of black shadows emerged in front of me. A mysterious figure, blocking out the sky and the sun. What is that? Lin Qingche was shocked and quickly pressed the brake button. Boom! Before I could react, a virtual interface suddenly popped up in front of me. Epsilon Battle Easter Egg has been activated. Campaign goal: destroy Epsilon Special Building Mine Termination Device. Note: all commanders participating in this campaign will receive additional real-life rewards after completing the objectives. Neon Motors applied for approval to put Fein Industrial Building into operation. The Fein Terminal has been approved. The Titan Mecha Mass Production Line has begun construction. The Fein Terminal has been approved. This exclusive Easter Egg Battle Mech sequence will be released in the future. Windows popped up one after another. Then a surprising scene happened. The Source Star mecha that Lin Qingche was originally driving began to slowly disappear. Then the direct message disappeared. Just get down to earth as a human being. Then the ground began to shake, and Lin Qingche almost lost his balance. He turned around and looked back in shock. That was a huge monster coming from afar. Chapter 60. Epsilon's beloved one, Libra. At that time, a huge monster came from a distance. It was an armored vehicle, as big as a mountain. It is about 10 meters long, 4 or 5 meters wide and high. Its body was extremely large, covered in heavy armor, and steam was coming out of it. Precision gears are spread all over the surface. The huge wheels rolled over the solid bedrock, which was exactly the same as the situation of the Source Star mecha. Wherever the tires rolled over, gravel and cracks appeared everywhere. It was also the first time that Lin Qingche saw such a heavyweight armored vehicle, which was as big as a ship. What kind of steel monster is this? Lin Qingche was shocked. That's right, the only words I could subconsciously use to describe him were steel behemoth. Shocked. It's so shocking. The steel behemoth, this behemoth made of steel, looks huge and heavy, but its speed is not slow at all. In an instant, he rushed to Lin Qingche's side. However, it was 30 meters away from it. Then, as a burst of extremely soul-stirring supernuclear electronic sound rang out. Comma, this steel giant spun on the spot, and then it twisted and deformed like a transformer. It was transformed directly from a 5-meter-high armored vehicle into a 500-meter-high super base. Super base is very neat and punk. 2 rapid alarms sounded, and then the gate of the super base opened wide. Of other types of armored vehicles quickly drove out from it. They were smaller than the steel behemoth, but still very large for Lin Qingche. Then the armored vehicles were dispersed to various places around. The heavy engine roars, and the sound of the tires rolling on the ground is shocking. These armored vehicles passed by Lin Qingche like wild beasts galloping. At this moment, no matter how brave Lin Qingche was, he felt palpitations when he saw this scene. Just see. This was caused by the numerous armored vehicles running out of the huge base and dispersing to various places around, which twisted and deformed again. Exclamation point. It has turned into a large production workshop. Then it was like a nesting doll. After the workshop was settled down, a number of smaller armored vehicles emerged from it. Buzz! The series of visual shocks has not yet ended, and an even more explosive engine sound is heard from a distance. Lin Qingche turned around suddenly and looked. It was a cool blue-white car with an extremely exaggerated appearance. Especially the 2 huge recommendation devices at the back are extremely dazzling. Sequence Future mecha has been deployed. Commander Lin, please take the initiative to drive. The system prompt sound from this virtual world rang in his mind, and Lin Qingche then remembered the previous prompt that there was a special mecha for the burning wind. Is this it? You took away my Source Star and compensated me with a new mecha, right? Lin Qingche became excited for a moment. This cool silver-white car just stopped beside him and opened the door. Lin Qingche was not polite and got into the driver's seat directly. Then the car deformed with a series of crackling sounds. Transformed into a mecha form. This time the mecha form is better than the Origin Polestar, although not as refined. It can be said to be very rough. But this represents Fane's first mecha, Sequence Future. There is a huge pulse cannon installed on the back of the mecha. This huge pulse cannon has a very thick caliber. Lin Qingche was also very nervous as he looked at it and murmured, I'm afraid a mountain will be destroyed with just one shot. Wait until everything is ready. The main mecha of the future sequence was put into use, and then the mass-produced Titan mechas were also produced one by one. Mass-produced mechas are not as cool as the mechas in the future series. The uniform cyan color scheme makes the appearance no longer as tall and cool as the future series. But it's not bad. These mass-produced mechas were transformed into car forms and parked in an orderly manner at the back. They're all waiting. Lin Qingche looked at this scene and finally understood everything. The Sequence Future mecha is your own exclusive mecha. These mass-produced mechas are prepared for other students. But it seems that I can't wait for my classmates to arrive. Inside the future driving sequence, Lin Qingche raised his head and stared ahead. The game initially loads, and as you enter the driving sequence, the sequence is over. The game starts right away. The purple mist ahead has dissipated, and the shadow that was shrouded finally surfaced. Lin Qingche saw everything clearly. His pupils shrank suddenly. How is it possible? Lin Qingche was extremely shocked and cried out in surprise. Epsilon Zerg army that I had predicted did not exist at all. But there is only one human figure, wearing a black tight-fitting suit, with white hair and red eyes. There is a black devil tail behind it, and a line is connected to its waist, at the end of which is a huge black gyroscope. The intricate circuits on the instrument are intertwined, emitting a red glow. Lin Qingche looked at the human figure in astonishment. She was the one he had met once before, one of the 12 butterflies that emerged from their cocoons. Yunru's best friend? Her name seems to be Libra. Yes, it's Libra. How could the figure shrouded in the mist, representing the purple Epsilon civilization, be Libra of the butterfly emerging from the cocoon? Lin Qingche was stunned for a moment. Did the school make a mistake? She is the one who has emerged from the cocoon like a butterfly. She is in the human camp. And at this moment, facing Lin Qingche's doubts, the sequence future mech spoke, and a silent metallic sound rang in my ears. As you can see, Commander Lin, the one in front of you is the apple of Epsilon's eye, known as the trump card weapon of Epsilon civilization. Libra Princess. Commander Lin, please be careful. She has an unbreakable mind control ability. Although it is ineffective against you under my protection, the Titan mecha vehicle behind is deadly. We need to hunt down the Epsilon beasts while also protecting the safety of the mass-produced Titan mechas behind us. Lin Qingche couldn't calm down for a long time. I just can't understand it. Isn't Libra the butterfly that emerges from its cocoon? How did you end up in Epsilon? Did something happen in this? Or is it that the Libra in front of me is not the Libra I know? In other words, the timeline? In an instant, a bold idea emerged in Lin Qingche's mind. Could this be the current situation? This battle is actually a real battle between humans and Epsilon civilizations 10,000 years ago. Lin Qingche thought and looked at her warily. But Libra kept looking at him indifferently, raised his proud head, and looked at the sequence future driven by Lin Qingche with contempt. Do your best and fight till the end. Lin Xiao, your death will also end the story. This is the end of both your soul and body. This is the end of you humans. Boom, boom. As she finished her words, a huge purple building rose up behind her. Psycho-termination device activated. Chapter 61 Earth. Behind Libra's petite figure, purple mist was spreading wildly. A huge lighthouse rises from the ground, accompanied by the purple mist spreading wildly, emitting extremely terrifying and rich fluctuations. Lin Qingche looked ahead in shock. This so-called mind termination device stands like a tall building with rows of saw teeth running on it. The air around is surging. It seems extremely sacred. However, there, a towering tower blocked out the sun, but Lin Qingche couldn't even feel the ground beneath his feet shaking at all. The whole process was extremely smooth. What on earth is this? Lin Qingche was shocked. Lin Qingche has already started fighting against Epsilon on the track, while others are still struggling in the first two ocean and glacier tracks. Without the support of technological fragments, the most basic transforming mecha cannot be completed at all. We can only use the most primitive method. After some modifications, the car was turned into an underwater submarine with waterproof facilities installed, and it then swam slowly over. However, in the audience, everyone looked at Lin Qingche, who was currently in first place, in shock. It was fine before, but since entering the Epsilon track, the picture has become chaotic. There is no picture throughout the whole process. There was only purple mist covering it. Lin Qingche's figure could not be seen at all. These scenes left everyone puzzled. Isn't this screen broken? Where's Lin Qingche? Where's my husband? Where did you put my husband? What do you mean your husband? Lin Qingche is obviously my husband. Bullshit, it's obviously mine. I really am. I know my husband is excellent, but you guys should not be shameless. I just got the marriage certificate with him yesterday. Everyone was making a fuss, but they were all very anxious when they couldn't see Lin Qingche. At this moment, in the front row, Chu Yuwei, who had always been cold and arrogant, finally lost her composure when she couldn't see Lin Qingche. She anxiously asked the two hosts, Zhang Jiahao and Yu Xiao, for instructions. What about the picture? Why is the picture gone? Nothing will happen in the virtual world, right? In response to this, the two hosts instantly went crazy. The school leaders were carrying communication equipment everywhere. Zhang Jiahao felt like crying, but had no tears at this moment. This is also the first time I host this kind of unlimited rally. These are all initial use cases. I don't know what's going on. His feedback is very timely, and he will provide feedback immediately when a problem arises. Now the results are out. As soon as he got the result, he hurriedly announced to everyone, "Don't panic, everyone. The problem now is that Lin Qingche has entered the Epsilon Zerg gathering area and has triggered the Easter egg. It's just that this Easter egg doesn't seem to be perfect. The broadcast of the scene might cause the entire virtual world to collapse, so we simply won't put it on the screen. Everyone rest assured, Lin Qingche is safe now and is trying out the menu. I believe that with his speed, it won't be difficult for him to pass through quickly. After all, didn't he finish the menu of the wheat field track very quickly before?" As soon as Zhang Jiahao said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yue also nodded slowly, and her frown relaxed. She had already signed a contract with Lin Qingche. If Lin Qingche was in danger, she would be the first to sense it. She can now clearly feel the situation on Lin Qingche's side. He is very quiet, very healthy. There is no danger. Chu Yue finally felt relieved, but her eyes were still fixed on the screen in front of her, which was shrouded in purple mist. Looking forward to seeing Lin Qingche again. Let's get back to Lin Qingche. At this moment, since the Mind Omega appeared, it has begun to charge. After the sequence The Future Mecha Prompts, Lin Qingche understood that if the Terminator in his heart was fully charged and released its power, it will directly lead to all living beings on the Earth, including mechas and even the Valkyrie of the end. All are mind-controlled. The scope covers the whole world. By then, the Earth will be completely controlled by Epsilon and will be in its hands. All living beings will become puppets of the Epsilon civilization, brainwashed and controlled both physically and spiritually. Can't counter. Direct dimensionality reduction attack. The sequence Future Mecha explained it, and Lin Qingche suddenly grasped the core point of what she said. Earth? She's talking about the Earth, right? Chapter 62, Pre-Civilization. Lin Qingche finally understood at this moment. The Earth has now been destroyed, leaving only debris. But according to what Chu Yue said before, there are still some humans left on Earth. With so few people left, Epsilon would not activate the Mind Terminator. Therefore, all the truth is about to come out. That is, everything Lin Qingche is experiencing now is the same scene as when Epsilon came to Earth 10,000 years ago. Lin Qingche asked the sequence Future Mecha, "Do you think what I said is right?" The purpose of this contract conference and this Easter egg battle is to let our students experience the feeling of Epsilon's arrival, right? It is better to face up to the terror of Epsilon and practice hard. This is also the scene that Senior Lin Xiao simulated when he descended on Earth 10,000 years ago, right? These are the rough guesses, and they are very obvious. However, Lin Qingche thought this was the case, and his guess was correct. But I didn't expect it. The next second, Sequence Future directly denied it. No, this is a real thing. This is a real thing that happened in an earlier time, before civilization. Look, in an instant, Lin Qingche's body, who was driving the Sequence Future Mecha, became transparent. And overhead, a vast aerial fleet emerged from the clouds. The huge Paradox engine leads the way. At this moment, Lin Qingche went straight from being a gamer to being a spectator with a god's perspective. Lin Qingche was very puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Isn't this a game campaign? Isn't this about destroying the big tower in front? Sequence Future slowly shook his head and muttered, "The strength of Libra in its full stage is not something you and I can contend with. Although she can't control my mind, the mind-killing device behind her can kill me directly. Mecha, endgame. All living beings have no ability to resist Epsilon's mind-killing device." After saying that, she looked up at the huge Paradox engine in the sky. The only thing that can counter it is the Paradox engine. Boom! As soon as Sequence Future finished speaking, the sound of gears turning seemed to be heard from the sky. Time stands still. Everyone outside the audience was still waiting anxiously. As for the other commanders, they were all crossing the track clumsily. Lin Qingche is so enjoyable to watch and so comfortable. No one else can compare. Time is passing quickly. As time went on, Lin Qingche's leading advantage began to become smaller and smaller. Many people have passed the ocean track and the glacier track. Although the speed is slow, everyone is working hard to climb. Of course, the one who took the lead was Lu Feng. He is the well-deserved second person under Lin Qingche. Behind it is a familiar van figure, Wuling Hongguang. The commander was Yu Tao. He finally fully demonstrated his strength on the day of the contract conference. At this moment, many girls have begun to notice the figure of this mushroom-headed boy. He has a simple and honest look, but he seems strong and reliable. His excellent driving skills made them extremely excited. This Yutao is not bad either. He's in third place, and he's still in that position. I remember he was the first one to rush into the danger zone, right? He jumped in without hesitation. So fierce. I like strong guys. I've got my eyes on Yutao. Who cares about him? Fight with me. In fact, appearance may be a plus, but it is not the main point. In this world where driving is everything, strength is the capital for dominance. Listening to the discussions of the girls behind her, Chao Xiaoyao, who was sitting in the front row, snorted proudly. At the same time, she was secretly delighted. The third place in the contract conference is a display of courage and determination. I don't believe that this result cannot win my father's approval. Yutao, you really proved yourself through your own efforts. She was really happy for Yutao. Really? There is nothing more gratifying than seeing the man who loves you work hard for you. Time still passes. Most of the people passed all the previous tracks, and more than half of the people were eliminated. More than 600 people participated in the competition, but only about dozens of them actually entered the Epsilon track. Among them, there is an extremely bloated figure at the end. It was a huge and heavy-looking Jeep. It was covered with scars and all the windows were broken. The front of the car had a dent, and the back was also in a terrible state. It looks like a war-damaged version from World War II. The tires were all flat, there was no power at all, and the car was stumbling along with difficulty. However, such a vehicle is still driving hard. With his tenacious perseverance and transformation technology, the driver successfully reached the track where the Epsilons gathered. His name is Zhu Bao. As we approached the Epsilon Raceway, purple mist began to spread. Fei, you must be looking at me now, right? I really did it. One belief always persisted in his mind. He tries his best to overcome all difficulties. Suddenly, a mechanical scorpion fell from the sky and hit him directly in the face. The sharp pliers grabbed the damaged vehicle directly. Boom! Fei, I love you. Zhu Bao's face was filled with shock, and when his vehicle was about to explode, he shouted the loudest words at the top of his lungs. Well, he succeeded in saying his last words. Then he left contentedly. In fact, he's not the only one. The later it gets, everybody is exhausted. The vehicle was brand new when it came out of the factory, but now it is covered with scars. There is no complete place. It's a miracle that it can open. Without the support of Mecha, there is no way to defend against the attack of the Epsilon Zerg. Some people were eliminated one after another. Until Lu Feng. Yes, 2 hours later, the embarrassed Lu Feng was finally eliminated. Back in the hall, Lu Feng raised his head and looked at the more than 600 people standing neatly behind him. After finding that there was no familiar figure, he murmured in disappointment. Is Lin Qingche still insisting? He's a monster. Then he looked at the screen with some anticipation, looking for Lin Qingche's figure. He himself was killing like crazy on the Epsilon track. But the monsters in the core area are too scary. He doesn't have enough technological fragments to support him, so he can't get through. Eventually, they were all used up and attacked by the Zerg. Glorious death. Where's the picture? When I saw the screen that day, I was shocked instantly. The picture is gone. Chapter 63, I fucking kill you. 2 days passed. The contract conference has ended. There is no news about Lin Qingche yet. On campus, the warm sunshine shines on the playground. A beautiful figure stood there quietly, her black hair flying and her beautiful face full of paleness. Chu Yue. Her eyes were firm, and she kept looking straight ahead. For 2 whole days, Lin Qingche was immersed in the virtual world. The school was worried about his condition and broke into his house to check his body in the real world. Everyone felt relieved after discovering that all life signs were stable. Chu Yue felt the same way. Lin Qingche was not in any danger. Otherwise, she would have gone crazy by now. The contract conference has come to a successful conclusion. Some people said that Lin Qingche had reached the end of the virtual world and then got stuck and couldn't get out. For some people, this Easter egg is longer and they are still experiencing it. There are even more exaggerated ones. It is said that Lin Qingche fell in love with the transformed mecha car of Wuling Hongguang and was completely unable to extricate himself from it, and immersed himself in the virtual world and refused to come out. On the other hand, the various rumors are outrageous. The first 2 still have a bit of credibility, but the last one is so amazing. Chu Yue couldn't possibly believe it. This contract conference was a great success, and it was the first experimental example to prove the feasibility of unlimited rally. The next contract conference, and even the ones after that, will probably be in the form of unlimited rallies. After it ended, Many people in the school frantically extended contract invitations to Chu Yue, including Lu Feng, who came in second. However, Chu Yue rejected them all in an extremely domineering manner. She made it clear, "I'm waiting for Lin Qingche." Everyone gave up hope instantly, and then all their eyes turned to Qingche. But it's also a pity. Qingche's situation is very special, and everyone was shocked when they found out. Has Qingche's core mutated? She made a contract with herself. So, no one can contract her. Bang! Now that's fine. There are two school beauties that everyone covets, but you can't get either one. One is a beautiful flower with a master. The other makes a contract with herself. Puff! The boys were so angry that they almost felt pain in their breasts. Both of them felt pain. Fortunately, everyone found their own suitable contract partner in the end. For 2 days, everyone started driving in pairs. Develop relationships. The school track is always full. Everyone's face was filled with smiles because they found their other half. Galloping on the track. Enjoy the thrill of speed and passion. How cool it is! Only Chu Yue was still waiting for Lin Qingche alone. "Yue, go back. He's fine." Qingche looked at the girl in front of her with some heartache. After spending such a short time together, she really likes this sister. Although Qingche is shorter than Chu Yue, she is more than 10,000 years older. Chu Yue turned her head to look at her and shook her head slowly. "It's okay. I know he's safe and healthy. I'll get some sun." Qingche sighed slowly. She knew she couldn't persuade her. But as a good sister, she also walked over to her side. At this moment, the two school beauties stood side by side, facing the shining sunshine. It forms an extremely beautiful landscape. Countless boys in the distance were watching this scene and felt jealous. "Hey, this is a level one. It would be great if I could contract one of them." A boy sighed slowly. Afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure next to him slapped him in the face. "What's the matter? Isn't my Tiger tank better than their shabby sports car or sedan? I'll crush those Greek bastards with my tracks, believe it or not." Li Jiao, who weighs 300 pounds, was full of anger. What she hated most was that her contract partner looked at other women every day. "Yes, yes, yes. You are the best." The boy responded impatiently. "Buzz." Li Jiao looked at his perfunctory attitude and didn't waste any time. It transformed directly into a huge, heavyweight track tank on the spot. Come on. If you keep looking at other women, I'll kill you." After saying that, the tank rolled over the boy. Phew! This made everyone around burst into laughter. Chapter 64 Campus Competition. At this time, the wind blew, blowing the girl's cheeks. Roll up the strands of black hair that fell on her forehead. Chu Yue slowly shook her head, her eyes still firmly looking forward. She kept waiting for Lin Qingche's return. However, at this moment, the loudspeaker on the teaching building behind him rang. Those are the words of the dean. "Classmates, the long-awaited contract conference has come to a successful conclusion. I believe everyone has found their own suitable contract partner. The awards ceremony for the champion, third place, runner-up, and other special awards of this contract conference will be held in the school auditorium tomorrow afternoon. There is one more thing. Our school's annual campus competition will be held in a month. I hope everyone can study hard during this period and perform well in the competition in the future. Those who achieve outstanding results can become representatives of our school and participate in the Thunder Cup competition jointly held by the 8 colleges and universities in Night City in half a year. The class teacher will explain the details of the competition in detail when the time comes, so don't worry. That's all. This notification is complete. Campus competition? Is the game starting now?" When the students heard this, their faces instantly turned red with joy. This school schedule is very tight. The contract conference just ended, and now we have another competition? I'm a senior, and just like last year, after the contract conference, there will be the championship. Wow, I'm a freshman, and I envy you seniors. Freshmen can't make contracts, and I'm so jealous of you at the contract conference. By the way, is there still no news about the champion of the contract conference, Lin Qingche? The conversation stopped abruptly, and all the students looked at the two girls at the entrance of the teaching building with complicated expressions. Qingche and Chu Yue. To be precise, it is Chu Yue. Lin Qingche had signed a contract with her in advance, was known to the whole school in the past 2 days. While everyone was envious, they also became crazy curious about Lin Qingche. Who is he? It was quiet and ordinary before. Why did it suddenly break out on the day of the contract conference? However, just as everyone was wildly curious, An explosive piece of news exploded instantly. That is, Lin Qingche's mother is a fighter. Boom. Once the news spread, everyone understood it instantly. It turns out to be a fucking fighter. My father is a king? That's okay. Everything is explained clearly. Yes, only talents of this level can be worthy of Chu Yue, the core leader. Moreover, at the contract conference, Lin Qingche's dazzling performance also won everyone's recognition. That's all. No one has any objection. Only, Lin Qingche, what's the situation now? The bell rang, and Chu Yue returned to her class with a dazed look in her eyes. Yes, it was arranged before. Lin Qingche's class 1. Looking at the empty seat of my desk mate, I glanced at the others and saw that they were all in pairs. Chu Yue had a cold expression on her face and said nothing. She just sat back in her original position quietly. Da-da-da! The sound of high heels stepping on the ground was heard. The head teacher, Song Li, walked in quickly with a stack of documents. He came to the podium and glanced at the students who were already sitting upright. Then there was reluctance in his eyes, but he still said these words. Classmates, after 2 years of getting along, it would be a lie to say that there is no affection between us. But now that the contract conference is over, everyone has found their contract partner. However, some students haven't found a suitable one yet. The school will arrange for them to transfer. In just a few minutes, the head teacher finished his speech. The students finally understood. That means the second year of high school will be divided into classes. However, no further details were given on the specific class divisions, as everything was arranged by the school. Although class teacher Song Li was reluctant to let everyone go, she had unconditional trust in the school's arrangements, because this will be very helpful for everyone's study and life in the future. Next, those whose names I read out have corresponding classes. You can pack up your bags and the things in your desks and move. Li Feifei, you have transferred to Class 5 of Grade 2. Zhang Qi, Class 7, Grade 2. Chu Yue, Class 1, Grade 2. When saying Chu Yue's name, Song Li paused. After feeling her eager gaze towards her, she smiled slowly and said, Lin Qingche is also in the same class. You go with her. Well, don't worry. I just received a notification that he has woken up. He should be waiting for you in the first shift now. Song Li looked at her lovingly, and then said gently, Well, go ahead. Unable to hold back any longer, Chu Yue tried hard to stop the tears from flowing from her eyes. She nodded vigorously, then grabbed her school bag in one hand and rushed out of the classroom. Buzz! The roar of the engine rang out, and at this moment she wished she could turn the teaching building into a paradise at night. Then run directly to the maximum speed. Chapter 65. All members assemble. Set sail. Lin Qingche. Before she reached the door of Class 1, Chu Yue finally saw the figure she had been thinking about day and night. At this moment, Lin Qingche had a sunny smile on his face. The slender figure leaned quietly against the classroom door, waiting for his arrival. Gathered around to eat melons, forming circles. But Chu Yue didn't care. In her eyes, there was only Lin Qingche. Lin Qingche opened his arms. Then, in front of everyone, Chu Yue threw away her school bag and just threw it on the ground. Proud attitude of the princess was gone. Like a little girl, she ran all the way and threw herself into Lin Qingche's arms. P. This time he hugged her in public. Everyone also started to boo and sigh. They also grabbed the hands of the people they had contracted with, indicating that they could not fall behind. Wu Yugui. Chu Yue felt very aggrieved at the moment, and she hugged Lin Qingche tightly. Use force. Hold me very tightly. I wish I could merge him into my own body. Never separate again. Lin Qingche also hugged her with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry. There was an unexpected situation in the Epsilon track, and I can't get out. But it's not a big deal. I'm back now. Chu Yue raised her head and looked into Lin Qingche's gentle eyes, and she nodded slightly. Well, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. After saying that, she buried her head tightly in Lin Qingche's arms again. However, the two didn't hug for long. Cough, cough. A steady cough sounded. The students separated from each other, as if they were facing a great enemy, and looked at him timidly. Hello, teacher. The man, wearing a clean white shirt with a resolute face and extremely handsome looks, looked at everyone with interest. Okay, everyone go back to the classroom and sit down. Chu Yue. Hearing something wrong in her ears, she suddenly left Lin Qingche's chest. Is this the teacher of Class 1? She asked Lin Qingche with her head lowered, somewhat embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me? The teacher is here, and we're still hugging each other. Lin Qingche smiled evilly and said, Yeah, it's okay. Come on, let's go in. We'll be together after school tonight. Chu Yue nodded and looked at her new classmates with some curiosity. She saw many familiar faces among them. Chun Xier, Chao Xiaoyao. All the familiar people are there. Lin Qingche pulled Chu Yue to sit next to him and waited until all the classmates found their seats. The extremely young-looking male teacher coughed lightly. He strode to the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote a few big words on the blackboard behind him. Then he introduced himself in a loud voice. Now that everyone is here, let me introduce myself. I am the homeroom teacher of the new class assigned by the school. My name is Zhang Yiming. You can just call me Teacher Zhang from now on. We won't waste any more time on the introduction. Everyone knows about the campus competition that the school just mentioned, right? I will now go into the details. Everyone, listen carefully and don't get distracted. Although Teacher Zhang looks very young, his teacher's authority is undiminished in the slightest. In fact, everyone is the best selected by the school, and there is no such thing as daydreaming in class. It's definitely not going to happen, because what everyone is pursuing is stronger strength. Seeing that everyone was sitting upright and listening attentively, Teacher Zhang nodded with satisfaction and then began to explain slowly. The campus competition follows the system of the city's Thunder Cup and even the National League. There are single combination competitions and team competitions respectively. The single combination competition is a competition between a commander and a Valkyrie contract combination, while the team competition is the mainstream of the league. Teacher Zhang paused for a moment when he spoke, and then his tone suddenly became more serious. This is also necessary in the future, because the purpose of our continuous strengthening is to resist the Epsilon civilization. Faced with an attack from a civilization and a world, only when all of us humans unite as one can we be qualified to fight back. Okay, I won't say anything sentimental anymore. You all should know that the team competition requires 4 teams to form a team with contract combinations. I calculated that there are 48 people in our class, and the school specially arranged that we can form 6 contract teams. Now is free time, everyone can form a team by themselves, and then the class monitor will make a list and report it to me. Zhang Yiming looked straight at Lin Qingche. Lin Qingche naturally smiled calmly and stood up. Lin Qingche, you are the champion of this contract conference. You are undoubtedly the strongest. You will be the monitor of our class. Zhang Yiming glanced around and asked, does anyone have any objections? Any objections? Joke. It is naturally meaningless for everyone, as Lin Qingche's strength has completely conquered everyone. While others are driving hard, he has already reached the sky. The van turned into a flying car. Then he drove the mecha directly from behind and left the others far behind. Oh, wrong. It shouldn't be said that he is far ahead of others. The taillights of the rider were so far away that they could no longer be seen, and no one had crossed the finish line when the countdown ended. For him, let alone crossing the finish line, he has directly run into another world. This is even more awesome than being the most powerful one. With all the halos, he's simply awesome. As Teacher Zhang finished speaking, he gestured with his hand. Everyone started to get up from their seats and form teams with people they knew. Sister Weiwei, are you willing to accept Sierra into your team? Blue gradient dyed hair, beautiful short hair, and a beautiful face. Chun Sierra walked towards Chu Yue with an extremely gentle voice and took her hand. Although she is older than Chu Yue, her figure is good. When they stand together, they really look like younger sisters. She might as well just talk to Chu Yue and let her call her sister. Well, Chun Sierra still likes the feeling of being younger. Chu Yue smiled sweetly and took her hand. Welcome, Sierra. Without even asking for Lin Qingche's opinion, he just made the decision. Okay. Lin Qingche also shrugged slightly. 10,000-year-old monster, whose second personality is at the legendary level, a super powerful existence, one of the 12 butterfly breaking out of the cocoon. I even wish I had my own team. I think, with my tyranny as Sky Rainer, do I need to be tested before I can join you? Chao Xiaoyao's delicate voice was heard, and she walked over with her head raised proudly and her hands on her hips. Behind her, there was a silly boy with a mushroom head. Hey, here I come. Classmate Lin. We can be considered old acquaintances, right? A boy with an extremely handsome face, middle-parted hair, and an appearance very similar to Lin Qingche. He shouted with a big grin on his face. Behind him, a girl with short hair stood quietly. Her name is Shun Zitting. Lin Qingche stood up and looked at the people around him with a smile on his face. There is no need to take the initiative yourself. Isn't the team complete now? Chapter 66, Reinstalling the Bunny. Night. Under the bright neon lights, Tall buildings like steel thorns stand tall. The roadside stall location on the street. Sitting around. Come on, grilled chicken wings are here. The bare, armed boss, sweating profusely, shouted while holding a plate of barbecue. Lin Qingche raised his head and glanced at the people in front of him. He smiled cheerfully and said, "Everyone, please introduce yourself and get to know each other. From now on, we will be partners fighting side by side." At this time, Chu Yue was also slowly approaching Lin Qingche. "I'm currently a black iron 8 stars. As for my driving skills, they seem to be okay at the moment." Lin Qingche introduced himself. "Yes, before participating in the contract conference, I was still a black iron 2 star. The reason for such a sudden increase in strength is because of the choice of that system. Whoever drives the Wuling Hongguang for more than 100 kilometers will give Lin Qingche a 1-level improvement." And at the contract conference, everyone's results were beyond Lin Qingche's expectations. This guy Zhang Ming ran 113 kilometers. Because there are not enough technology fragments, the vehicle cannot be modified. Stop at this glacier track. But he was lucky. Successfully found a girl who is 10,000 times better than Li Feifei. The two parties have already signed a contract and their relationship is very good. And this guy Yu Tao ran more than 500 kilometers. This gave Lin Qingche a big surprise. The Epsilon Zerg gathering place in an invincible manner. And he was killing like crazy. His strength is undoubtedly very strong, which is also what Lin Qingche admires about him. So much so that he agreed to let him join his team. Except for these two, the rest of them had a distance of no more than 100 kilometers. He didn't give Lin Qingche any feedback at all. Therefore, the feedback from Yu Tao and Zhang Ming caused Lin Qingche to directly advance to the 6th level. From the 2nd level of black iron, he directly jumped to the 8th level of black iron. Very fast. After watching Lin Qingche finish his introduction, Chu Yue immediately took over the conversation and then introduced to everyone. "I have a contract with Lin Qingche. I am a level core, and my car is a supercar. I am good at all types of tracks." Gentle and quiet under her blue hair, she said slowly, "Level core, the vehicle form is a motorcycle. Good at all types of tracks. As for my contract partner," when she said this, her tone suddenly paused. The whole person's aura changed drastically in an instant. The short hair with a gradient of azure blue suddenly turned into a bright red, and then the pupils also turned red. It looks extremely weird and evil. The voice became extremely cold and carried a sense of majesty. That's not all. Even the clothes she was wearing at the moment were tinged with a layer of red. Sierra turned into Heishi. She crossed her legs proudly and looked at everyone with contempt in her eyes. "Of course, Sierra's contract partner is me, Sierra. Everyone, please give me more advice in the future." As her voice came out, everyone suddenly felt the air around them dropping rapidly. The extremely strong feeling of oppression made everyone's breathing rapid. However, this feeling of oppression does not have any malicious intent. It is just a special effect. After she finished speaking, the red color quickly faded away. Everything returns to its original state. Baishi's vision became clear again, and with azure blue pupils, he looked at everyone timidly. "My sister didn't scare you, did she?" Forehead. Everyone was sweating. "Are you scared?" "Nonsense. Just now I thought the Epsilon civilization had arrived." When at school today, Lin Qingche had already greeted everyone in advance. Chen Sierra's case is a bit special, but although the second personality is evil, but for the good, there is no malicious intent. Everyone can just rest assured. The atmosphere seemed to come to an abrupt end. Chao Xiaoyao coughed lightly and quickly took over the topic. She smiled sweetly and pulled Yu Tao's arm. "Hey, my name is Chao Xiaoyao. I'm a top-level off-road vehicle. The contract partner is classmate Yu Tao." Yu Tao touched the back of his head naively. At this moment, he was still eating grilled chicken wings. The tissue handed over by Chao Xiaoyao and wiped his mouth. "My name is Yu Tao, and I'm currently a 3-star black iron. My driving ability is very stable. You can trust me." All introduced. Everyone's eyes were turned to the final goal. Zhu Yuchen, who had a handsome face, looked at the girl next to him with some embarrassment, and she responded with a nod. He was overjoyed immediately. "Hello, everyone. My name is Zhu Yuchen. My current strength is black iron 6-star, and my driving ability is excellent. As for my contract partner," Zhu Yuchen pulled the girl next to him and showed her off to everyone. "Her name is Shun Zitting. She is a bit cold and shy and doesn't like to talk much." "Why?" Shun Zitting raised his eyebrows, reached out, and pinched a piece of flesh on his waist. She said angrily, "Who said I'm aloof?" Then she smiled and looked at everyone. "Sorry, Zhu Yuqin is a bit quick-witted. I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. My name is Shun Ziding. I'm a core player, and my car is a hover car. I'm good at large curves. You can trust me and Zhu Yuqin." After saying that, she glared at Zhu Yuqin. "Ah, that's right. Everyone can trust Tingting and I. Our drifting skills are unmatched." Zhu Yuqin had a wicked smile on his face. Only he knew at this moment how perverted the combination of him and Tingting was. "When the time comes on the track, I will drag everyone into the ditch." Seeing that everyone had finished their introductions, Lin Qingche also brought up a topic that made everyone very enthusiastic. "Well, everyone is very nice. And the teacher also said that a team needs to have a name. What name should we give our team?" Lin Qingche said. After hearing these words, everyone instantly fell into deep thought. Yes, a team must have a good name. Only in this way can we show our unique characteristics and domineering style. Forget it. I can't think of a name for this team right now. How about we go out for a ride at night? Lin Qingche stood up and pulled Chu Yue to look at everyone. His thoughts at this moment were very simple. The simplest and most brutal way for a newly formed team to build familiarity with each other is to have a competition without deciding on the winner. Only when you are actually on the field can you feel the strength of your teammates most clearly. Strengths and weaknesses. Okay, Chao Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. She loves racing the most. Shun Ziding nodded slightly. Vizier has always been well-behaved. Yu Tao was still eating voraciously. He planned to eat alone now while he was full, and then make 9-turn large intestine for Chao Xiaoyao in the evening. When I am full, I can give her all the large intestine. Zhu Yuqin was eager to try. The contract meeting is over, and everyone has signed the contract. I went straight to the neon car factory to take the driving test. Now that I have my driver's license, I can drive on the road without restraint. Walk. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Lin Qingche raised the corner of his mouth. All the girls turned into cars one by one. Click. There was a flash of brilliant light, and everything changed shape in unison. The night dyes the heaven. Renault towers over the sky. "This is called the Heavy Armored Bunny," Chinsier murmured. "Seal and the Heavy-Duty Bunny." Chapter 67 Resurrection. For a moment, everyone looked at Chinsier. To be honest, everyone was curious about her special-level core and the most peculiar way of contracting with herself. What kind of existence is it? Lin Qingche also looked at it curiously. Chinsier felt the gazes of everyone around her. She smiled and said, "Don't stare at Sier. I'm shy. Actually, I am a body with 4 cores." 4 cores? When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Chinsier nodded slowly, looked at Lin Qingche deeply, and then her eyes sparkled. In an instant, it turned into a slender azure blue motorcycle. This is called the Heavy Armored Bunny. To everyone's surprise, Chinser's figure, which should have turned into a car, did not disappear. It wasn't He Shi who appeared and drove the motorcycle, but it still looks like Bai Shi. She drives herself. Lin Qingche was also a little shocked when he saw this. Is this a quad core? So, one personality has 2 cores, right? Energy and machinery? The contract you make with yourself is not a contract between your own personality and your own personality. But in the true sense, you make a contract with yourself. Lin Qingche finally understood what was going on. Chinsier was the most special one among the butterfly emerging from the cocoon. 2 personalities were born in one body. That other personality is also a real person. But the consciousness is inside Chinsier's body. So, He Shi and Bai Shi are 2 core members, and both can complete operations independently. And the butterfly that breaks out of the cocoon affects others, even yourself. They're all dual core. Only then did Lin Qingche realize that he still had an energy core hidden. It turns out I also have dual core. Then how do I activate and use this core in the future? Lin Qingche fell into deep thought for a moment. I currently have no information about this core that I can sense. The system has not reminded. However, at this moment, everyone was ready. Chu Yue also pulled Lin Qingche's hand and said softly, "What are you thinking about?" The ride has begun. Lin Qingche came back to his senses and saw that everyone was looking at him with a smile. Looks so cool driving the Renault that Chao Xiaoyao has transformed into. This off-road vehicle is definitely the spokesperson for Renault Heavy Industries. Heavy and wild. Next to him, Zhu Yuqin was driving the hover car that Shun Ziding had transformed into. Looking at the style of this car, Lin Qingche then remembered the encounter with a group of taxi couples he had met before. It turns out that their daughter is Yu, Shun Ziding, but because her core level is not high enough and she cannot reach level 1, she has no title. The core is the level at which the mecha can be modified. This title is also the name of the mecha, because Chao Xiaoyao, Chen Xier, and Chu Yue are all above and equal to level core. They all have titles. At this moment, Lin Qingche looked at Zhu Yuchen strangely, and once again recalled the dog-licking quotes he had said before. While they really succeeded, it's indeed quite powerful. The core hover vehicle is also very excellent. Now, Lin Qingche reached out and ruffled Chu Yue's hair. We are the only ones left. Chu Yue also smiled sweetly, took a step forward, and then turned into a car. From heaven opened towards Lin Qingche. Lin Qingche stepped forward and walked in. Then the engine started. Booz, booz, booz. The wings on both sides of the Yi Ran Tiangua flapped, accompanied by the roar of the engine, as if it was about to soar into the sky. Then the car began to rush forward violently. Everyone looked at Lin Qingche and Chu Yue, who were so unsportsmanlike, and started running away, and smiled knowingly. The captain is really Lao Lu. Zhu Yuchen called out the captain's name for the first time. After that, he didn't hesitate and started the engine with an excited look on his face. Although the hover car has a poor start, the power is sufficient. Buzz! Chen Xier followed closely behind, lowered her body, and a pair of electronic goggles appeared out of thin air in her eyes. A terrifying spark fluid erupted from the back of the heavy-duty bunny motorcycle, just like nitrogen acceleration. Start explosively forward. Yu Tao looked at her in shock, and in an instant, Chen Xier disappeared. Is the power of the level core so strong? Is this the level? He murmured. Chao Xiaoyao also snorted. I am now a level 1 core. Yu Tao, do you have the confidence to upgrade me to level 1 within 10 years? It doesn't take 10 years. 5 years is enough. Yu Tao patted his chest and said confidently. If I knew, my own brilliance is not bad either. But all of them were covered up by Lin Qingche, who is at the contract level, is actually just an ordinary person. Chao Xiaoyao also said happily. Okay, you said so. I'm waiting. Booz, booz, booz. The Sky Renault didn't even wait for Yu Tao to give the order. It started its engine like a beast and chased after it with a ferocious roar. Chapter 68 hit song? Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the much-anticipated campus competition has finally arrived. After more than a month of practice and adjustment, the cooperation between the commander and the Valkyrie is becoming more and more tacit. I believe that everyone will show good performance in this competition. And in Lin Qingche's team, everyone is making rapid progress. The commander's rank has been significantly improved. This campus competition is not like the virtual world in the contract conference. It is a real-life competition. Things like unlimited throttle and unlimited nitrogen are only possible in the virtual world. In reality, the higher the commander's level, the more energy can be stored. But fortunately, the students' levels are almost the same. The commander level fluctuates between the black iron level and the silver level. Not much difference overall. The school has also taken this into consideration and simply ignores the improvement brought by the commander level for the time being. Because it is not very obvious in the early stage, just put everyone on the same level. The horizontal line here refers to regular car races, which are very short tracks. A track that can be completed in 1 minute to 5 minutes. At this moment, the picture shows the location of Akina Mountain in Night City. At this moment, all the second-year students in the school, the new commanders, and the Valkyrie groups are gathered here. The campus competition officially kicks off. But before that, we have to talk about the follow-up of Lin Qingche and others' car racing in Night City a month ago. After a night of racing, the team leader Lin Qingche finally had a rough idea of the differences in the levels of his team members. First of all, Zhu Yuchen is very concerned about Shun Ziding's health and doesn't want to take risks in driving. Because the characteristic of a hover car is that it has extremely strong drag and drift. Because there is no tire rubbing against the ground, friction is greatly reduced. As a result, when the hover car turns, it always has to start drifting a long distance in advance. This is very risky. Zhu Yuchen said that when Shun Ziding was practicing this characteristic, he would always bump into walls and bump into his body. This made Zhu Yuchen feel distressed. After that, I drove very carefully. No more dragging. But this made Shun Ziding very unhappy, and the two had a quarrel. Zhu Yuchen chose to succumb to her tyranny. Then I decided to spend a lot of money to consult a famous coach and give me private one-on-one instruction on the technique of drifting. So for this month, he and Shun Zitting were in seclusion. Lin Qingche believed that they would have made great progress when they came out of seclusion. Then the combination of Yu Tao and Chao Xiaoyao also had opportunities. Chao Xiaoyao's father Chao Kefin recognized Yu Tao and decided to give him full-time tutoring. Renault Heavy Industries is naturally not that easy to drive. Well, Yu Tao also went into seclusion with Chao Kefin. As for Sierra and myself, one of the butterflies emerging from their cocoons, her strength must be top-notch. And Lin Qingche himself? Not to mention, he was the best at the contract conference. The strength is very stable. Therefore, as the team captain, Lin Qingche is not worried at all about his team's performance in future campus competitions. But now there is something that gives Lin Qingche a headache. At night, illegal cohabitation. Inside Uncle Lee's house. In Lin Qingche's bedroom. Chu Yue was wearing a thin layer of pajamas and snuggled in Lin Qingche's arms. She asked softly, "The school sent a notice today saying that each participating team needs to come up with a theme song for the competition. In racing, a good piece of music will make the commander's blood boil and drive more confidently." That's what the school said. Chu Yue stared with her beautiful eyes, looking at Lin Qingche's test under the night light with some curiosity. Everyone is in seclusion now. How about we talk to Sister Sierra tomorrow to discuss the song? Title song. Speaking of this Lin Qingche, I've become excited. Many years ago, after I passed the driving test, my favorite thing to do when driving on the highway was to listen to music while driving. There are also racing games to play. Without the accompaniment of music, half of the game instruments are gone in an instant. Want a hit song? It's easy. There are a lot of racing music from my previous life. Bye. At this moment, when Lin Qingche was thinking, options appeared before him. Option 1. Touch Chu Yue's But bonus song Unlimited Speed. Chapter 69 Soft. Lin Qingche. Good job. Looking at the 3 system options appearing in front of him, Lin Qingche raised his eyebrows. To be honest, the system came in a timely manner. But these 3 options are a bit outrageous. Lin Qingche lowered his head, looking at Chu Yue's peerless beauty so close to him in his arms, and felt a little moved. Well, which of these 3 options is better? Feeling Lin Qingche's aggressive gaze, Chu Yue's heart immediately tightened. No way. Could it be that he, although he had said long ago that everything of him belonged to Lin Qingche, and I have already prepared for this day to come. Only, isn't it a bit too fast? Oh no, never mind. Chu Yue immediately began to cater to him, slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and let Lin Qingche manipulate her. Looking at Chu Yue like this at this moment, Lin Qingche felt embarrassed instantly. This silly girl. Lin Qingche shook his head slowly, thinking in his heart, silly girl, now is not the time yet. We haven't even gotten out of this small night city yet. While thinking in his mind, Lin Qingche's hands still subconsciously moved towards Chu Yue's body. Well, no other meaning. It's just to complete the system tasks. Lin Qingche raised his hand and hugged Chu Yue's soft waist. Under the night sky, the beautiful person just snuggled in the arms of the southern man. The boy lowered his head and kissed this beautiful woman lightly on her face. Prick! Chu Yue felt the warmth coming from her face and the breath of Lin Qingche's lips. Suddenly my whole body started to tremble as if I had been electrocuted. Ah! A tender cry came out of her mouth. Then she unconsciously put her arms around Lin Qingche's neck. Have to. Lin Qingche was a little amused and helpless when he saw this. Chu Yue is still the same as before. Her body is very sensitive. Extremely sensitive when I move her body. I don't know whether this is good or bad. Lin Qingche felt the warmth in his arms and felt a little distracted for a moment. To be honest, if a normal man doesn't feel something when holding such a beautiful girl with a great body in his arms, it would be a lie. But now is really not the time. Chu Yue's body is so sensitive and the school competition is about to begin. If something really happened between me and her, with Chu Yue's body being so sensitive, Lin Qingche couldn't guarantee whether she would tremble and let out a soft cry during the competition. In that case, just send it directly. However, although Lin Qingche thought so, he was still trying his best to restrain himself. But the system's mission must be completed. Lin Qingche continued to reach out with both hands, starting from Chu Yue's waist and extending downward until... Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Get the song Unlimited Speed. The long-awaited system prompt sound finally sounded. Lin Qingche instantly breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The movement of his hands also stopped abruptly. When he looked back at the person in his arms, his face was flushed and his head was buried tightly in his arms. Lin Qingche looked at her apologetically and said softly, "Sorry, it's still too early now. At least we have the strength to come to Shenzhou City. Let's come when everything is stable and our fate is in our hands." Chu Yue didn't listen at all, but just felt a little aggrieved. The arms around Lin Qingche's waist increased in strength. Seeing this, Lin Qingche sighed slowly and finally gave in. "How about we come here if we win the campus competition?" Hearing this, Chu Yue's eyes lit up immediately, and she raised her head and looked at Lin Qingche's face with joy. "You said that?" Lin Qingche nodded slowly. "Yes, I said so." Then Lin Qingche changed the subject and continued with a twitch of his lips. "But now we still need Princess Chu to show her talent." Chu Yue was stunned. "What talent do you want to perform?" Lin Qingche lowered his head and pretended to be in deep thought. "It's about the team's theme song. I just thought of a melody. It feels very suitable for our team's theme song. No, I just got the inspiration now. I'm afraid it will be gone when I wake up tomorrow. I'll write it down now." Lin Qingche didn't waste any time and directly pulled Chu Yue up from the bed. Without even bothering to put on clothes, he got up in his pajamas and turned on the light. Then I found paper and pen. Lin Qingche lay on the table and quickly wrote the music score of Unlimited Speed. Chu Yue nodded ignorantly and tried hard to open her sleepy eyes. Although she couldn't open her eyes at the moment, she understood how hard it was to come by inspiration. Only Lin Qingche also writes songs? This surprised her very much. Chu Yue was also looking forward to Lin Qingche's inspiration at this moment. She also hurried to the bathroom and washed her face with cold water. "This makes me feel refreshed." She tidied up her messy hair that was wet by the water, and then gently came to Lin Qingche's side. Then the pupils shook violently. She was shocked to find that in just a short while, the white paper in front of Lin Qingche was already filled with densely written music scores. Chu Yue was dumbfounded. So fast. Chapter 70, Drawing Cakes. Chu Yue's face looked a little shocked at this moment. "I didn't expect that while I was washing my face, Lin Qingche had written so much in just one go. What kind of explosive inspiration could produce such an effect?" Chu Yue just stood quietly by and watched Lin Qingche writing furiously, and then considerately poured him a glass of gasoline, gently placed beside him. However, unexpectedly, in just the time it took to pour gasoline, Lin Qingche had already finished writing an article, densely packed music score. Then he waved his hand again, took another piece of paper, and continued writing. "Good job." Chu Yue was looking forward to it even more at this moment, wondering what the finished product would look like. At this moment, she admired Lin Qingche more and more. "I liked him a lot before, and now I like him even more. He is handsome, has a good personality, is a good driver, and I didn't expect he can write songs. It's simply omnipotent." Chu Yue reached out and picked up a piece of music that Lin Qingche had already written. His eyes moved around, looking at the densely written music tracks, which were very neat and tidy. To be honest, as a princess, she usually follows the wishes of her elders. Music also has an influence on this aspect. I can't say that I have achieved a high level of accomplishment, but I can still understand the music scores. Now it seems that Lin Qingche's song is very standard, and Chu Yue tried to hum it a few times. The playing is very brisk and has a strong sense of rhythm. Then her eyes lit up. "I feel like this song is a little awesome." She immediately stared at Lin Qingche with a bright face and asked excitedly, "Have you thought of a name for this song? I think it's very good." Lin Qingche raised his head, and the two looked at each other. Looking at her beautiful face in the moonlight, Lin Qingche's mouth curled up. "Actually, I wrote this song for you to sing. I wrote it for you." "Chu Yue, I lost it. I wrote it for myself to sing? Is this the first gift he gave to himself?" Chu Yue's heart was pounding. Lin Qingche leaned over and stretched out his hand to tidy up her messy bangs. Looking at the tempting lips so close to him, Lin Qingche felt a little moved and couldn't help but move his body forward. Chu Yue had been looking forward to it for a long time. He also took the initiative to meet her. This was the first time the two of them kissed in such a long time. They are all very raw. The cold lips touched the other's hot hormones, just like a little deer finally falling into the claws of a jackal. Helpless and pitiful, Chu Yue's pupils immediately widened. He actually stuck out his tongue. After a brief heartbeat, I found that the whole song had been written on this page. Chu Yue's cheeks turned slightly red, and she licked her lips, which still had the residual warmth from just now. She was reminiscing a little, raised her head, and her eyes as she looked at Lin Qingche seemed to be twinkling like stars. She was confused at this moment. What are you still writing now? Lin Qingche exhaled a breath, and with a smile on his face, he looked at the music score of another song in front of him. Of course, it's the second one. There's also a third song. Alas, there's nothing I can do. He's so handsome. I was so inspired tonight that I wrote 3 songs in one breath. Lin Qingche said without blushing or beating his heart. What? 2 more songs? Chu Yue was confused for a moment. Is this still a human being? Is there really such a genius? I think you should go to the world of music contract next door. You will definitely be able to be the protagonist, Chu Yue said slowly. Lin Qingche was stunned. What is that? Chu Yue smiled slightly and drew a pie on the spot. That's for the third part. Time flies. The above-mentioned things happened in the past. Now let's go back to the day before the opening of the campus competition. Lin Qingche and Chu Yue got up early and booked a large recording studio. There are a lot of musical instruments there that can be used directly. Inside the recording studio, Lin Qingche glanced at everyone, then asked, "Does everyone listen to music while driving?" Zhu Yuqin scratched his middle-parted hair with his hand and said with a smile, "Who doesn't listen to music while driving?" "Yeah, I like listening to it too." Yu Tao nodded slowly. After nearly a month of seclusion, both of them underwent qualitative changes. Thanks to the enlightening teaching of driving skills from their elders, they have been reborn. Song? Shun Zitting frowned, and then she thought of something. She asked Lin Qingche, "Captain, we are in seclusion. What should we do about the school's required theme song?" Chao Xiaoyao also became worried. She also learned about this matter when she came out of seclusion. But it's too late. Tomorrow is the campus competition. It is said that although this title song is not necessary, it will add points. It will be directly added to the competition points in the championship and affect the overall score. Our team is aiming to win the championship, and we would feel uneasy if we missed out on an important point. Lin Qingche looked at everyone's worried expressions and gave them a reassuring look. Don't worry, everyone. Just focus on your retreat, and improving your driving skills is the most important thing. As for the title song, as the captain, I've already completed it. Don't worry, it will definitely be a success. Lin Qingche then looked at Chu Yue, who gave him a sweet smile. Holding a topic in hand, she walked to the center of the stage with her long legs. Lin Qingche gave her his seat and snapped his fingers. Bang! The title song has been completed. Now, please welcome Miss Chu Yue to sing this song, Unlimited Speed. Chapter 71, Collapse, Star Railway. The time has come for the official campus competition. All the teachers and students gathered on the school playground, carrying chairs and sitting in an orderly line. They all looked at the stage in front of them with a strong sense of anticipation. A large technological stage suddenly appeared on the playground in front of us. With rows of high-tech lights shining together, the stage appears extremely solemn and grand. This makes it no different from the stage of a genuine entertainment show. A boy who had just finished the contract meeting was a little shocked. Holy crap, this is just a preview of the title song. Why is there such a big fuss? The boys in the team next to us were completely dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit awesome? Isn't it just holding a microphone and singing a few lines? What's all this fuss about? Although I can drive, it doesn't mean I can really sing. Now the stage is set up so beautifully, so formal. For a moment, the group of people who were ready to fool people suddenly lost their composure. Oh shit, this wave needs to be sent. Way I can get by. At this moment, the sophomores who had just finished the contract conference all had sad faces, while the senior students all had smiling faces like bright chrysanthemums. It creates an extremely strong sense of contrast. Look at what it means that karma has its own way and no one can escape it. Last year, they were also confused. I thought the school was just going through the motions, and it was just a token of its appreciation. Unexpected. On the day the championship started, high technology was used directly. Just build a big stage. What the hell? Are we really going to have a concert? In an instant, everyone's pressure doubled. Later I found out that the school meant to attach great importance to the environment of the title song. After all, who doesn't listen to music while driving? When racing, you should listen to the kind of passionate music that gets your blood pumping. This driving feeling has a stronger sense of rhythm. God Staff of Neon Car Factory said. Specific music will increase the upgrade efficiency by more than 30% during commander and driving level training. As for the Valkyrie, it also has the same effect. It's important anyway. This is the result of many years of empirical evidence, and the data will not lie. Everyone who has heard it says it's good. However, the annual campus party at number 2 middle school is actually not only number 2 middle school. Almost all schools have this theme song segment. Every time we collect the annual hits, we package them together and sell them to the Neon Car Factory for sorting. A special album for traveling and racing. The authors team will also receive dividends. This is also one of the main ways for many students to obtain additional tuition fees. After all, contracting is a money-burning industry. What's more, after breaking through the silver level in the future, the Fane industrial arsenal will be unlocked and loaded with weapons and equipment. It is even more expensive. Rocket launchers and missiles are awesome, right? All of this costs money. So in conclusion, the title song is very important. This link cannot be fooled and must be taken seriously. The high school students are ignorant and just fool around. After gaining experience, I started to do it seriously in my senior year of high school. This is how everyone got here. At this moment, everyone in Lin Qingche's team was shocked when they heard the news from the seniors. Chao Xiaoyao's pretty face was slightly angry. Why didn't the school notify us about the important situation of this theme song? Is it true that every time the new sophomores start to learn about the theme song segment, they have to watch the seniors show off their talents? It seems, Yu Tao sighed slowly, it seems to be like this. I have no experience in the second year of high school, and I am just fooling around. Just fooling around? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Chu Yuwei, who had been leaning against Lin Qingche. The latter's cheeks turned slightly red upon seeing this. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Chu Yuwei, and then they couldn't help but think of what happened in the music studio yesterday. Listening to Chu Yuwei singing and standing out from the crowd. Sorry, the other sophomores don't know how to fool around, but we are not like that. Time passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, everyone brought their chairs to the playground and sat down in an orderly manner according to their class teams. At this time, night fell. The lights on the large stage in front lit up at once. The bright lights shine on the playground, setting off the rows of students like a beautiful picture. And, as the host announced with the microphone, Moda number 2 middle school, the 29th campus competition preview, the drag racing hit song program, starts now. Chapter 72, Fire Chasing Moths. Is this the champion team? Experimental 2nd middle school, the 29th campus competition preview and driving song program begins now. The first team to appear is the Sunset Red team. As the host's enthusiastic opening remarks came to an end, the first group came on stage. As mentioned before, for the title song segment, no one was well prepared, so their original songs were pretty average. It was all improvised at the last minute. Just like the first group that took the stage now, the lead singer looked confused while holding the microphone, and the girl looked embarrassed. Their team members were also standing by with their musical instruments. Each of them was extremely nervous. It was the first time I stood on the stage, facing the teachers and students of the whole school. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. In fact, the school has naturally considered this issue, so there is a preliminary selection before the performance. Whether you can make this money from the Neon Car Factory naturally depends on your own ability. If you really can't sing, you won't be forced. This man and woman officially passed the preliminary selection and thought they would be able to handle the situation easily. But when they actually stood on the stage, holding hands tightly, both of them began to sweat profusely. Finally, the boy gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Hello everyone, let's sing a song for you guys." Time passed quickly, and half an hour went by while I listened to a few songs. The musical level of the various groups that performed during the event was not very good and was very average. This is no wonder. After all, this is not a music world, but a driving world. When it comes to driving, each of them is better than the other. This singing is really bad. Principal Lee of number 2 middle school sat in the front seat and listened to the students singing for half an hour. He looked worried. No one can listen. What should I do? This year is really much worse than previous years. Next to him sat quietly a man in a suit wearing black-framed glasses. The purple logo on his chest was particularly eye-catching. Neon Car Factory. This is a reserved event in all previous competitions held by number 2 middle school. As mentioned before, each hit song segment collects hit songs, then packages them together and sells them to the Neon Car Factory for sorting. A special album for traveling and racing. The authors team will also receive dividends. This is also one of the main ways for many students to obtain additional tuition fees. This man is the person in charge of the songs signed by the Neon Car Factory this time. His name is Zhang Jian. He is here to discover those outstanding original songs. If you come across a good one, sign it right away. In contrast to Principal Li's worried expression, Zhang Jian was calm. Principal Li, don't worry. If there is no outbreak this year, it will probably break out next year. You know, it's not easy to come up with a song that can excite the commander's blood. They're all still children. You don't need to be so strict with them. What Zhang Jian said was right. There are hundreds of schools in Night City, and so many students. The last title song included by Neon Motors was 2 years ago. Such terrifying data. So he is not anxious or panicky at all. Well, I hope so. Principal Li secretly hopes that the next hit song will come from his own school. If the student knew that he could be signed by the Japanese car factory, he would have become a big star. The school also benefits from it, and resources and weight naturally come in large quantities. At this moment, another group finished playing on the stage. The host continued to walk forward with a smile on his face and announced the next team. Now please welcome the Fire Moth Squad to perform. Crash! Everyone stand up. As soon as these words came out, everyone stood up excitedly. For no other reason. It was because this team was the one that belonged to Lin Qingche, who ranked first in the entire school and was far ahead of others in the contract conference. Chu Yue and Chen Xier, two school beauties and top mechanical bodies, are also in this team. Tonight, Chu Yue came on stage in a beautiful black evening gown, and her hair was gently tied up in a hairpin, looking so soft and beautiful. She stood on the stage with her long legs straight, holding the microphone like a noble princess. After a few classmates in black clothes moved up to the piano, Lin Qingche also appeared in a suit, looking extremely handsome. The other team members, Chao Xiaoyao, Yu Tao, Chen Xier, Shen Ziding, and Zhu Yuchen, also dressed up and walked onto the stage in unison holding their musical instruments. The stage lights are focused synchronously at this time. In an instant, 7 people were shining brightly on the stage, shining brightly. At this moment, all the audience's eyes lit up. Fuck, is this the championship team? Everyone was just fooling around, but you guys are serious? Oh my god, this posture, it's not Lin Qingche. Are you really capable of it? Brother, this momentum doesn't seem to be fake. It seems like he can really sing. Xier, I am your dog. Damn you, Lin, my goddess Chu Yue is so beautiful tonight. Please be nice to her. Drive gently. Principal Li was in the front seat, looking at the 7 people on the stage. He naturally knew the secret that Xier had made a contract with herself. But I only know a little. The girl's identity was extremely mysterious, and he had no authority to know. But it's okay now. I just said that other groups are just average and their songs are not good. Now the champion team is here. Is this normal? Zhang Jian's eyes lit up at this time as he looked at the team in front of him. The eldest lady of the Chu family in Shenzhou, Lin Qingche, who rides a horse far away from the dust, and Chen Xier, who is like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, are interesting.